T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Coming for us now. Coming for us now. Somehow they found us out. No sudden moves, don't make a sound. They're out for blood this time around. We gotta burn it all down. Today's the day, revolution's on its way. Our time is now, hold the line. This is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground, give and take. Only works when both sides really give and take. The revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. They tried to hold us down, but they can't control us now. hold the line. This is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground. Give and take only works when both sides really give and take. The revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Break us down more. They want it all. They're gonna try to take us all. They wanna see us fall. Get ready for the war. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? Wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's doesn't matter. To me, this is the first time since I've been invested in AMC that we've seen the company go net positive. It's excellent. It's great. It's wonderful. This is something to celebrate. We should be happy about this, even if it is just 0.01. And so I'm happy about it. And pinned to the top, you will see the link directly to AMC's website so that you can pull up the earnings release PDF. The webcast from AMC is going to be held later this afternoon, after an hour after market close, 4 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will not be streaming through that webcast. So if you guys want to check that out, I can provide a link. I think yesterday I provided a link for you guys for that, but I can provide a link closer to the end of the day today. But for right now, I think that that link to the current financial statement report is probably a little bit more desired, perhaps, than the link to the live stream that will be later. So a win is a win, guys. It's awesome. We got a green day starting out so far in the pre-market on Ape. We're up 2.26% at $1.77. Or sorry, not $1.77. That's yesterday's closing at $1.81. And AMC is up 3.52% at $5.30. So we're when and I mentioned this yesterday. I said when both of the prices move in the same direction, that's usually a higher valuation given to the company, and that's why price usually moves together. When they move separate from each other, that's usually just a rebalancing of positions that are basically like if AMC runs up, then an Ape goes down. It's just basically a rebalancing of monies, but same valuation of the company. So yeah, it's good. This is great. I love it. Yes. Nosa says, weren't the numbers expected to be released after market and right before earnings? Yes, they were. I expected that anyways. But we got it earlier than anticipated, so that's nice. Let's see here. $6.20. And it is time to take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. I guess actually, before I do, I should just pull up the page here. I'm just going to bring up the highlights real quick. Blinding you, sorry. I'll minimize it a little so it's not as blinding, maybe. Let's see here. Second quarter 2023 results. Total revenue grew by 15.6% compared to Q2 2022 to $1.347 billion. Net income was $8.6 million compared to a net loss of $121.6 million in Q2. Diluted earnings per share was 0.01 compared to a diluted loss per share of 0.12 last quarter. Actually, Q2 of 2022, rather. Adjusted EBITDA improved by $75.8 million to $182.5 million compared to $106.7 million in Q2 of 2022. Net cash used in operating activities improved by $63.2 million compared to Q2 2022 to $13.4 million. Non-GAAP operating cash generated was $99.8 million, an improvement of $47.8 million compared to Q2 2022. Available liquidity at June 30th, 2023 was $643.4 million, including $208.1 million of undrawn capacity under the company's revolving credit facility. So those are the highlights right there. Of course, we'll get all this later today. I actually, to be honest with you guys, I think it's cool that we're getting the information well before the actual meeting. Sorry, I'm scratching something off of my screen here. I got this spot. Such a distracting thing when you see this glob of something on your screen, and it's like, what the heck is that? That totally threw me off. What was I saying? I don't know what that is. What is that on my screen? I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. Oh yeah. I like it better hearing it straight from Adam Aaron first. So I kind of feel like this is like cheating, getting it beforehand. But whatever. I really do like hearing it from him first. There's something about it. I don't know. I just like it. Anyways, let's see here. I guess it's time to take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for it. Make sure that you have a secondary device attached to your account in case something should happen to your primary. You'll still have access to getting into your account. Not a bad idea. And then last but not least, and certainly not the least, if you don't have a digital copy or hard copy of your statement with your broker or brokers, make sure you do that now. I can't stress to you how important that is. There is going to come a time where there's going to be broker problems. I can guarantee you this. I know this is going to be the case. There's going to be people out there that are going to start crying that they have no idea what's happening. Their broker just suddenly reported that they've got nothing in holdings, and they don't understand what's going on. And the broker will come back and say, "Oh, no, we fixed it. Everything's all good." And then maybe they see their numbers and they go like, "Oh my gosh, these numbers aren't what they were before, and I think they should be something different." But you don't have any proof. Well, if you don't have proof of what it was that was being reported to you as being held prior, you're just going to be at the mercy of your broker telling you what you hold now, or after they, change the numbers. Supposedly change the numbers. So make sure you have that information. Keep that in your own safekeeping, so that in case something should happen, you'll be ready for that. Because you're going to need that proof in case you need to get it resolved. I know there's going to, I just know it, guys. I mean, I know there's going to be people out there who come to me later down the road, and I'm just going to be like, there's nothing I'm going to really be able to do to help them anyways. But it's going to be even worse that I have to sit there and say, if you don't have that information, I don't know what to tell you. You're at the mercy of your broker telling you what they're telling you. So, all right, I'm off my soapbox. I finally cleaned my glasses too. Let's do these numbers here and see what we got going on. I'm going to move a couple screens around real quick here. Move that one. What's next? This one. Alrighty. Starting with the top left-hand side. We have price predictions from yesterday. The closing price of AMC was $5.12. Ape was $177. The combined total of that was $689. Let's see who was the closest. Nobody nailed down the price. Nobody was 10 cents away from getting the price right and 10 cents away from anybody else predicting prices. So everybody just gets a point to start off the week. No awarded bonus points. The closest person to price prediction was Apex with 530 to 830. Let me modify the points. One last congratulations to Einstein for winning the 3 days that I was streaming last week. Congratulations, Einstein. And let's add these points in here. I want to give a shout out to Einstein, Eric, and Apex real quick here. I don't see anybody giving price predictions. And let me tell you, when anybody in our community at all hangs their neck out there and tries to just guess what price prediction is going to be on a day-to-day basis, it leaves a lot of room for people to poke at us and say, you did bad, but they don't come in and actually give their own price predictions and show that they can actually do a better job. And I think I think it's important because we're all hanging our necks out there to, and it's not meant as financial advice. It's just simply, us trying to stay sharp on where we think price is going to be moving to. And so for them to consistently come in here on a daily basis and put in a price prediction and hang their whatever it is that you call it, out there for just everybody to see, and either get it right or get it wrong, is it takes courage. It really takes a lot of courage, because there's always going to be people out there. I've had to actually happened on several occasions where people, Casey, you can't even get the price prediction right within a $3 range. It's like, you know, you think it's easy until you start trying to do it on a daily basis and getting it right every single day, you know, or trying to get it as close as possible is not as easy as you would think. Guessing a price prediction exactly on. So my props to those three guys on doing that on a daily basis. I appreciate it. And thank you for riding with me. Short exempt volume for the day yesterday on... I don't see anybody else doing it, by the way. I really don't see anybody else doing that. Short exempt volume for the day yesterday. Let's see here. We had 362.6. You know why nobody else does it? Nobody else is willing to take the backlash from you know those kind of price predictions on a daily basis, because they know that they won't get it even close, and so they stay far away from that kind of stuff as possible, because they know that they'll get it wrong on a daily basis, and they can't handle that. They can't handle the fact that they're going to be that wrong, and so they just stay as far away from that as possible. Let's see here. Short exempt volume, like I said, for AMC was 362.6. Let me look up apes. Man, it's only Tuesday? I went on vacation and time's not flying fast enough here. Let's see. Ape is showing up here at 46.7 thousand. It's an increase, but it's not very much. Let's see here. What do we have for increase in price? Ape was up 2.26. And yesterday, and then AMC was up 2.93. And I'm going to call that one of three. And I'll tell you why. Because I know that the target is plus or minus, or not plus or minus, but an increase of 5% or more in a single day. And the thing is when you add Ape and AMC together, that's greater than a 5% increase for the day. So I think I'm going to start counting that as that's a one of three right there. I'm going to start adding those together to give me the difference. The difference in price increase every single day. Utilization. Let's find out where we're at on that. On AMC, it looks like, let's see here. Utilization is coming in at 81.66, so slight increase. Ape is up 94.05. Getting really close to that 95%. Max Pain. I don't know. I don't know if this is. I mean, we had some additional volume kicking in yesterday at around $5.50 and $6 in calls, but there was a lot of puts coming in at $4 as well. So I'm gonna guess that Max Pain is still gonna be $5. Yep, $5 it is. Taking a look at off exchange and EDGX combined for AMC by the end of the day, I'd expect to be about 64%. And we ended up having 60.81% going through off exchange. EDGX was 6.91 for a grand total 7.72%. That's about 3.72% less than or more than it should have been. And so there was definitely some price suppression going on through those exchanges. CHX volume ended up being 1.07% of the total daily volume for 290,000 shares. Usually, I only get excited if it's over 300K. It's really close. That was really close to a 300K day. Not quite. On Ape, off exchange by the end of the day was 53.54%. EDGX was sitting at 5.15. The combined total 58.69%. That's about 5.31% less than what I would expect to see, which means that not as much. Part of the reason why Ape may have been running yesterday was more shares hit market than usual. As you can see, NYSE was sitting 12.22% of the total daily volume with a 30-day average of 9.3%. So there was definitely more volume hitting the lit exchange yesterday. CHX volume was only 4,110 shares, so nothing outrageously exciting going on there. GME CHX volume was 588 shares, nothing exciting going on there either. Taking a look at what's next here, institutional ownership. So as of yesterday, I reported to you guys institutions were reporting about 2.2 million more in ownership than they were previously. Where is that? Where's my numbers? I don't see my institutional. Oh, there it is. Let's see what it is today. Yesterday was 143.696 million shares. Today it's being reported at 145.112. More institutional buying being reported. This is good. Beavis, this is the best thing that has ever happened. 145.112. All right. Options. Highest amount of open interest as of yesterday was for calls was at a $6 strike with 59,000 contracts. It's still a $6 strike. That 59,000 contracts of open interest is now 70.8 thousand contracts. Puts, the largest amount of volume is at a $4 strike for open interest. There was 118.9 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 131.1 thousand contracts at a $4 strike. The spread is now, it's still the same in open interest, between $4 and $6. Ironically, max paying $5 is right in the middle. We may expect to see, around a $5 close by the end of the week. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. No music today. I just moved them all that quick. Let's see here. So, what's going on? We broke outside of an ascending parallel channel to the top side, and we're actually finding we found some support on this as well in the pre-market this morning on the top side of this ascending level of what I would call now support. It was resistance. It's now a support line. And do notice we've struggled to get through $7.15 on several occasions before, and we struggled in the pre-market this morning as well. If we continue to consolidate in between this rising level of support and this level of resistance that we've had from the past, and consolidate in here and test this 715 multiple times, this may be a bullish flag and turning into a potential breakout. Now, what is the deal with breaking to the top side of an ascending parallel channel? That doesn't normally happen. This is a pretty solid ascending parallel channel. It's like 95% of the time accurate in which way it's going to predict the price movement, and normally it would be a bearish signal suggesting price is going to break to the bottom. When it doesn't, most of the time that I ever see this happening is usually when we're on the backside of a cup. Not always, but majority of the time. So let's go out to a 10-minute interval. And by the way, the combined price of AMC and APE is at $7.06. Look at this. There is, on a 10-minute interval, there does appear to be a little bit of a cup here. On a bigger time interval, let's go out to an hour. Ignore all my lines. Holy crap, I need to clean that up. That's not exactly the backside of a normal cup that I've seen from the past. So, the inverted head and shoulders that we had back here should have produced an increase in price, and it looks to me like we're maybe perhaps getting that just a little bit late. Like there was an initial push down to try and retest some lows from the past, found resistance, and we've been on that upwards trend from that inverted head and shoulders from the past that we had back on July 23rd through the August 1st range. We may be seeing the effects of that finally producing some upwards momentum. And then I would also suggest that perhaps maybe with the 0.01%, not 0.01%, 0.01 EPS positive earnings report for this quarter may be helping to push price up outside of its normal trend that it was in. So a combination of perhaps some news along with the old pattern signal that we had back here with this inverted head and shoulders that may be leading to this price improvement. And a retest of 715, which has been such a struggle for us. Not bad at all. I need to clean this page up. I'll get to that later. Let's take a look at Ortex. Starting with AMC. Our current short share interest of the free float showing up at 30.15%. Let's take a look at what those numbers look like. Here's our utilization day over day, very, very slightly increasing. Well, if I can zoom in on this. From 81.57% to 81.66%. On loan amount increasing day over day from 193.48 to 194.15. I'm not even going to try math. I'm too tired for it. 194.15. 193.48. 670,000 shares. New shares on loan. Ortex usually estimates about a third of that as being new short interest. So figure on 210,000, 213, 220, 10, 20, I don't know, somewhere around there. 210, 220. So let's see what they're estimating. They went from 30.1 to 30.15. That's going to be 259,000 shares that they're estimating, so I'm just going to round it up here to 260. It's a little bit more than what they normally estimate. So I guess they were seeing something that perhaps led them to believe there's some more short interest in that loan amounts than normal. And the on-loan average age per day rising yet again. Not from yesterday, it was down yesterday, but it is starting to rise again from 131.57 to 134.15. Security lending volume was down yesterday from 6.38 million down to 4.43 million. We're going to get some big numbers over here on APE. For those of you like to look at the days to cover, it's 8.24 right now. I don't usually read that off, but I am just for those who like to collect the data. We're showing 8.24, and the cost to borrow showing up, being reported today as 251.59. That's the average. I think that's the average 3 month. Let me just verify. I think that's the average 3 month. Oops. Oh, annualized. Okay, never mind. It's over the year. It's the annualized percentage of interest on loans from prime brokers to their clients. So it's for the year. It's the average for the year. It's high. It's really high. Let's see here. Taking a look at utilization for APE. This increase again, up from 92.13 to 94.05. On loan amount, day over day decreased from 79.46 million to 78.85. So let's see. That's 600. Wow. That's almost the same amount of shares being returned as being loaned on AMC. So about 610,000 shares returned and loaned shares for APE. I was expecting to see this to go up, and the reason I was expecting that was there was a huge amount of borrowed shares, so they must have returned a bunch of shares at the end of the day yesterday, because there was just massive amounts of borrowing shares throughout the day yesterday. In fact, I think we saw it as high as like 6 million at one point. Estimated short share interest of the free float is going to be dropping from 10.63 to 10.61 with those returned shares. On loan average age per day is going from 13.59 to 13.39. I'm actually kind of really surprised to see that dropping, because we've had such massive amounts of loan shares recently, and even with returned shares, that number should continue to move upwards by at least a day every day. I'm really surprised to see that, which means to me, what that tells me is that the and this is what you're going to see here in security lending volume in just a second. The security lending volume that spiked yesterday, basically from 2.51 million shares up to 21.02 million shares. What that tells me is that some of these loaned out shares back here, these extremely large portions of shares, were actually closed out and then reopened back up again. At least 10 million of it, right? And there's a way you can pull that up. I can show you. Let me get rid of all these other on loan new versus returned is an item you can look at, and you can see that the on loan and new returned was 10.6 versus 10.41. So there's quite a few shares that were returned but then reloaned back out again, which is going to basically hold the position where they're at. But now that's going to cause your on loan average age per day to drop a little due to the fact that they've basically reshuffled around about 10 million shares in positions. Borrowed them, returned them, all in the same day. Or flip that around. Returned them, borrowed them. Doesn't really matter. A lot of activity. That's what matters. VIX this morning is showing up 6.66% in the morning so far here. It's showing around 17.38, which should have the markets down. Let's see. Markets are showing down anywhere from 0.71 to 1.28% this morning. Is that... That's a little. Those numbers are a little low considering how high the VIX is up this morning. I would expect to see maybe closer to 2% range, perhaps. So it's looking like a red day today for the markets. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on this list. This is the list for the entire day's worth of buys and sell orders. AMC was making the list most of the day yesterday. Let's see if we made it. We did. AMC made the end of the day list here. This is including the 4 minutes of aftermarket hour numbers. We had a 45.59% buy to 54.41% sell ratio. So we're looking pretty decent on that buy-sell ratio, and I say pretty decent. That's actually horrible. I want to see 60-40 or better. Usually on the first day of upwards momentum in price, we do end up having those paper hands, those very short-term investors dropping out, but it could be a lot worse than this. I've seen some really bad numbers before where we were like 30% buys to 70% sales, and that's horrible. But this isn't too terrible. I just would like to see better. And usually by the first 24 to 48 hours, that usually does clean up. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.61 for AMC. Ape closed at $1.77, which means that SSR would trip at 159.3. Okay. 35,000 shares available to borrow right now being reported. It was as high as 55,000 shares earlier. Let's give this a quick little refresh. So it looks like they borrowed 5, returned the 5, borrowed 5, and then borrowed an additional 15 at a 260.1% rate, which is going up. Yesterday, last time we had 0 percentage shares reported, the rate was at 220. So this is rates are starting to go back up again. There are no ETFs available being reported to be borrowed. I'm going to put us down for about 50,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. I am obviously rounding up. We have 170.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 44.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 309.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 43.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Big bank movers in the pre-market this morning. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm only going to read anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or more. We have PacWest is down 3.53. Western Alliance down 3.76. This one's pretty close. Bank of California, which took ownership of, I'm forgetting who they took over. I don't remember, Northwestern Trust or something like that. I can't remember. But Bank of California is down 2.72. The Douche Bank is down 4.86. U.S. Bank Corp is down 3.54. Bank of New York Mellon is down 3.63. Ethereum Classic is up 0.07% on an incline increase in value and starting to kind of skip here a little bit quite quickly. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.61 and on an uptrend. Oil has traded in the pre-market and is down 2.2. SPY, SPY is showing in the pre-market down 0.71 on a downtrend. Tesla in the pre-market is down 1.96 on a downtrend. Amazon is down 1.27 on a downtrend. Cinemark is down 1.77 on a downtrend. Actually, it looks like it might be consolidating after having opened up down. It looked like it closed in aftermarket hours yesterday. It closed down quite a bit and opened up this morning around the same amount, so it might be consolidating. Currently only 19 shares traded so far. Doge is up 0.59% and starting to take a run here. Bitcoin is up 0.65, starting to take a little bit of a run at 29.3K a coin. GME is down 1.28 and trending down. HYMC is down 1.28 and only trading 415 shares this morning. It did open down in the pre-market, but doesn't seem to really be moving currently due to such low volume being traded. NCMI is down 2.38% and on a downtrend. HUD is down 1.23 on a downtrend. APE is up 2.26 on an uptrend. And AMC is up 4.1 on an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. We had approximately $2.4 million more inflow than outflow. So far, we have about 124,000 shares traded so far, and we haven't even hit. We got 7 more minutes before our pokey stick of volume. lately we haven't even been hitting 126,000 by this time of the morning, even with the pokey stick, or we hit just about that much. But what was yesterday's numbers? So yesterday I said 10 to 30 million on volume for the day, and AMC ended up hitting 26.8 million shares traded yesterday. I didn't think it was going to be possible because in the very beginning morning portion of the day, we had such large quantities of volume, but that's why I do the volume predictions early on in the morning, because I don't like to be fooled by what's going to happen throughout the day, and usually the pre-market loves to tell you what volume's going to be for the day. So we ended up hitting the 10 to 30 million on AMC, surprisingly. I don't even know why I say surprisingly, because I know volume's going to drop throughout the day, but we had such large volume starting out in the morning that I just didn't think it was possible. 1 to 20 million was a prediction on Ape, and we ended up having 8 million shares on Ape, so also that one as well. Low volume. On AMC, we currently have on a 4-hour chart here more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.6, which is above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 65.56, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.16, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.58, which is below average, or above average, sorry. On Ape, yesterday there was approximately $3.4 million more outflow than inflow. 22.2 thousand shares traded so far this morning. Very, very low volume. Not seeing a whole lot of volume coming in right now, but we still got 5 minutes for the pokey stick. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI at 52.3, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.7, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.27, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.28, which is above average after having signaled overbought. On a 1-hour time interval, lagging line is price line, conversion, and base are exactly the same value, and price went up through a green cloud. That is very, very rare. It doesn't usually happen. Do note that the green cloud is only about it's less than a 24-hour period of time, slightly. Normally, price likes to move up through red clouds and down through green clouds. This moved up a little bit earlier than it should have, as there's not a red cloud forming until the aftermarket hours of today. So we got the initial jump up here to $1.85 high in the pre-market. Yesterday numbers, I told you guys that seeing a $1.85 or greater and maintaining that value would start to cause a little bit of buying pressure from the market. That's going to end up holding true for the day today, I think, as well. Let's see. Lagging line's going to need to be... Actually, that number's going to drop just a tad bit. 183. 183 or higher will cause a buying signal to occur on the 1-hour time interval. Let me write that down. Should be a little bit of a buy signal at 183. Taking a look at the 4-hour chart, we've got price did a little something weirder than I thought it was going to do. I figured for a 181 close yesterday, and it ended up going down a little bit further than I would expect. I was kind of expecting the downwards pressure to start today. I felt like we were going to kind of trade even or close to even, and then seeing price drop a little bit more today. But we got that drop early. I don't expect this price to drop down through this green cloud, and I think that's going to be super, super, super bullish. If the market sees price starting to move up, and not if price does start to move back up out of this green cloud here, that should be extremely bullish. The reason I say that is this is a pretty massive green cloud here. That should cause to see price rising back above the green cloud should cause investors to take notice. The lagging line is below price line. Conversion and base are the same exact value. In order to cause that buy signal to kick in today, price is going to have to get up above $1.85. So let's call it $1.86 on this chart. So $1.86 or higher will cause additional buying pressure, or should cause additional buying pressure to kick in and really start boosting price. It'll definitely get the conversion above base and the lagging line above price line. Taking a look at AMC on a 1 hour chart, we touch down on base. That's usually a negative signal and will usually cause some selling pressure to kick in. In this particular case here, we bounced off of that in the pre-market, and that could be possibly due to the fact that we've had this positive earning report with a 0.01 EPS reported. Lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, and you can see that price is well above the green cloud. Do note, price doesn't have to move down through the front side of a green cloud. It can always happen on the back side as well. Staying above the conversion is going to be key for the day-to-day. So staying above 523, and as the conversion starts to drive upwards with price, if price continues to maintain, this is a buy signal. So I'm going to just simply write in the conversion value for the day-to-day. Actually, really what we want to do is stay above base, which is at 5. I'm going to write 515. Staying above 515 or higher should produce more upwards momentum. And then it dropped. They immediately dropped us down to 5.6. It's like literally just now it just went right down to 5.16, 5.12. Yeah, they know where the pressure's at. They know they got to get down to those kind of numbers here. So there's gonna be a fight. They don't want to see that buying pressure kicking in. So yeah, it's fluctuating all over the place right now, and it's kind of making me wonder what these orders look like. There's a fight there. There's a pretty big fight. That might be worth watching. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun seeing institutions fight over value. Let's see here. So 1 hour chart, 515 or higher will be the goal to maintain. On a 4 hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line, conversion above base. This is not necessarily a buy signal because price is starting to move into the cloud. This is the point where, typically speaking, this is a point of uncertainty. Lagging line looks great, conversion looks great above base, but this being inside the red cloud is a point of uncertainty. Price would have to drive all the way up to $6.50. I'm going to put in $6.51 for the price at which we would have to see in order to get another big buying signal. So $6.51 or greater would cause substantial price movement further upwards if that were to occur. As it stands right now on this 4 hour chart here, you can see we've printed a TD9, which usually means that price is going to start moving back downwards. I'm going to pull up my Bollinger Bands, even though they're set up for something a little... These Bollinger Bands are set up for a smaller time frame. So let me change my Bollinger Bands back real quick here. I want to see how close we are to hitting these Bollinger Bands. 20 and 2. Yeah, so on the back side, so we're crawling all the way up this Bollinger Band here. And that's what that's going to do is that's going to cause the price to probably want to pull back towards the simple moving average, especially after printing a TD9. And we're entering into the cloud, so there's going to be a little bit of a period of uncertainty here. You can see that this simple moving average is sitting right at about $5. That's obviously going to come up a little bit as price is probably going to try to come down to meet that, and so they may meet somewhere in between around 518 or I mentioned to you 515 is a support number that will probably want to be tested and broken at some point in order to continue to or not to continue to see buying pressure coming in on AMC. So yeah, that's seeing this upwards momentum like this is pretty significant. Let me change something real quick here on my Bollinger Band one more time. Yeah, doesn't even matter. Yeah, that's. We may see a little bit of a pullback here. Let me check one more thing. TTM squeeze is not suggesting that. Vortex indicator is suggesting that there's a little bit of selling pressure going on, more so than buying pressure. And RSI is kind of sort of hot at 66.39. It still has some room to move upwards, but I think it would actually be a little healthy to actually see a little bit of a pullback, followed by it to kind of cool off RSI a little bit, maybe get it down to around 60 before seeing a more continuous upwards momentum again. That would be ideal. And would probably not mess with TTM squeeze too much, meaning we could still see some further improvement in price going forward. Let me change these one more time. Yeah. So let's take a look at those pokey sticks, huh? What do you say? Let's do it. What did we get? We got 292.8 thousand shares on AMC. We got 485,000 shares. Woo, that is some volume. We could be looking really close to a 50 million share traded day today. But I'm probably only going to go 30 to 50 million. There's a very good chance that I'm estimating on the low side, but I'm doing that for a reason. One, I think we've been seeing a little bit of I guess what's the word I'm going to use here. We've been seeing an attempt to try and reduce buying pressure throughout the day. And so as a result, sometimes the pre-market's been predicting a little bit higher than I think it should be in volume. So I think today's going to be like a 30 to 50 million share traded day today. And I'm projecting, I think it may actually end up being really close to the top side. If the number's accurate now and we end up doing what we should do, then we might be in that 40 to 50 million range. But I'd rather predict a little bit lower than higher, just because I don't like getting volume predictions wrong on the high side. So that's for AMC. On Ape, our pokey stick of volume this morning came in at 88,000 shares, giving us a grand total of 115,000 shares. I really don't feel like I can go much more than 1 to 20 million on this. I don't see it. The buying volume there that's showing up right now for the day is just not. It's not. 1 to 20 is probably the best I can do. We might be closer to the top end of that 1 to 20, but I still think that's a good prediction. Let's see here. Let me get you guys back on the main screen. Where do I think price is going to go? I'm I'm not sure. There's a lot of factors today that are going to change things up here. We have a little bit of a credit crisis going on. I don't know if you guys are following Michael. I really hate getting his last name. I wish I could hear him say his last name. I hate Gayed. I'm gonna go with Gayed. Let's see here. He said so yesterday. He posted something out where he said. Let me see if I can find it. Man, he tweets so much. I have to scroll so far back in his tweets. Okay, here we go. He said, scorched earth. 9 hours ago, he said scorched earth, and then he posted a picture of a big old moth, as if it was like, King Kong and Mothra. And he says, everything just changed. And he's pointing out, he was kind of pointing out some of the movements in the market that we're now seeing right now in the pre-market. And he says, now that is a flight to safety trade. A credit event is coming. And then he quoted Arthur Schopenhauer, where he said, all truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. And then he said, a credit event is coming. And he said, the mother of short squeezes is coming. In treasuries, no one is prepared. And that's, he said, it doesn't matter between that and speculative position on the yen combined with seasonally conditions favor a shock move back to the flight to safety trade sequence. So, and then he said that China's effed. So we'll see here. He's posted so much more stuff since. But anyways, there are some significant factors that are occurring today that may cause additional price movement that we aren't necessarily expecting for AMC as part of our earnings report numbers have come out. So price predicting for the day today is going to be really kind of shady. It's going to be difficult to kind of guesstimate. Tech We Love says, I just wanted to remind you to check your Twitch account, see if others can find it, etc. Yeah. Einstein saying, albeit slow, the Fed will break the market. They have no other option. Yeah, today's gonna be a tough day, man. I saw, Einstein, I saw that you already sent me a message telling me what your price prediction. I don't want to look at it though because I want to try and I like to try to not have any kind of influence on where I might be doing my prediction for the day. So I purposely haven't looked at it yet. So we're seeing increased volume in pre-market for AMC. We're seeing a market burn right now. And we're seeing, as the market burn is occurring, we're seeing that AMC's price is moving upwards. So when in doubt, pull out. That's what I always. That's not how you say it, Casey. When in doubt, zoom out. Let's see here. All right, let's try something. We got the break out of this wedge to the top side. This looked a little bit like This looked a little bit like a. Yesterday, I mentioned to you guys that there was a possibility that this was two different possibilities, right? It could have been either a ascending broadening wedge or a possible bullish triangle. It looks to me like the ascending broadening wedge would have been the case, because you can see here that as it broke out of the ascending broadening wedge, it came back down and retested the secondary touching point, and then after that started taking off to newer highs higher than the top most point going into the wedge here. So if I take this down to like a smaller time interval, we can zoom out here just a tad bit and you can see it a little bit better. But this is, I wouldn't call this necessarily textbook, because you can see the trading starting at around 11 o'clock yesterday morning started becoming very, what's the word here? Weird, abnormal, not the way that it's supposed to look. And then now we're back to normalcy again. But as soon as we went back to normalcy, we got the price improvement that we were supposed to see. We did retest that bottom down here at about 508. So the ascending broadening wedge pattern, I think, played out. We should be seeing, there's usually a I don't know, I think it's like a 64% chance, or 62. I always go with 62. 62% chance at seeing upwards momentum above 528, and we got it already in the pre-market this morning. So are we going to have a continuation from this is the question. That's where I zoom out to the larger picture on this, and I'm tempted to want to draw, this was a little bit of a breakout to the top side on what appeared to be an ascending. This portion right here was the ascending parallel channel that we're seeing on the combined price of AMC and Ape. And I mentioned to you guys that that usually only happens on the backside of like a cup and handle, which I don't see. I'm going to delete some of this noise here. So where's price going? If we start a new pattern of an ascending parallel channel, and this is very, very common from what I've seen. If we start a new trend here that's along the lines of something along this kind of a pattern, another ascending parallel channel, but steeper than the last one, this is by far definitely going to be a cup and handle type situation, where the next time it breaks to the top side of this, it'll be even steeper and on a new ascending parallel channel. If that's the case, this is going to be a massive cup, and it could be really, we could be retesting within a few days 808 on AMC. So where do we close? Looks like the next stop from here should be around 578. We'll probably see price, if it does decide to go up to 578, we will probably see it pull back before the day is over, and maybe retest 558, maybe even break a little bit lower than that. So I'm gonna go for a 5. Where's this consolidation day? 1, 2. This might just be a small one. Today might be a small day, and the bigger move tomorrow. I'm going to go for 540. Oh, gosh, this is so hard. I'm going to go for 551. Actually, let's do 549. Now, the big question here is Ape going to move with? It might. If it finds support at 177, which it really kind of, I mean, we broke temporarily down below 177 yesterday, and then in the aftermarket hours blew right back up above it again. So if we can maintain and hold above 177, this could consolidate out over the next day or two tops before seeing a breakout to the top side on this. It's at 179 currently. By the end of the day today, to break through the descending parallel channel, it would have to hit 181 or higher. Actually, 182 or higher. So let's go with a 181 close. $730. 730 is going to be my combined price close for the day. 580 to 880 is going to be my price target range. Oh, I just realized I had you guys on the right page or the wrong page the entire time as I was doing that. Sorry about that. All right, cool. Billy says, no word about the Walmart popcorn in the earnings, question mark. I haven't had a chance to really peruse through it. I got it this morning. Thanks. I don't know if he wants me to say or not. Thanks to a very helpful friend. They posted up the information for me and said that it was on the website. So I went to the website and found it just to verify that it was indeed from the website. And I have not had a chance to go through this. I just read the summary. But I'll tell you what, should be easy to hit Control F on this and find popcorn. And popcorn does not reveal anything when searched. So my guess is that there's nothing in here about popcorn. It's a good question. I don't know. I'd have to peruse through it, and it would take far too long for me to do. Just sitting here. September $15 call options go up to 17. Are they expecting a run up? Kenny G is asking. Let me check and see. You said September, right? I'm going to open those up. I see that there's volume already up to 7. So let me check the dates that you put in here. Hold on. September 15th. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, 7:15. So it looks to me like those options were already open. I know you're saying that perhaps they were only 13 before, and they're 17 now. But I see open interest already stacked there, so that means that they were already available to be purchased as of at least yesterday. So it doesn't seem to be new for the day today. But it is possible. I don't know when those opened up. But there's already open interest there, which means that they were open at least yesterday. Billy, you're welcome. I mean, it's just a rough check, right? I mean, I just did a Control F and did popcorn. So that's not really. Oh, thank you. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Wait. Hold on a second. I gotta take you guys over this page here real quick. Here, my wife just handed me this breaking news. Wait a second. I got something in the mail. It says right here. It says. Does it say my address? It probably does say my address. Oh well. only in theaters. Right there. Only in theaters. Coming from AMC here. I've been waiting for this one. Let's see here. It's so dark in this room. I need to turn on the light, but I finally got my hat. My AMC hat is in. AMC Theaters. It's got the cool little logo guy. You can't barely see him on the front side there. Oh, it's nice. I might have to switch from a red hat to a black hat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nice. Can't wait to throw this bad boy on here. Give her a spin. Sweet. It's awesome. Thank you, hon. You brought me the mail. That was awesome. What a day to get it on. Hodder says red to black. I know, right? It's that's what I'm saying. It's like the best day ever to get that on. You know, you can't buy that kind of entertainment. Apparently you can. I bought it. Hold on a second. I'll switch it out. Hold on. Let me take you back over here. I'll put it on. Hold on. Oh no, my head's too big for that. Hold on. I'm usually a 3. That's 4. Let's see if 4 fits. No, that's still too tight. Let's go 3. Oh, that's still too tight. 2. Damn, Casey. Got a big head. Yes, I do. Let's see. 2. Oh, yeah, there we go. Perfect. Almost. They say one size fits all. Not for me. Yeah, no kidding. Definitely big head. Oh, look at that. From red to black. Black. We go black today. I can only see a beard. Yeah, no kidding, right? I'm gonna start off. I'm gonna don the red hat again later, and then when I reopen the live stream, I'll put on the red hat, or I'll take off the red hat and put on the black again. Apex will do. Thank you, sir. Joe says it's break time. Thank you, Joe. Or not Joe, Jay. Sorry, I saw Dynamite writing Joe down below. Jay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Dynamite's just laughing at what Joe said. Finished my cold coffee. All right, guys, it's gonna be a fun day. Even if we're down for the day, I'm happy. We had a win, up 0.01. All right, let me throw up some music for you guys here and put up the message real quick. Real quickly, since I think probably Apex and Einstein sent me numbers. Let me read them off to you guys real quick here. Apex says my combined price was $680 and the close was $689, right? That's within 10 cents, or was someone else within my range? I had you down for $530 to $830. The combined price was $689 though. And somebody was within your price range. In fact, there was two of us within 10 cents of your price range. I had I don't have what mine was anymore, but mine was like I think it was, actually I don't remember what mine was. I can undo here. Hold on a second. Undo. Mine was 524 to 824. So I was within 6 cents of your numbers, and then Einstein had 523 to 823. He was 7 cents away. So let's see here. Einstein's going with a price prediction for the day of 548 to 848. Billy says, well, the AMC to a penny call wasn't totally wrong. Laugh out loud. 1 EPS, bish. I was kind of thinking the same thing too, Billy. I was like, I wonder if this is what they meant, like about the to 1 cent thing. Maybe they were forecasting or projecting ahead of time, saying that if AMC makes it to even just 1 cent positive EPS, that that they're going to be hosed. So who knows? It's a possibility. I do strongly believe that they do signal in some of the information that they put out there. I think they do signal to each other certain things. So I'm not suggesting that's exactly what it was, but it seems odd that they would put in a 1 cent estimate on the company. Alrighty, guys, let me put that music on for you, and I'm gonna head to break. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see here. We've got Ape up 1.69% at $1.79. And AMC is up in the pre-market 7.03% at $5.48. Looks like we got the VIX back up again, showing up at 1688. It's not reporting yet on the chart here, but it is showing VIX up 7.04%. SPY is down 0.63 in the pre-market. For this morning, I had a difficult time coming up with a price prediction for the day today, but I've got 549 for a close on AMC, which we just broke past just now at 550, and 181 for a close on Ape by the end of the day, which is nearing. Let's see here, 179 currently. I don't think I'm going to adjust my numbers. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to adjust my numbers. If I were to adjust them, I would only go up maybe 2 cents on AMC, like a 551 close. Mega Johnny says the SEC today announced charges against 10 firms in their capacity as broker-dealers and one duly registered broker, dealer, and investment advisor preserve electronic communications. Interesting. Apex is going, I'm bullish today, feeling a combined close of 747. AMC will settle at 569, and Ape will close at 178, 597 to 897. Love it. You're only 3 cents away from Eric. Einstein's got 548 to 848. Eric's got 69. I've got 580 to 880. There is possibilities for some bonus points today if somebody gets those numbers right. Dan says AMC will finish above 6 today. I hope so. So if you go to the 4-hour chart on Ichimoto and you look at it, in order for us to break the red cloud for the day today, which would be super, super bullish to have happen because we're moving through one of the thicker portions of the cloud, we would have to break $6.50 at some point and maintain that, and that would actually even cause more buying pressure, which could push us up to higher values as well. There is a strong possibility that we may be on the backside of a cup, a very, very large cup. And typically speaking, what I see happening whenever you're on the backside of a cup, you usually do see ascending parallel channels that get broken to the top side, which is very rare. Just extremely rare. You don't see that happening very often. So if something like that does occur and we see price rising back up to retest something like $8.76, then we would see price falling back down at least half the distance between 876 and whatever the bottom is down here at 451, which would mean more than likely about a $2 drop. $2 drop from like an 876 range back down to like 6 something, and then potentially higher numbers. So it's possible. just remember to curb the enthusiasm. I know it's very, very difficult to watch price and not want to be excited. I definitely, I'm with you. I wanna be excited too, but I always try to curb the enthusiasm just so and like Pirate says, game face on. Yeah, just sit back, enjoy the ride, and it's just another day. We'll enjoy it together. We've got about 5 minutes more before I start the intro for the day today. I have donned the red hat back on here. The reason for that is that I want to do a significant hat change after market open, and we play the song for the day today. So I'll do the change back over to the black hat after I make the announcements on market open. So Mega says, "It's okay, Casey. I'm dead inside." That's right. That's just where they like you. But we have Ape up 1.69% in the pre-market at $1.80, and AMC is up 6.25% at 544. Give me 1 second while I update my charts here. The last high that I had was 859 on this running up right here, which actually got up to 876. The bottom on that was 487. Then price spiked back up again. We saw as high as 859. And then after the 859, the next low that we saw was 451. Followed by our 552. So from that initial 876, that was a 79.9% jump from 487. Actually, you know what? I have those numbers in twice here. 47. Did we hit 47 before too? No, it was 423. Well, I'll fix my numbers later. It's getting too close to market open here. 876. All right. I'll fix it later. I just wanted to make sure that I got the 451 registered, and I got that. So the bottom that we found was 451, and now the new high is 552, which is a 22.4% increase in price from the 451 bottom that we saw. And we got about 30 seconds more before we start the intro for the day today. Let me take a look at Ape real quick here. 180, up 1.74%. VIX is showing up 7.67% at 16.98% for the day, or 16.98 today. Let's enjoy this open. I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Coming for us now. Somehow they found us out. No sudden moves, don't make a sound. They're out for blood this time around. We gotta burn it all down. Today's the day, revolution's on its way. Our time is now, hold the line. This is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground, give and take. Only works when both sides really give and take. So revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. They tried to hold us down, but they can't control us now. revolution's on its way. Our time is now, hold the line. This is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground. Give and take only works when both sides really give and take. The revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Break us down, whoa. They want it all. They're gonna try to take us all. They wanna see us fall. Get ready for the war. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? Wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title says it all. AMC Goes Green, 0.01 positive EPS here. A win is a win. And to signify that, which I couldn't imagine have gotten this on any better day. But Melissa showed up this morning with the mail, and I get to don a new hat today because we have gone from red to something other. Another color. Normally I only change my hats out once a year, but this seems like a good time, just in time to get my AMC hat in the mail, and it's got the cool little logo guy in the front, which you can't see right now. Once it gets a little bit lighter out today, I can share it with you guys, but we are now in the black. Oh yes. Once you do, you never go back. All right, guys, it's the day. It's the day. We have a positive earnings report, and linked to the top of the chat. You'll see a link that takes you directly to AMC's website where you can open up the PDF for yourself and see the information that's there. Let's just go ahead and read it off real quickly here. A lot of us were surprised that it came out in the pre-market this morning. I didn't expect to see it until market close, perhaps, but we got it early this morning, and I don't have a problem with it. Some people seem to have a problem with that. I'm not sure exactly why. But I'm just going to read the summary real quick here. Total revenue grew by 15.6% compared to Q2, basically this time last year, to $1,347.9 million. Net income was $8.6 million compared to a net loss of $121.6 million of last year. Diluted earnings per share was 0.01% compared to a diluted loss per share of 0.12 in last year. Adjusted EBITDA improved by $75.8 million to $182.5 million compared to $106.7 million in Q2 of last year. Net cash used in operating activities improved by $63.2 million compared to last year, this time at $13.4 million. Net cash used in operating activities improved by $63.2 million compared to this time last year. I just read that one, sorry. Non-GAAP operating cash generated was $99.8 million, an improvement of $47.8 million compared to this time last year. Available liquidity at June 30th, 2023 was $643.4 million, including $208.1 million of undrawn capacity under the company's revolving credit facility. We're in the black. Looking super good here. Loving it. The price right now on AMC is coming down in the beginning portion of the market open. It happens. We beat estimates, by the way. Estimates were like somewhere around 0.04%, or not percent, cents down on the EPS. So we beat it by 5 cents, and so that's good. Ape is up 2.83% at $1.82. AMC is up 0.88% at $5.15. 515 happens to be the magic number for us today. We need to maintain or hold 515 or higher to continue to see a buying signal. So I imagine that the intent here is going to be to push price down below 515 to drive away any kind of investors and then barcode it for the rest of the day, more than likely. I mean, that'll definitely keep out anybody who's maybe encouraged by some of the numbers that they're seeing. It's going to cost somebody some money to do this, and it's going to probably be a little bit of damage in the future, especially with things like short exempt volume that's probably stacking. We won't see the numbers here for about 20 minutes, and I imagine that we'll see some larger quantities of short exempt volume going into tomorrow morning when we see the numbers for the first time after today. Diana, thank you. Thank you for not disclosing an actual number. I appreciate that. It's for your own safety that we don't want people to advertise. I don't mind you putting in a bunch of X's. That's fine. But I don't want anybody to expose what it is for your own safety. So I appreciate that. Albert says, Casey, when they sell short exempt, does it automatically failure to deliver, or is there a lender? So short exempt volume is shares that are created, and in order to make a market, those exempted positions do not exist in real shares. So it means that those shares have to be found at some later date. Either have to be found or the position doesn't have to be provided for. But that short exempt volume does turn into failure to delivers going down the road. So absolutely. Steven says, just remember, anytime we do good, the price goes down. Well, I mean, look at the greater market right now. SPY down 0.75% for the day today. The U.S. dollar's up 0.61. Oil is down 4.51%. These numbers, some of these bank numbers here that are jumping in, the banks are just absolutely getting trashed right now. Some of them down as much as 4 and 5%, not quite 6. But the market's taking a big old beating right now, and we're still sitting positive at 1.86% up right now on AMC at 521, and 3.39% up at 183 on Ape. So 183 was the magic number for Ape for the day-to-day. We needed to see 183 or higher to get our first buy signal in the 1 hour Ichimoto cloud. And then 186 was the secondary number that would provide additional buying pressure. Do failure to delivers disappear during our reverse split? No. Mega Johnny says 31 days on the reg show, 30.15% short interest, all-time high, shares on loan. I don't have all-time high on share. Well, I guess if you're counting Ape shares as included, then I would agree with that. But we're really close. I mean, we're super, super close to all-time highs on AMC alone. I had 194.15 million shares on loan this morning reported. And the all-time high for AMC is 200.96, which was set on April 12th of this year. So we're really close. And we're only like 6 million away from, between 6 and 7 million away from seeing an all-time high on shares on loan. So, yeah, you're not wrong. Definitely way up there. Could the DTCC in crime fat finger or forgive short exempts? No. First Light says, I tried buying like normal pre-hour on public and it was showing 640 per share. I kept backing out and retracing only to show 640 again and again. Well, that's interesting. I just took care of Honda game. Thank you, Foodog, for thank you for your work there. Cash dropped again to 435. Not terrible, but still a burn of cash. I'd have to go back and check and see what the numbers were from the past. But if there was a little bit of burn in cash, then they would have likely been purchasing something with that. So my guess is that there was probably an asset that may have been purchased. Perhaps it may have caused that cash burn, which net wise would probably be a positive thing. So more than likely, if they picked up like a movie theater or something like that, then that would probably add to cash flow. So it's probably not so bad. I did post, so Nosa says, order books look so obvious, spoofing back and forth to keep the price stick there. Yesterday I retweeted out, I'll pull it up on the page here. I just realized that I have you guys on AMC only. Hold on a second here. I'm going to actually pull over Twitter real quick just to show you something real fast. But here it is, I think here. I put in awesome work. This is a post by the Narrative Corrupdate. I put awesome work. We should be reporting this to SEC every day it happens. If help is needed on filing the complaint, I can assist. They have a YouTube link here to watch spoofing and layering that was occurring and he does a great job of showing how orders were showing up in the order book and then not actually being transacted and disappearing outside of the current bid and ask spread. So he did a wonderful job of showing it happening live, and this is probably something you might want to see if you're not familiar with spoofing and layering and seeing what it looks like. Layering is a little bit different than spoofing, but when you see the shares that are showing up on the order book simply at the spread between the bid and the ask, and they're there and then they suddenly disappear and the order wasn't completed, that's spoofing. When you see layering is oftentimes where you may see something in the order book that shows up down below, way down the list. So like if I were to give you like an example, layering might be where here you can see on the AMC order book here at $5.20, you see 68,000 shares sitting there. You know, these may be considered layering positions here at 524. There's 10.3 thousand, 10.2 at 529, 10,000 at 541, 10,000 at 540. This might be considered layering if they sit there, and then if price were to start moving in that direction towards those values and they suddenly start disappearing, then that would be layering. But when you have a specific bid and ask spread, which right now is 1 penny, there is no spread. It's literally between 509 and 510. When you start seeing orders disappearing over here in the order book and they're not showing up on the time and sales, that's spoofing. And so you know that's a problem. And he has done a great job of identifying that and putting it into a video here. My hopes is that he's submitted this into the SEC for a complaint for spoofing on AMC, and let me give you guys the link to that, actually, in case you want to go watch it.
Okay, I'm back. We got about 2.5, let's call it 3.5 minutes now, 3 minutes. Anyway.
How's that still playing? Oh. I was like, how's that still playing? It's right there, Casey. Let me give you guys a link to this so you guys can go watch that if you want to. But yeah. It definitely happens. Yeah, Darren Thompson saying plus 7% to negative 1%. I know, it's crazy. We're not the only ones on fire. This whole market's on fire right now. NCMI is up 16.33%. We'll take a look at the numbers here in about 9 minutes. Nah, it's not gutting. It's just the same thing day in, day out. The problem is that you're not curbing your expectations. So what you really need to do, it's really not that hard to watch. Just curb your expectations and don't expect things to happen. When you start expecting things to happen that and then it doesn't occur the way that you want it to work out, then you start experiencing an emotion. And this is really just something that you don't need to have an emotion about. It's just, it is what it is. You know, they're shorting the price down here to try and prevent new buyers from coming in and buying up shares. And it is what it is. It's not hard to watch. It's just simply numbers. I wouldn't have expected anything less than this. Can you imagine what would happen if price just started running out of control? Well, Darren, that's I hate to break it to you, but you're not actually down anything until you sell. So, you know, in regards to how you're investing your money, that's something that you got to remember, that how you invest your money makes a big difference. And it's probably one of those really important lessons in life to learn early on in regards to how you're trading, which is part of the reason why I have like the number one rule here in investing is only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. When you invest like that, it allows you to be able to kind of see things objectively instead of having emotional reactions to where price is moving to, and that way you can make more appropriate decisions and face things the way that you should be able to face them with an objective view. But when you get emotional about it, that's when you start making bad decisions, right? And that's when you start saying things like, I'm down so much money. Are you? Did you sell? If you sold, then yes, you are down a bunch of money, perhaps, depending on when you bought in. But if you're looking at it objectively and saying, I haven't sold anything yet, I haven't lost anything, it's only perceived losses because of the fact that the price happens to be sitting at $5.12. But you're totally entitled to feel the way that you want to feel. Kale says if we run up too fast, they will limit up, limit down, halt it. Absolutely, they will. From $5.52, let me put this in here real quick and make sure I've got the right numbers. From $5.52 down to $5.02 is a 9.1% drop. Synthetic price failures start to occur at about $4.44. That's a 19.5% drop in price, and is oftentimes the first turnaround point that you typically would see, a 19.5% drop from the previous high, which we had at 552 on AMC. And on Ape, what did our high get up to? 185 this morning. 185 was our previous high from 67 cents. We have still been maintaining newer highs as we have never... let me just go back and verify real quick here on Ape. Give me 1 second. We would have needed to, in order for this to be a synthetic price failure at any point, we would have needed to see at least a minimum of a $1.40, 49. Well, yeah, $1.49. So have we seen a $1.49 since 66 cents? 65 cents. I guess we did. We went up from 65 cents, from 67 cents, from 65 cents. We went up to 336. I feel like I'm missing some data. Seems like my charts may have not gotten saved or something the last time I shut them down because I seem to be missing some data in here. We went from 65 cents to 206 back in December of last year. 65 to 206. After the 206 drive up, we came down to 117. Followed by a run up to 336. After 336, price came down to as low as 127. Looks like 127 might have been the lowest. And ever since 127, we've been on nothing but an uptrend, with the highest price being $2.01, which would be a 58.27% increase in price from that 127. Currently, we've gone down to 163 as a low since 201. Which is an 18.91% drop in price, but not enough for me to consider a synthetic price failure. So we would have to see, in order to start a synthetic price failure on APE, we would have to probably hit something around the range of 162. It's actually, I got 1618 is the actual number, which would be a 19.5% drop in price. So we either have to come down to 163 or we have to continue to see higher highs from 201. For some reason or another, whenever I shut off my computer last, I must have deleted a whole, not saved the information, because all this, there's a lot of missing information here. I wonder if I opened up an old report. It's odd. Glenn's saying tons of volume in the dark pools. Well, let's take a look at the numbers. It is that time anyways. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, make sure you put in a secondary device if possible, in case something should happen to your primary device for receiving those access codes. And then the last portion of what the public service announcements that I always give here is that one of the most important things you can do for yourself, because I'm positive there's going to be broker failures in the future, is make sure that you have a copy, either a digital copy or a hard copy of your broker statement of your portfolio with all the brokers that you have, every single one of them, because you don't know who's going to have problems and who's not going to have problems. But I can almost guarantee you there's going to be brokers that have problems very similarly to how they did back in 2021. So make sure you have that information as you may be needing it. And you never know when they're going to accidentally report something different than what it is that you have on your documents. So don't let them dictate to you what you hold. You tell them. All right, let's see. I'm moving a couple screens around here, and then we'll take a look at the numbers. Alrighty, starting with top left-hand side. This is not meant as any kind of financial advice whatsoever. It's just simply four apes trying to figure out what price is going to be by the end of the day. I've got, for a price prediction, I've got 580 to 880 on the spread on the combined price of AMC and Ape. Eric's got 6 to 9. Apex has 597 to 897, and Einstein has 548 to 848. Some of our numbers are pretty close there, some aren't, and we'll see what ends up happening for the day. I've already got a price prediction tally point from yesterday for getting the price correct. Short exempt volume yesterday was up on both AMC and Ape. AMC was up 362.6 thousand shares. Ape was up 46.7 thousand shares. Utilization up also on AMC and Ape, and also price, day price increased. Utilization on AMC was up to 81.66, which was marginal. APE was up a couple percentage points to 94.05%. Yesterday, AMC finished up 2.93%, APE up 2.26%. That meets my requirements for a 5% gain in total for AMC as a whole. So I said one of three. Max pain for the day-to-day remains $5. It did not change from yesterday. Moving on to off exchange, let's see how much price suppression is being moved through these off exchanges. For AMC for this morning, we've got 58.17% going through off exchange, which is actually not that far off from where I would expect it to be. EDGX is at 8.27. I normally expect by this time of the morning 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. So those numbers are a little elevated, but not too much. Let's see. Combined between the two, it's 66.44%, or 12.44% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. I think yesterday by this time of the day we had over 15 or maybe even close to 17%, so higher than usual. So they are definitely high, but not as high as I would expect. CHX volume for the day today is only 277 shares so far. On APE, off exchange is 39.19%. Those are really low numbers. EDGX at 9.37. Combined total 57.56%. That's about 3.56% higher than I would expect to see it. Actually, just let me check something real quick here. I was incorrect. The total is 48.56. I misread the number for EDGX as 11.87. It was 9.37. So the total between off exchange and EDGX is 48.56. That's 5.44% less than I would expect it to be, which may be part of the reason why the price is up, or at least it was up. CHX volume for the day-to-day is 0 shares going through there. Do notice that the New York Stock Exchange is seeing 10%, 11% more volume than it normally does on APE. GME's off exchange, actually, let's just look at the CHX for GME's at 284 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. Institutional ownership this morning was at 145.112 million. That was an increase from yesterday at 183 point something. I can't remember what the number was. Let's see here. Let's see if it's changed anymore. It's still the same. No change since earlier this morning. Options. Highest amount of volume so far for the day-to-day in call options is coming through at a strike price of $5.50. Yesterday we ended the day at $5.50, so we're getting the same amount of volume at the same strike price. There's 10.1 thousand contracts already this morning. A normal day, usually we see about 3.5 thousand contracts by this time in the morning, so it's definitely elevated. A lot of people stepping into those cow patties. At least it looks like it from this perspective. On the put side, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. Yesterday that was the same. There's 10.5 thousand contracts there. In volume so far for the day-to-day, market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5.50 by the end of the day at this time. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.89. You can see that we're trading, we found a little bit of support at that 684 level of support that we've seen from the past. We did break out of a what I thought was an ascending parallel channel, which I don't see that happen very often unless, especially with one that's this long. Breaking to the top side of an ascending parallel channel like this usually is a sign that you're on the back side of a cup and handle. And if you go to the 1 hour chart here, you could potentially see that there might be a cup and handle in here. It's kind of it's kind of shaped poorly due to this inverted head and shoulders that occurred in here. But if price were to start moving back up drastically and reaching back up into prices, combined prices in the ranges of around close to $10, we could be on that backside of a cup and handle. The only problem is that right at market open, what does price do? It drops right back down again here. Dropped pretty hard on us. If we go back into a 1 minute interval to kind of take a closer look at what's going on here, you can see that it broke out in the pre-market morning hours. This morning was holding support in here pretty well. And then as soon as market opened, they dropped it down and found that support line at about 684, bounced off of that a little bit. And they may be trying to do what they typically do, which is at this point cool down volume by trading the stock sideways. So you can see down here, volume profile is starting to decrease volume. They're going to want to control volume as much as possible, kind of drop price a little bit first, keep investors kind of uncertain as to where price is going to be moving to, consolidate for a while, make volume disappear, and then start moving price again, making trades go through. So it's pretty typical. We've seen this on a lot of occasions, especially when there's buying pressure that kicks in out of nowhere. And with the positive earnings report that we had, it's not unexpected. Taking a look at AMC on Ortex. So far for the day-to-day, 2.05 million shares borrowed. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 30.29%. Cost to borrow mins at 351.49. Average is 368.27. And max is 380.33. Utilization day over day increased on AMC from 81.57 to 81.66. On loan amount increased as well from 193.48 to 194.15, which was 670,000 share increase on loaned shares. That's going to obviously make the estimated short share interest of the free float rise, and it went from 30.1 to 30.15, which means that Ortex is estimating that of that 670,000 shares in new loan shares, 260,000 of it was in new short interest. On loan average age per day are starting to rise again, which means we've got 1 day. We're 1 day into this being a possible signal for an incoming large price increase. I need to see 2 days in a row of upwards momentum on this to call that as being the case. So we went from 131.57 days to 134.15. Security lending volume was slightly down day over day from 6.38 million to 4.43. On APE, so far this morning, we have about 3,000 shares having been borrowed. Not really enough. I'm just going to go ahead and say 0. My number's on here. That's going... Oh, wait a minute. Wow. I just noticed here that on this chart that you guys are looking at, 8 million shares have already been borrowed once and then returned. So they're actually doing a lot of borrowing and returning of shares this morning. And that's likely to keep down some of the positions that maybe they can get more shares at a better rate. That might be a possibility. But I'll show you here in a minute why that occurred yesterday. We saw something similar with about 10 million shares yesterday that happened. But that's 3,000 shares so far borrowed for this morning. It's not really going to change anything on the short share interest of the free float, which is sitting at 10.61%. Cost borrow mins at 6.2. Average is 6.2 and max is 6.91. Utilization day over day increased from 92.13 to 94.05. On loan amount decreased from 79.46 to 78.85. That's a return of about 610,000 shares day over day. The odd part is that when we were watching the numbers yesterday, we saw at some point we were about 6 million shares borrowed for the day. But the thing is if you go to security lending that's not the way I want to put it. You can see here that they returned shares. It went from 79.46 to 78.85. The on-loan average age per day started to drop from 13.59 to 13.39. And so it makes you wonder, like, how in the world does that happen when they loaned out like nearly 80 million shares, like at least 50 million shares back here? That should be going up 1 day per tick. Every single day it should be going up a day. It didn't. And the reason for that is because yesterday they basically, security lending volume was 21.02 million shares. So they basically borrowed 10 million shares and then returned 10 million shares. And so they basically took down the time of newly loaned shares down a little bit by returning some of the shares and then borrowing them back out. It was actually the other way around, borrowing more shares and then returning them. So they're borrowing new shares to return old shares to keep those numbers low. Estimated short share interest of the free float as a result of a return of some shares yesterday went down from 10.63 to 10.61. And there's that security lending volume right there at about 21.02 million shares. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. With elevated volume on AMC today, I do expect to see AMC on the list, and at least initially. And here we go. 59.03% buy to 40.97% sell ratio. We're getting a lot more buying than we had from yesterday. It's not quite 60-40, but it's really darn close. Much, much better than what we had from yesterday's numbers. Let's see here. APE and GME are not on this list, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $4.61 for AMC, APE at 1.593. Shares available to borrow is showing a 0. Looks like they borrowed the rest of the remaining shares that they had out earlier this morning. I went ahead and wrote us down for about 50,000 shares borrowed for the day today. They have returned some shares back to the ETFs. Fees were last seen at 260.1%. Let me write that down. And why is it that dry erase marker doesn't rub off a skin, but it rubs just fine on glass? The skin absorbs. Let's see here. Option data as far as calls and puts in the money and out of the money. We have calls out of the money, 170.8 thousand contracts. In the money, 44.9 thousand contracts. Out of the money, puts 309.9 thousand contracts. And in the money, 43.7 thousand contracts. How's that market looking? NASDAQ is down 1.37%. Dow Jones is down 1.21%. S&P 500 is down 1.1%. We have 4,455 decliners to 1,624 advancers. The market is thinly advancing. And this is where I like to say, watch out for hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn the crap out of your feet because it is nasty looking. Woof. How are those banks doing? Let's take a look, shall we? FRC is down 9.39%. PacWest down 3.64%. Western Alliance down 4.72%. First Horizon down 3.39%. Bank of America, or Bank of California rather, down 3.43%. Zion Bank is down 3.83%. The Juche Bank is down 4.54%. U.S. Bancorp down 4.24%. Bank of America down 3.58%. I'm only reading 2.75% or more of a change. Citigroup is down 3.3%. Charles Schwab is really close, down 2.71%. I'm going to read BlackRock, down 2.67%. Goldman Sachs, down 3.5%. Morgan Stanley, down 2.83%. Bank of New York Mellon is down 2.71%. Northern Trust, down 3.41%. And that's it. Those are the biggest movers. That's all. Just those. Ethereum Classic is currently breaking even right now. And kind of trending down a little bit after a quick spike earlier this morning. The US dollar is up 0.66%. And I would say trending up. 102.76. Hitting a Fibonacci retracement level of resistance. And it's got that it would need to break through. Oil is down 3.29% and slight trend upwards right now. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.55 to 0.54 and slight trends up on both of those. BlackRock looks a little bit more like it might be consolidating. SPY is down 1.1 and on a downtrend. VIX up 11.67% at 1752. for a second time inside of my box, breaking this box here that I've got. Actually, you know what? It may have just broken the box for the first time. Definitely showing a trend up, though. VBR, one of the largest holders of shares of AMC for an ETF, is down 1.95% and trending down. VB is down 1.84 and trending down. Tesla is down 0.1% and trending up currently. Amazon is down 1.93 and slight trend upwards right now, but after having been on a downtrend for the most part of the morning open. Cinemark is up 1.11%, consolidating. Doge is up 0.66 and slight trend up. Bitcoin is up 0.73 on a slight trend up. GME is down 2.99 and consolidating. Did I say up? Down 2.99. HYMC is down 1.51, consolidating. NCMI is up 13.27% and trending up. Hood is down 2.6 and consolidating. Ape is up 1.69, consolidating. AMC is up 1.56 and on a slight uptrend, but it looks like it's going to reverse here. And probably just a little bit. I would say consolidating currently. We got good volume movement, though, on AMC. Let me tell you, there is approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 12.78 million shares traded so far. After 49 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 101.71 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I don't think it's going to be that much. My volume prediction for the day was 30 to 50 million. I know that a pace of 101 is going to make that sound like it's impossible. I did expect us to kind of reach the top portion of my 30 to 50 million prediction, but I do expect that the idea here now for the rest of the day is to basically force volume to kind of subside. As you can see by the Bollinger Bands pinching off here, the way that they are, the volatility is definitely decreasing. So they're kind of removing the idea of like, hey, this isn't going to, the message that the institutions are sending here is, this is not going to be explosive. Expect normalcy and just don't buy anything right now because it's going to be the same old is what they're going to be suggesting through this price movement here to try and keep investors away. They don't want anybody investing in this. Let's see. Moving on, we've got on a 4-hour chart here, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 57.43, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 52.9, which is average. It does appear to be a divergence forming on the vortex indicator within the next perhaps hour. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure and a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 49.16, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 45.3, which is slightly below average. On APE, there's approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.8 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 51 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for about 21.41 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million. I think we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 53.93, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, currently there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.65, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.71, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.25, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoto Cloud. On a 1-hour chart for APE, lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, price is above a green cloud, which is incredibly bullish. To see price breaking above a green cloud I don't want to say it's unheard of, but it shows a level of buying pressure that's probably greater than would have been expected. by this trend analysis. So seeing the break above a green cloud like this is pretty bullish. In order for this to maintain a buy signal, price really needs to maintain 183 or higher for the day today. So it's going to be the key goal, and then going into tomorrow, it's going to be 185. So 183 is the key target, and you'll see why here in a minute. Why 186 is being protected so heavily on the order book. Holy crap. 430,000 shares at $1.86. Let's take a look at that 4-hour chart here. On the 4-hour chart, you've got lagging line right at price line. You've got conversion and base on top of each other stacked. And price is trying to break its way back out of a green cloud where, typically speaking, price likes to move downwards through green clouds and upwards through red. So this should be a downwards momentum position that the stock should be trading on, but it's not. It's actually starting to move back into the green territory or non-green territory above the cloud, which would be incredibly bullish, especially if we can get the lagging line to be to rise above the price line. This will be a bullish signal, which means that we have to hit about $1.86. That's why 186 is so heavily protected right now on the order book. 430,000 shares of $1.86. They do not want price getting over that. If it gets over $1.86, it could become uncontrollable, especially with the current earnings report. Taking a look at AMC on a 1-hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line, conversion is above base. Price is touching down on the base here, and you can see they actually did this a few times this morning on the 1-hour chart where price hit the base. That's usually a signal for downwards momentum, meaning it's that there's going to be a little bit of a sell-off and that it's moving more towards breaking through the green cloud here in the futures. So as it stands right now, price is kind of moving downward. We're at $5.22, which is still up for the day today. To maintain a buy signal for today, we need to maintain 515 or higher. So as long as we're above 515, we should be okay. Once we break 515, we could start and maintain lower than 515. We could have some problems to where we see price trying to break back down below $4, and by the end of today, it will be around 488. So we'll be watching for that to see what happens there. The max pain is $5. Seeing us trade closer to $5 is more than likely, as institutions pick up the most money when we break to max pain. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, but price is now in a red cloud, which is a period of uncertainty as to where price is going to go. And this is when as a day trader, where you may look at this and say, like, I don't want to have anything to do with this. This is the keep away zone. Don't enter in or exit any kind of positions inside the cloud. That's the rule for this trading indicator. So this is kind of a gray area, right? Like it's really red area, but it's a gray area. And so we're sitting here in price at 521. In order for us to get a buy signal out of this 4-hour chart, price would have to come all the way up and rise above the red cloud here, which would be about $6.50. So I put in 651 or higher, maintaining in order to break the cloud for the day-to-day, which would be a pretty impressive move from 520. I'm not expecting it to occur, but it would be really cool if it did. I wouldn't deny that. Where do they have their walls at on the sell side? Biggest wall that I see really is kind of around 540 range. Looks like they don't want us to hit kind of that area. But really right now is all about controlling volume. So they're going to stagnate price where it's at likely. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Tim Abbott says the algorithm is controlling this play 100%. It's more than one, right? It's a lot of trading algorithms, but yeah, that's what institutions do. They control price. That's how they make money. Unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, Tim, but we're trading in a market that's heavily impacted by people who are way smarter than us, but don't necessarily deserve what it is that they make out of everybody's pockets that they make money out of. So, yeah. Let's see here. Patrick says, Black Belt Trader YouTube video shows Fintel AMC only a sudden 10% shares short of free float. Ape is 5%. Is it a glitch? I confirm this when I check at Fintel. That should be incorrect. But let me just go check real quick here. It's probably not accurate. Let's see here. The only way that would... Yeah, I can't imagine. Let's see. They changed up their site a little bit, didn't they? Where is... Oh, here we go. I see what they did. They moved all the tabs down. Okay. Yeah, I see it being reported here as well. It says short interest on AMC is 10.6%. That's percentage of the float. That doesn't make any sense, though, right? If short interest, because it is reporting 150 million shares in short interest. So how in the world that could be 10%, 10.6% when you know that there's 519,000? So if the short interest is truly indeed 150 million shares, then that short interest is that short interest, a percentage of the float, is inaccurate. It's not a correct reporting. So that's not accurate. It's real simple to do the math for yourself. You know, there's 500 and maybe it's 518. Let me see here. Free float is really close to about 516. So, you know, there's about 516,000 shares in the free float. You know, if there's 150 million reported in short interest by Fintel, then you can just do the math yourself, divide the numbers, and come up with the correct short interest of the free float. The number that they're reporting there is not accurate. And let me check out Ape. Whatever happened to... Holy moly. They moved this way down the page, didn't they? Short interest being reported on Ape is showing up at 5.08%, but they're saying 71.8 million shares. Ortex is currently estimating about 95 million. Again, Fintel only reports during certain periods of time. I don't think we're in a reporting period right now. So that's got to be some older information, and there's been some more loan shares since then, but that 5.08% is obviously not right. We know that the outstanding amount of shares is that number would be closer to 10%, which is what's being reported on Ortex right now. So yeah, those numbers are not accurate. Incorrect numbers. If you think it's all RAM of algorithms, what is your opinion on Ant's trades theory? I don't know what his theory is. I don't follow what he says. But I'll tell you this. I hate it when people come in and ask me what I think about other people's opinions. We all got assholes, man. Yours stinks just as much as mine does. So, don't worry about what I think. It's not going to make any difference. Yeah, John, it's just a simple division problem, right? Like if they're reporting a certain number and then you know how many shares are outstanding on the free float, not outstanding, sorry, of the free float, then you can just do the simple math and divide the numbers and come up with the right answer. Give us an honest opinion of your opinion. Man, I thought I was just honest. Will says, my ass smells like roses. I don't know. What are you rubbing? Man, you better be careful. You better make sure those things are dethorned. That's all I got to tell you. What are you using? Gee whiz. Roses. Your roses aren't red. They're brown. Danny says, watch your ale. Food dog likes to smell them. The roses? I bet he does. Oh shoot! I gotta open up the back of the big tramp here. Hold on a second. Let me head back to the back of the big tramp. I am back there. If you guys come back there, you will be live. So it's Tuesday. Tuesdays, Thursdays we do back of the big tramp, and Fridays. Don't you dare try and get in a butt smelling competition with me, Billy. How dare you? Don't you dare try to Preacher, how was your birthday, man? Did you have a good happy birthday?
Yeah. I mean, in the evening I just crashed. Well, my evening, your afternoon, I just crashed, so I didn't catch the ending of the day. But then I actually woke up, went back, and just listened to the ending, just to listen to that song again. Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Yeah,
spend some time with the family.
I'm glad that I was able to introduce you to a new group and that you like, because it's always fun to just find a group that you haven't heard before.
Definitely.
Like today's song,
so long,
I had no idea who that group was.
I still don't know who it is, but I liked it. I think it probably somebody mentioned.
I think the name of the group is Poor Man's Poison, Give and Take was the name of the song.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm having some really, really bad lag right now. So if I interrupt you, I apologize. It's just my internet sucks.
No worries.
Stinking Rocket says, if the earnings numbers are out, what is the actual earnings call? It comes in at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is going to be 4 my time or 1 hour after the market closes. And later on today, I will provide a link for you to be able to get to that webcast. Actually, I could just provide it right now for you. Give me just 1 second, and I'll do that. There's a link for you in case you want to listen to it. I will not be streaming, and you're quite welcome. Tom says, Casey, have you seen any of the Joe Bonamassa concerts on YouTube? I have not. Was I supposed to? Was that homework that I was supposed to do and I forgot? 1796 Parrot, yes. If you click the link in the top of this chat that's pinned up there, it'll take you straight to the earnings report that was released pre-market this morning. It's me says, are we expecting the stock to go down during the earnings call like it usually does, or do you think this one will be different? Yeah, I would expect the worst. Expect the worst and be happily surprised if it doesn't turn out that way. I'm getting a lot of people saying, or it looks like there's a couple people at least saying Joe B is the best. Will says, I'm just happy for positive earnings. Me too, man. What a relief, right?
Yep. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How you doing today?
Doing good. So yeah, it was good. I'm looking back at past earning reports, and it is hard to predict AMC's revenue. Do you know why?
Yeah, there's why is that? Tell me.
Well, I'm just looking at it like quarter one total box office was 28% up, and then AMC's revenue was up 21.5. So it was a difference of 7% or so, 6 or 7, and then quarter two, our revenue grew by 15.6, which was really close to what quarter two actually did, which was a change of 15.2. So some quarters it's really close to what the actual quarter box office is, and some it's like 6% apart.
Do you think maybe it has something to do with something that maybe due second quarter of the year every year? Maybe I don't know, taxes, or I don't know. I'm just suggesting that there might be something in there that perhaps maybe changes second quarter numbers a little bit.
Yeah, maybe something that's higher brained than what I'm thinking, because revenue would be like what you bring in, and then that's not net profit, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll have to look at. I was gonna have fun. I'm gonna crunch some more numbers because I want to get for my own nerdiness.
yeah.
The thing I like to see.
Polito says also, don't you think?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I'm like I said, I'm delayed. Go ahead.
I like the fact that we had less screenings but bigger attendance.
Yeah, less
so
screens.
Even though there were less movies or less shows per, I don't know exactly how to explain, but we had more income per patron and basically bigger attendance, despite the smaller number of screenings.
Yeah. Polito, so that document that I'm linking you to, and here it comes directly from AMC. They filed that. They would have had to have filed that document, and that always gets filed and released before Adam Aaron talks every single time. He never talks first, and then it gets released. So it has to be released first to the SEC, and then it's filed. There's nothing different than like usual. It just happens to be pre-market versus just before he starts doing the quarterly call, which, by the way, I think sometimes those are often pre-recorded. I don't think they're always live. So there's a very good chance that this may have been a pre-recorded quarterly earning report that we're going to end up hearing as well. Maybe. I don't know for sure. But I don't think he's mad. They have to do that.
Do you think it's nonsense. It doesn't really matter much, but do you think because it was, filed and everything, if he wanted to, he could tweet about it, or does he have to only talk during the earnings call?
I mean, he did tweet about it, right?
Oh, he did?
I don't know if you saw it or not, but he tweeted. Well, wait a minute. I'm not seeing it now. Hold on a second. I thought he did. Huh. I could have sworn he tweeted about it this morning, but I'm not seeing it now. So that's kind of odd. That's really weird. I could have sworn I saw a tweet from him on this morning, but I guess apparently I'm mistaken. But yeah, he should. The filing should always have to come first before he can say anything. Yeah. So if he wanted to say something, I would imagine. Yeah.
Because it's public now.
Okay.
Not that he has.
Embro95 said, I saw it. Melting Faces says he did. So maybe he deleted it. He may have gone back and deleted it afterwards. I don't know. I'm not sure. I could have sworn I saw that he had tweeted something. So maybe I'm just. I felt like I was dreaming or something. I don't know. I was surprised though to see that it was released in advance, and it doesn't bother me in any kind. It's kind of weird. I've been seeing some people who have been having some like negative thoughts about the idea that the earnings report would be released in the pre-market this morning, and I have no idea why that would be the case.
I thought I saw an account that had Adam Aaron's picture, but it didn't say Adam Aaron. I forgot who it was, but they had posted that information.
Huh.
Yeah, I saw something. I know I saw something earlier this morning. I could have sworn it was Adam Aaron, but
You're saying it was an account that used his face?
Yes.
Oh, if they do that,
it's possible. They have to put that it's a parody, it's possible.
It should get removed if they don't put a parody line. Or at least that's what I thought. I don't know. I think you shouldn't be able to put someone's likeness without putting parody.
I also saw it released from somebody else. It wasn't Unusual Wells. I think it was.
Okay. The account may have been AMC Not Leaving, at AMC Not Leaving, because it does have Adam Aaron's face on it, and it did report AMC's Entertainment Today reported results for the second quarter, and that might be it. I'm looking back through my history here. So yeah.
but it seems to be all over. So.
Pro Jeweler, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Casey. I don't know if you saw it, but I posted you a message in your DMs.
On Discord? Oh, my DMs?
Yeah. Yes. In your Discord
on Twitter?
DM.
Twitter?
No.
Oh.
Discord. It was a few days back. So.
There we go. I did not see it, but I just responded. It was fun meeting up with you guys too on the way back.
Yeah, that was a great. We had a great time, and I hope I wasn't. I know I was drifting in and out. My ADD was really battling.
Oh my gosh! I mean that restaurant that we were sitting in. It reminded me of like a cafeteria in high school where. Tell me if this happened to you too, because I'm just kind of curious since you also have ADD. When you were a kid in high school, you remember when you'd sit in the cafeteria and then all the people were talking and everything? Did it sound to you like a bunch of ants? Like, was that the impression that you got, or like the buzz of just people talking?
It's just a buzz, and sometimes the energy's good and it's okay, and then sometimes the energy's bad, and you're like, I got to get out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of,
it's really bad for me when I'm in a place like that. My wife can be looking straight at me in the eyes, sitting across the table from me and like talking to me, and I'm looking at her and I'm reading her lips and I'm hearing what she's saying, but I'm not hearing it. And I can't, and I just simply look at her and I say, I can't hear what you're saying. And she just like, she goes, I then she gets frustrated a little bit because, it's like, it's annoying.
You're a foot away from me. You got to hear what I'm, yeah. I think they learn to tolerate us at a certain point. The wives do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a great time.
And it's not that I'm trying to tune her. Sorry, my there's a delay here between me talking and you talking because of my wonderful internet.
Well, we're on the end of the planet down here. Our internet sucks down here.
Are you guys getting some bad weather over there now?
No, it was just hot yesterday. It was like Texas weather down here.
I brought it with us.
Yeah. It was really hot yesterday.
R. Yale says that is known as selective hearing, Casey. It happens after a few years of marriage, and unfortunately, I wish it were the case. But for me, it's not. It's exactly not that at all. It's literally attention deficit disorder, and what happens is that it could be anybody. It doesn't matter who it is. It could be my mom. It could be my dad. It could be my brother, my sister. It could be anybody. It doesn't matter. It could be somebody that I really want to see. Margot Robbie could be sitting in front of me and talking to me, and I'd never met her before, and it would still be me not being able to hear what it is that person is saying and hearing everything else in the background instead, and it overpowers the senses.
I agree. I'm just scanning through Twitter here.
I felt like I was actually doing pretty decent.
Oh, yeah. You were on point. And then you dropped your fork, and I was like...
Yeah, I was...
That helped, actually, because then I could... I was like, okay, I'm back here now. So.
Oh, man. And that actually made me like super nervous to drop a fork like that.
It It made everything.
It was.
Well, did it?
It
I
might have been
mean,
a good point for you.
well, no. I mean, it's you're gonna stuff like that's gonna happen. You know, I wasn't embarrassed or anything for you. I was like, okay. It drew my attention right back to help me hyper focus once again. So, but yeah, we had a great conversation. We didn't talk about AMC at all, which I didn't have any plans to talk to you about that one way or the other. So, but yeah, it's just a great time to visit with y'all and listen to y'all's experience and your trip and have some coffee.
Now that I've got you here, I got to ask you, what's up with the menus? Why is it that everybody's got the same menu?
Well,
What is the deal with that? Is it
okay,
just
we
the?
have
Is
some.
it the?
There's a lot of seafood focus, right? And now we do have some local places we go that the tourists don't go to, and
Mhm.
and and we usually focus on special. When they come out and they say they have a special, you go for the special because it's something that's not on the menu or it's something a little different. But yeah, you can get shrimp made 1,000 ways down here. So if you're, um, and next time you come down, I'll direct you to some of the more local places, and you can get a little, some different food fare for you.
Is the special on
But
discount?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they'll have like hogfish special or
Yeah.
catch of the day. Yeah. So, and then you can learn which are the good fish to go for, and we do need some
Now,
more
I,
restaurants
I, I
down there
thought
for sure.
I'm looking up. Mahi mahi seem to be on other than shrimp. Mahi mahi seem to be the choice item on most of the menus. So I'm looking up right now to see where they are naturally caught from. But I thought those were more native to like the Pacific.
No, you can catch mahi in the Gulf. It just depends on the season too. Like when fish run, when the mullet run, then other fish are coming in, and it's like they're not out there all the time. They move around. So
Okay, so it says here,
you'll have
mahi
a
mahi are found in the Atlantic, Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean, and are caught from the Massachusetts to Texas. About 1/3 of U.S. commercial harvest of mahi mahi comes from the Atlantic, Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean. The rest comes from the Pacific, mainly Hawaii. So I was right about 2/3 of it, I guess. The other 1/3 comes from the Gulf and the Atlantic.
yeah. I, I've caught them in the Bahamas. I've caught them in Grand Cayman. I've caught them in Mexico. I usually do fishing trips when I go on vacation and stuff. I've never caught one here, but yeah.
Hmm.
Now we have a lot of pink.
I stay
We
away
have a lot of
from.
shrimp boats down here, and they get the Gulf pink shrimp, the big ones, big Gulf pink. So you can always get shrimp.
Do they fish for those off the poop deck?
Sure, why not? Yeah. Have you ever been shrimping?
I had to throw that in there. Huh? What's that? No, I've never been shrimping ever. No.
Yeah. My wife's grandfather, he had a shrimp boat down in South Louisiana, and I did it once, and I'll never do that again. It's a lot of work.
I mean, I feel like that goes to say, I think, for like any kind of fishing, honestly.
The commercial fishing is not an easy life.
I used to watch a lot of oh shoot, I don't remember the name of those fishing boat something catch.
Deadliest Catch with Mike Rowe.
It was basically yeah. I think that's what it was. The Deadliest Catch, and those guys are going out and they're doing crabbing or fishing or whatever it is that they're doing. And it's like I always sit there and I watch it and I go like, man, that's crazy. Those guys go through some crazy stuff there. We've got about 1 minute left here before we take a look at the numbers. I'm going to go ahead and stay in the back of the big tramp as I do the numbers, and that way you guys can hear them and you don't have to like leave and come back. I'm pulling up the news right now that's showing up on AMC and Ape. It says AMC sees explosive start to third quarter on Barbenheimer Frenzy. August 8th, Reuters says movie theater chain AMC Entertainment Holdings, AMC, said in a current quarter was off to a strong start driven by box office hits such as Barbie and Oppenheimer. After beating second quarter revenue estimates on Tuesday, the company's shares rose 3% in pre-market trade. The stock, a hot favorite of retail investors, has risen about 26% so far this year. The third quarter of 2023 is off to an explosive start with, they just repeated themselves here. Movie theaters have been seeing revival in footfall after an uneven recovery from pandemic lows thanks to a steady stream of movie releases during the year. AMC's second quarter revenue rose 15.6% to $1.35 billion compared with analyst estimates of $1.29 billion, according to Refinitiv data. The company reported a profit of 1 cent per share compared to a loss of 12 cents per share a year earlier. AMC's glide path to eventual recovery continued with significant pace in the second quarter of 2023 as our results set records and represent AMC's strongest second quarter in 4 full years, Aaron said. Aaron added that the U.S. movie industry is 20% ahead of where it was last year and could propel even higher in the second half of the year unless the current writers and actors strike delay the release of the movie titles into the year. The strikes overpay in the streaming era have disrupted production of scripted series for the fall TV season and halted work on films. Ariel says a beat is a beat. That's what I said. A win is a win. Go suck it, hedgies. That's what I say. All right. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns specifically for me until you see that big tramp back up on the screen again. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the data. When I go to break a little bit later, I will probably open the quarterly report and kind of read over it a little bit to see if there's anything interesting in there that I see. But let's take a look at our numbers so far for the day-to-day. On off-exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we have approximately 58.17% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 8.27. The combined total in that 66.44%, or about 6.44% higher than it should be. CHX volume is 6.1 thousand shares so far. Not a whole lot going through there. Nothing unusually large. Actually, you know what? This is still updating. Did that not report correctly? Hold on a second here. That had to be the updated numbers. Yeah, it was. Okay. Let's see here. For APE, we've got 46.14% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 8.01. The combined total 54.15%, or about 5.85% less than what I would expect to see. 0 shares going through CHX. GME CHX volume is 365 shares, nothing unusually large. Taking a look at Ortex. On AMC for the day today, we've got an hour ago, there was a reporting of 2.05 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.51 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 30.32%. Cost borrow mins at 351.49, average is 366.71, and max is 380.33. Inflow versus out, or sorry, not inflow versus outflow. Shares on loan for the day today is at 194.15 million shares. That is approximately 670,000 more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 260,000 of that was in new short interest. On APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 0 shares. There was like 3,000 shares borrowed for the day. It's now 1.5 million shares borrowed for the day. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 10.67%. Cost to borrow mins at 4.72, average is 5.97, and max is 6.91. Shares on loan for the day today is at 78.85 million shares on loan. That is 610,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And then taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far for calls, at least an hour ago, was at $5.50 strike with 10.1 thousand contracts. That's still the case. It's now 17.2 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. It was 10.5 thousand contracts an hour ago, and it's now 12.8. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.99. Nice. Let's see. We've got consolidation kind of going on right now. And we're kind of trading right back in that, other than this, if I were to take out the after hours in here, the ascending parallel channel would look a little bit more respected than if I were to not have those numbers in there. So we had a little bit of a weird, interesting kind of morning this morning where extended trading hours caused price to move up and out of that ascending parallel channel briefly, and then as soon as market opened, they dropped us right back into it again. We are trading at $6.99 combined. Orders by Fidelity customers for the day today. AMC, APE, and GME are the only 3 that I'm looking for on this list. AMC was on it earlier, although I would imagine volume is getting smashed right now. We probably will still be on the list, and we are. 56.84% buys, a 43.16% sell ratio. Not as good as the 60-40 that I'd like to see, but it's better than it was yesterday. Let's see if Ape and Jimmy are in here. Nope. No Ape or Jimmy. SSR trips at $4.61. Ape at 1.593. Shares available to borrow has not changed. Actually, that's not true. They did return about 5,000 shares a little while ago and then reborrowed those back out again. But that's not enough for me to count. There are still shares sitting in the ETF available to borrow. And there's fees were last seen at 243.9%, which is a little bit down from the 260.1 earlier. Let me erase my number and write the new one in. NASDAQ is down 1.55%. Dow Jones is down 1.15, and the S&P 500 is down 1.16. We have 4,472 decliners to 1,645 advancers. It's just about as bad as it was an hour ago. And it's hot lava floor. Watch out. It's going to burn your feet, this market right now. It's looking pretty nasty. Let's see here. We got FRC is down 9.39%. I'm only going to read anything 2.75% or more of a change for the day today. We've got Western Alliance down 3.13. Zion is down 3.3. The Douche Bank is down 4.41. U.S. Bank Core down 3%. Bank of America down 3.76. Citigroup down 3.32. BlackRock down 3.23. Goldman Sachs down 3.21. Morgan Stanley down 2.93. And Northwestern Trust is down 3.04. Actually, this is just Northern Trust. Actually, is it? It's Northern Trust, sorry. It's down 3.04%. Taking a look at Ethereum Classic, it is up 0.36% on an uptrend after a very volatile opening and up and down also on Ethereum Classic. The US dollar is up 0.59% and looking like it's kind of consolidating right now for the most part. It is on a slight uptrend currently. Oil is down 2.69%. And slightly trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.39 to 0.38 and trending down. SPY is down 1.14 and still trending down. VIX is up 12.75% at 17.96. VBR is down 1.7 and consolidating. VB is down 1.79. Consolidating. Tesla is down 1.17. Consolidating. Amazon is down 2.56 and on a decline, a descending trend. Cinemark is down 0.03 and trending down. Doge is up 0.97, trending up. Bitcoin is up. How much you up, Bitcoin? 0.97% and trending up. GME is down 2.66 and trending up. HYMC is down 1.28 and trending slightly up. NCMI is up 10.88 and consolidating. Hood is down 2.78, consolidating. Ape is up 2.54 and trending up. AMC is up 1.17 and a very small trend up as well, with the Bollinger Bands really tightening down. Currently for the day-to-day, we have about about $1.3 million more outflow than inflow on AMC. 16.16 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 100 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 63.02 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggest somewhere between 30 and 50 million. I think we're on a good track for hitting that, provided we do see some end of the day volume, which I imagine will be the case. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.06, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.98, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.66, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.95 or 44.45, which is slightly below average. On Ape, we have approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.6 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 101 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 13.9 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 1 to 20 million that I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.49, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.17, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.75, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.3, which is slightly above average. And with that, I'm done with the numbers. All right. I'm dying to find out from you guys who are in here in the back of the Big Tramp right now. What were your expectations? And it's okay to be wrong. I'd actually prefer if you guys just told me what it was you were thinking. But what were your perceptions of what EPS was going to be versus what it came out to be?
It came out exactly like I thought it was going to come out. I figured we'd be a penny over. And
nice.
I knew we were going to be green. I figured, well, if we're green 1 penny, I mean, that's what you want to be able to say is we were green. We're in the black. So I think it's something good to
Thought we were
build
going
off.
to miss.
Rex, was that you? What were you saying?
Yes. I said I thought we were going to miss by like 3 cents, to be honest, but I'm glad to see we're in the green.
Nice. Come on, Tech. Throw it out there.
Oh, sorry, I was in transit. 1 second.
No problem. Preacher, what about you? Anything? Thoughts? Preacher's probably just listening right now. He probably can't talk. MCon says, what was predicted today? As far as what, MCon? The prediction for EPS was negative 0.04. I was kind of expecting like 0.03. Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead, Tech. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, I was gonna say I predicted higher, like 4 to 8, you know. But now I'm gonna be more conservative in the future.
And that way it'll beat your expectations. Yeah, I was expecting like. Yeah, I was expecting 0.03 to 0.04. So I was a little bit kind of expecting something higher. So I was a little, to be very honest, I was very shocked to see it come in at 0.01. But again, a win is a win, and I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain. I just don't understand why people are upset about the numbers coming out early. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I can see why some people would get upset about it, giving the hedge funds more time to try to make their moves, giving them the information at the beginning of the day versus at the end. But other than that, I don't see a real issue with it.
Yeah, I guess I make the opposite thing that it actually, like, I think you said it, Casey. Like it's a switcheroo thing. You're just putting data out like before, and it could be at any time, and that way, they have to adjust whenever the information comes out. And if you don't know when it's coming out, then there you go.
I always feel like the market makes those adjustments like way in advance, though. Like I feel like we were seeing the major price run, a week in advance. Like AMC was going up for like a week, and I mean, if we scroll back out here to the daily, the last 5 trading days, and I'm not going to include today. But you've got 1, 2, maybe not a week. I guess it would have been more like 3. The last 3 trading days were up. Overall, I mean, you could say that we started out on the 28th of July. We've been on pretty much an uptrend for the most part since then. So I felt like we've pretty much like. Holy crap. I just realized this is a cup. It is a cup. The daily chart showing a cup. Huh. I wasn't even seeing it before. I kept looking at the 1 hour and I was just kind of going like, not so much. When you go out to, and even the 4 hours kind of, I mean, it's easier to see on a 4 hour, but the 1 hour, the daily, I mean, is much easier to see. The scoop. I like to refer to it as the scoop. Let me show you another scoop from the past. I like scoops. Scoop-a-doop. Let's see. Oh my, how far back am I going to have to go here? That is way too far. The scoop. That is one hell of a scoop. The scoop. Double bottom. Second portion of it's a scoop. Take off. Double bottom. Second portion's a scoop. Take off. I don't see the double bottom on this one though. Yeah.
Did you see the SEC talking about fines?
Oh, somebody brought that up earlier this morning. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's do some research on that real quick. Who was? Let me pull
Wells
up
Fargo.
the SEC announcement on that because that actually is big. Really? Do tell. Hold on a second here. I'm pulling it up. Do you have a link?
It's on my weight loss Twitter.
Reuters is reporting that, I think. Reuters.
What's the title for it?
It's called Big Corporate Settlements Coming, says U.S. Department of Justice official. Head of DOJ division overseeing the investigations on the financial fraud steps down in August. Great. October to join the white-collar defense teams of law firms, clients, Barclays, B of A, Credit Suisse, Goldman, Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, UBS. Looks like that's great. So the head of criminal division of the Department of Justice is going to trade. He's jumping teams in the middle of all this.
I guess that's a separate story from what I saw. Yeah, I think right because the one I'm seeing is from like sec.gov. We pulled up. Yeah, if you Google SEC, there's like 11 brokerage firms.
Here we go. Banks hit with $549 million in fines for use of Signal WhatsApp to evade regulators' reach. Is that it? That's reported today at 9:03 a.m. And it says Wells Fargo in here in the title. Key points: U.S. regulators on Tuesday announced a combined $549 million in penalties against Wall Street firms that failed to maintain electronic records of employee communications. The Securities and Exchange Commission announced charges against 11 firms for widespread and long-standing failures to maintain records, including by allowing employees to use unsupervised side channels such as messaging apps, WhatsApp, and Signal. The regulator said Wells Fargo was the biggest U.S. Bank cited Tuesday in the sweeping actions. U.S. regulators on Tuesday. Let's see here. The Securities and Exchange Commission disclosed charges and $289 million in fines against 11 firms for widespread, long-standing failures in record keeping, while the Commodity Futures Trading Commission also said it fined 4 banks in a total of $260 million for failing to maintain records recorded by the agency. We have J.P. Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Citigroup. We're on that list. Today's actions stem from our continuing sweep to ensure that regulated entities, including broker-dealers and investment advisors, comply with their record-keeping requirements, which are essential for us to monitor and enforce compliance with the federal security laws. Sanjay Wadhwa, Deputy Director of Enforcement at the SEC, said in the release, the firms admitted that from at least 2019, employees used side channels like WhatsApp to discuss companies' business, failing to preserve records in violation of the federal securities laws, the SEC said Tuesday. I honestly, I feel, and this is just my feeling, and dismiss it if you want to, but I feel like until there's jail time involved with some of this kind of stuff, that we're not going to see any changes in how business is done. It's just, they just write it up as cost of business.
Yeah.
If you do the crime, you do the time.
Yeah, I guess jail time would be the only thing, because I mean, even if, like, let's say you shut down like a big bank, right? Is that really going to do it?
No, and they're not going to shut anybody down over something like this either. And who does that impact, right? Who would have been negatively impacted by those communications, private communications that would have been going through, and could that have potentially, what we ought to do is we ought to be seeing what it is that they're saying. Is it possible we can pull up the information and find out what it is that they're saying? If we've been harmed by that, would we have some kind of recourse of action that we could take against those banks for potentially market fraud?
Well, and it doesn't make sense that they don't even generally talk about what was discussed on those apps and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The way the IRS theoretically prevents wrongdoing is that not only do you pay the back taxes, and many times it can be 300% penalty on top of that. So it's interesting how the IRS has one standard for financial malfeasance, but the markets have a completely different one.
Yeah. My son just walked into the room and he was pointing at my head. It took me a second to figure out what he was doing. He was pointing at the new hat. He's like, it's a difference. It's a change. We're in the black today on AMC. We're no longer in the red, so I can't wear. Apparently, it's not okay to wear red hats now.
It's still red though.
Oh yeah, well it's got the AMC print on the back in red. Yeah, that's a thing of the past. That's why it's in the back.
Black hat with your AMKC.
Black hat with AMK across the top. The blue wouldn't show up in black though. Yeah, I'd have to think of a new color to put in there. Maybe I just changed it to a red K.
The KC and that's where. Where's your? Oh, I see it.
Yeah. Why, you want it?
No.
You don't want that? You don't want the hat I've worn for like half of a year now, and it's all sweaty and gross and everything? No? Oh, okay. All right. No hat for you. Good morning.
Morning.
Parrot, good morning to you, by the way.
Good morning, my friend.
How are you doing today? Haven't heard from you in a while.
I'm trying to ingratiate myself to the group. I have a tendency to talk too much and dominate chat, so it hurts me in my social standing. So in my effort to be a little more part of the team, I'm trying to exercise a little more discipline there, Casey.
You know, I find that people are people. And if you can't be who you are, then and not have people accept you for who you are, then screw them. So be who you are, man. You know, if you want to be outspoken or whatever, I don't care.
Wild.
I mean, look, you are who you are, right? I'm never gonna be there. I might. If you ever hear me say "shut the hell up," then maybe there's a problem. But I don't have a problem. You're you.
I've heard that. I get it.
Yeah. Just it is what it is.
I'm pretty tender,
you know?
man. I have my feelings are delicate and close to the surface. So you have to handle me with kid gloves. You wouldn't want to bruise me or anything.
Yeah. I should have delivered you that Bud Light that I gave to Danny. I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't have drinking it. I don't know.
Those are some great pictures, and I don't mind telling you I was envious. I was green with envy because I knew you were in my beloved state, and I knew you were with kindred spirits and having a good time, and I was ate up with jealousy.
Nah, don't be jealous. Doesn't suit you. Pirates. I guess pirates can be jealous of booty. We've got Einstein saying, Casey, just FYI, Costco card holders can buy up to 2 ounces of gold at a 10% discount off spot price. Pamp Swiss bars.
Wow.
I like that. Yeah. We got to go. Me and Joel, we got to go.
Get some gold.
The fucking chat will drop from 325 to 20.
Oh boy.
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys this. This is go ahead, please go.
I was about to say what gold is. Let me take a quick look. Let's see, 1927 is the ask, so it's like almost $20 off. So not a bad thing. You said 20% or 10? I think you said 10.
10.
10.
So it'd be like almost $20. So. I like gold.
I wonder how often you can buy it though. Could you buy it like once a day or?
Oh, you can be certain there's a limit on that.
Because I mean, what's the chicken going rate? Isn't it like $5 for the chicken?
Send all the kids in.
If the chicken's $5, you could buy 4 chickens with that and then turn that into, a bunch of meals and sell the meals and then make even more money.
and they're called vertical integration.
I got a better
It's
idea.
making your money work for you.
You can
Okay,
take
what's
that
the
gold
better
and
idea? Hold on to the gold?
No, you can take that gold and make 4 or 5 rings and then sell those with your labor added and make even more money, and then you could go buy as many chickens as you want.
Einstein's saying the website said 2 bars max per person, online orders only, so that's how they track purchases. Joe says, do they still have $1 hot dogs? I think where I live there too. I think it's $1.99 or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Oh yeah. The story about Costco. So crazy thing. Pro Jeweler decides we were gonna meet at was it First Watch, I think was the name of the place, and so we go to First Watch to have breakfast. And I tell him, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, we're gonna have to stop at Costco real quick and grab some gas. Is there a Costco nearby? And it happens to be right behind where it is we're eating for breakfast. And I'm like, what are the chances that there's a Costco like right next door? So then we get the gas. We're back on the road again. And I let Danny know that we're on our way. And Danny's like, okay, well, let's meet at the Starbucks over here. He was trying to get me to pick a place, and I was like, you're the one that's the familiar. Let's meet someplace, And so he had me meet him at a Starbucks, and of course I needed to stop for gas just before I go to the airport, and that Starbucks was really close to the airport. And so we stopped and grabbed a coffee, and as we were starting to head towards the airport, I was like, well, let's look and see where the Costco is closest to here to see if we can get gas there again. And sure enough, right across the street on the way to the airport was the next Costco. And I don't know how in the world you and him both decided to pick places that were right next to Costco's, but it was perfect. I didn't end up getting gas at Costco the second time because the lines were too long. We weren't willing to wait, but man, I couldn't believe you guys both picked places that were right next to Costco. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. The planets were lining up.
Great minds think alike. Yeah. Mega Johnny says he should have picked a strip club parking lot. Yeah, I'm sure his wife would have appreciated that. I'm sure.
Oh boy.
My wife wouldn't have cared.
We don't have strip clubs in Florida. Strip clubs are for Texas and Tennessee. We have gentlemen.
Oh. Man.
The only strip club we had down here got blown away by the hurricane, so God shut it down.
All their dollar bills got blown away. Wait, that could be a double entendre.
Oh boy.
Destin, Florida has a local watering hole called the Hog's Breath. And I believe they have a second. And it's not a big chain, small mom and pop place, I believe, but I think they also have one in Key West called Hog's Breath. And they're noteworthy for their T-shirts. You got some really, you can imagine with a name like Hog's Breath, there's no end to what they can do with T-shirts.
Dang, I think I just heard a hog's breath.
Oh, is that me? Am I making noise?
Dynamite says there's a strip. I don't know. I heard some. It sounded like a growling of a hog.
Oh, like that? That's me.
Yep, there it
I'm
is.
trying to make some money.
That was
today.
it. Dynamite says there's a strip club in Dearborn, Missouri called the Pantheon Club.
Nice.
Ben says in Jacksonville, Florida, I've heard we have at least 10 strip clubs in this town. My goodness. Is Jacksonville big?
Not particularly.
The answer is, it is now. Oh, yeah. There's so much of a delay that when you do it, it's even more delayed now, and so it's even funnier. Oh, that's funny. I didn't see a single one. That's really weird. Mega Johnny says you can't throw a cat in Florida without hitting a strip club. On our trip, I don't think I saw a single one. I think my wife might have pointed one out after we'd already driven past it, and I couldn't look back to see it. But I don't recall having seen a single one the entire trip.
I
must have been in
they're,
those.
down around the touristy areas. I think the rent's too high down around where all the tourists hang out, so probably more centralized in the low rent area.
Let me ask. I'm gonna ask my son a quick question. Hey Hunter, I'm getting a little bit of a delay. When I talk, it's actually coming through OBS delayed. Can you think of a reason why that would be?
It's coming through what?
Come here. Let me show you real quick.
I'm coming.
Oh, it's like 2 seconds.
It's like time sensitive.
All right, cool. When you get done, come and check this out. It's kind of weird. I'm literally watching the audio input capture showing up as peaking after I stop talking. So I understand why it's coming through delayed for you guys, but I just don't know why it's delayed. Some reason or another.
You have to give the FBI time to decide what they want to let go through and what they want to block.
Watch how I talk and then see how it comes through later.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Is there a delay? Is there a delay function on this?
No.
Okay. Do you think maybe turning it off and back on again would help?
I may be delayed
Why
because
would
I
that
have
be
no Wi-Fi at the moment.
They're all off. Try now.
Test. No.
Try now.
Testing 1 2.
Try now.
I don't think this is working.
No, it's not.
I might have to reboot the computer tonight to fix it.
Guess.
It's kind of a weird thing to see. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna turn my mic off here for just a second, guys, and then turn it back on. I'm gonna mute it so that I don't pop any Okay. Nope. Still delayed. I thought maybe that might help, but it didn't. Currently, we've got Ape at up 1.7% at $1.80, and AMC is up 0.59 at $5.16. That was the number that I mentioned to you guys earlier. $5.15 is the number or the value that the price that AMC needs to maintain to continue to be a buy signal for the day-to-day in the market. If it does drop below 5.15 and trend that direction for a while, we could see a little bit of a sell-off. And it would just be from short-term investors. It's not necessarily diamond-handed apes that are doing it. There's always going to be short-term investors that buy in, buy out, and are looking to make quick cash. And that's just part of the market, and you have to expect that kind of stuff happens.
I know Mike, he day trades the hell out of it.
Oh, hold on a second. Is this for me?
No, but look.
What is it?
It's pretty. I did a good job.
Ah.
It's like an omelet inside a sandwich. There's pepperoni and cheese in it.
You made an omelet sandwich. Nice. Cool. Let me know how it tastes.
I mean, I've had it before.
Hunter's making omelet sandwiches over here, and he's sharing with me. Do you want to show everybody? You want to show the whole world your omelet sandwich?
Sure.
Okay. He's gonna show you guys his omelet sandwich that he just made for himself. A little show and tell. All right, let's see.
Oh, you have it here.
Yeah, let's see if I can turn the plate here without spilling your food. There we go. I'm touching your food.
Here. Yeah, it's fine, but here, let me show the middle of it.
Oh, he's gonna show you guys the middle of his sandwich. It's like a shark coming in. Dirt.
There you go.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
I think you needed to toast that sandwich part of it just a little more, though.
I don't want it too crispy.
Yeah, it just looks like it needed just a... Hayden said tease. Well, it is on sourdough, so, that's my favorite choice of bread around here. Glenn says banks hit with $549 million in fines for use of Signal WhatsApp to evade regulators' reach. I read that article a little bit ago, but yeah, crazy stuff going on. That article can be found for anybody who wants to look that up. I've got the CNBC version of it right here if you guys want to check it out. Dynamike is asking you, Hunter, where's the Tapatio? Dynamike wants to know, where's the Tapatio?
The what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Where's the what?
Tapatio. He goes, I don't know what that is. I'm like, I don't either. I know I've heard of it. Tapatio. Oh, it's hot sauce. It's that. It's the hot sauce that's on every single table that you ever go up to.
Oh.
That I won't ever use
Just
because
Tabasco.
Yeah, or I mean, either one of those are both bad.
No, the garlic Tabasco's not that bad. It's pretty good.
Garlic Tabasco.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stay away from those. Anything that's got vinegar in the first three, I don't view as like real hot sauce. It's just more or less like flavoring.
It doesn't have to be viewed as hot sauce.
Yeah.
It can just be viewed as sauce.
Yeah, it's just flavoring. I'd rather put hot sauce on.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's your hot sauce?
I don't need it.
You don't need it? Okay. He doesn't want it.
You just save time and wipe your ass with a
anything that's got
jalapeno.
vinegar in the top three. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Totally. What? That stuff doesn't burn. Come on. Parrot. Please tell me that's not how you feel about flavor sauce like that.
I keep the toilet paper in the freezer, man.
do you wet it down a little bit first too? Mega Johnny says, Casey, what's Hunter's view on market manipulation? Hunter, what do you think of market manipulation?
I don't know.
He said with a full mouth, I don't know. It's bad. Good answer.
You're talking about hot sauce and Tabasco. It's you have yourself a Bloody Mary. Consider buying a small jar of the Tabasco brand picked green beans. They're hot, spicy green beans, and they make a real good garnish. Stab inside the Bloody Mary next to the ice cubes and celery. Not sure if they're in
I guess
the
apparently
pickles
we're going to
or if
ask
they're with the,
Bobblehead Ross. Go ahead. Go ahead, Pirate. I'm just delayed, and that's why it seems like I'm talking over you, but I'm not. It's just I said it before you started talking from my end.
No, it's all good. I was just throwing out a little garnish tip there for the drinkers in the crowd for Bloody Marys. That there's a, I don't know if they're in the pickle aisle or with the condiments or with the rest of the hot sauce, but Tabasco has a real nice pickled green bean. It's hot. It's a spicy green bean, and it makes a great garnish for Bloody Marys for those who enjoy that sort of thing.
That was one thing that I saw on the menus over in Florida that I don't see most other places for like drink menus. You guys had a lot of Bloody Marys on the menus listed over there. Most other places that I've ever lived, you know, Bloody Mary is a drink that you know, it's never on the menu. It's just something you can order. I thought it was odd.
I enjoy them on occasion. Another good trick that I picked up from someone was instead of using ice cubes, if you take the little cherry tomatoes and hard freeze them in a deep freezer, use those in lieu of ice cubes. Instead of your drink getting watered down, it provides a measure of coolness for it. And then at the end, you have a little tomato snack in the bottom. And that counts as lunch. And that's always a good thing.
It's for the regulars then. Okay, I got it. All right, let's ask Bobblehead Ross what he thinks of market manipulation. Bobblehead Ross, how do you view market manipulation?
Now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Okay, shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it.
Just gotta beat the devil out of it. He's wrong like 5% of the time, and then 95% of the time he gets it right. It's insane. Nothing like Bob Ross has that kind of accuracy. Not even the 8-ball. It's crazy. Dynamite says he's a seer. Yeah. Feels like it. I just read what Mega Johnny said. He said, beat it like your mom is coming up the stairs.
Disappointed. I was disappointed in your review of the menus in Florida. I've given it a great deal of thought. It's kept me up at night. Oh my. I'm telling you, I've actually lost sleep over it.
Yeah.
I think you need to try again and probably look for some restaurants can be recommended by some locals that have a little bit more knowledge of culinary arts.
So I based it off of Yelp reviews, and I find Yelp to be actually pretty accurate for the most part, regardless of where you go, because the locals are usually the ones that do the ratings. So I based it off of Yelp reviews, and I was pulling up the restaurants' menus because after the first, day or two, after the first lunch, dinner, and lunch, we wanted the last dinner to be different, and so everything I was pulling up on Yelp, because I wanted a steak dinner, and everything I was pulling up on Yelp was a lot of the menus all looked the same. I mean, they weren't. The visualization of the menu was not the same, but the items on the menu were the same. Whether or not they tasted the same or not is maybe a totally different story, but the general list of items to be eaten were roughly the same. But we obviously didn't do steak because of the fact that
cater to their audience. I mean, they're aware of who they're selling to, and most people are under the impression that there's a guy out back catching fish, and he's going to run it in the kitchen, fry it up, serve it for them, and that's a whole lot of that's tied into that psychology, which is utterly ridiculous. But I'm disappointed that you didn't get to eat some of the finer places.
What would be a signature dish that you feel that you can only get that way in Florida?
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily only in Florida. I mean, common sense does say that even your high-end restaurants are going to lean more towards the fish, just by the fact that it's local, and you can't buy local fish. See, here's the thing: fish is expensive. Most people fail to realize fish is every bit as a good fish, fresh fish, is every bit as expensive as a high-end steak, and that's the first thing to consider. So, one of the dirty little secrets is probably the majority of the fish that's served in Florida is cod or some other factory harvested fish by giant boats, in China, and shipped over here in trucks frozen. That's probably the biggest thing that people need to wrap their head around. So if you want true fresh caught Florida fish, you can't eat in most of the run-of-the-mill places.
Casey, I would say
see, there's like
Florida
three
standard is the smoked fish dip, where they make fish dip down here and they smoke it, and it's delicious.
An appetizer called
now.
crab
See, that's what we
claws,
didn't do is we didn't get any.
Yeah,
we didn't get any.
See, if you get crab claws, they're amazing. I mean, there's people who make a meal out of them, but they're expensive. It's simple math. Each little crab only has two, and you get your calculator out and go to work on the prices. So, but yeah, there's things like he said, the dip, or crab. Just having live crab, like you go to have live Maine lobster up north, you can have lobster, and the same thing with some of the fish. Again, the public, and it's just a sad fact, not unlike the stock market, the travel industry is geared towards siphoning as much money out of you and Melissa's checking account as they can during your travels, and none of that is geared towards high-end culinary. It's all just about meeting a preconceived idea that we're in Florida, we're going to have fresh fish, and most people have no idea even what they're eating or where it came from. So your first thing is to find a place where it's close or nearby to where fresh fish are brought in. So it almost always leads you to the wharf area, and those are the places where you can go. That's where you can go. You find out where the boats are kept, and then you'll find out where the fish come from, and then you can eat a fish that was swimming that morning, or at the latest the day before. And sometimes that in and of itself is a huge treat because it wasn't frozen and shipped on a truck for 2 days.
You know, we don't have any good Mexican food down here in South Florida. And even when I lived in Texas, depending on what kind of food you wanted, Mexican, depending on what restaurant you went to, which Mexican restaurant you went to. So if you apply that down here, like if I want to go get boiled shrimp and I want to eat it cold, you know, there's a certain place, they all have it, but I go to a certain restaurant to get that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If I want shrimp and grits, I go to a certain restaurant to get that. So it's kind of like you really gear your towards the restaurant that serves it the way you like it. Now, when you're on vacation, that's hard to know because you're running from one spot to the other and you don't have time. But, you know, it's always fun to go where the locals go because there's a reason they go there. It's affordable and it's good. And those are the ones you can
Another
find.
little known fact, KC, is that Florida has some huge ranches. I don't want to step on any toes from Texas because I know in Texas, if you don't have an airstrip on your ranch, you're not even considered a farm, I guess. But all things aside, from all due respect to Texas and the cattle there, Florida has some monster ranches. And there's a lot of good places where you can avail yourself of some wonderful steak meals as well. You know, complete with the creme brulee sauces and the bread trays at the table and all of that. But they're not the type of places where one can eat for $8 an entree.
Right.
And then, but if you go to some place like Naples,
I guess
then you're really going to get more high-end food experience along the beach there versus the food experience you're going to get in Fort Myers Beach. So, or versus Sarasota. So it just depends on where you end up. But, you know, everybody likes to go to the dives where you got the dollar bills on the ceiling and you're getting, but that's why I always order the special because I know it's fresh fish. I know it's going to be a fresh catch. So, but you got to think about seasonal. Like they have stone crabs they have down here. We have a season for that. Some you can't get at certain times of the year. So that's another thing is what's seasonally working for you.
You go to a place, KC, that has
I think one of the things
shrimp boats where they literally go out and trawl for shrimp and bring their shrimp back in. And you go into those shrimp markets, and it's a world apart from buying a bag of shrimp at Costco. It's, you know, the shrimp are the size of a quarter. You know, it's just it's a whole different animal. But it all starts with going to where the goods are, and it's normally around a wharf or a fleet area. It's not hard to find in any waterfront community.
Yeah, I get it. I when I think of Texas, I think of like three things that come to my mind that they do really well here is queso, which I've never had queso like they serve it here in any other place. In fact, any other place I've ever had queso, it's not even the same thing. It's completely different than what you would expect to see here because it's a Tex-Mex queso here in Texas. And then of course the brisket. Barbecue is way different than anywhere else, and it's so much better than I've ever experienced anywhere else. And then the third thing is tacos. The breakfast tacos that they have here in Texas are unique. You won't find. I have never found them anywhere else I've ever been before, and I just feel like every location that I've ever lived always has that, like those one or two, maybe three signature dishes like you're talking about. You know, with the smoked appetizer dip. Those kind of things are kind of like signature dishes. Now, I know Melissa she did have the Philly cheesesteak while we were in Florida, as that seemed to be one of the common popping up menu items that every place had. But I think the particular place that she got it at was probably not like you're talking about, Pirate, where it's the signature place to get the best cheesesteak. And so the one she got was just kind of subpar. And so, yeah. I get it. I wasn't going the right places.
Another thing to consider too, that in Florida Panhandle is different than Key West, Florida, and Florida Panhandle probably has more in common with the food in Atlanta or maybe even as far west as New Orleans than it does with South Florida. And by that I mean you can't swing a dead cat without hitting a smoked barbecue place, real smoke, where they got wood smoker, they got a guy usually outside, or they've got a big wood-fired fireplace where they're smoking, ribs, pork, pig, and chicken, or pig, chicken, and cow, beef. And those places are, if you find some of those, not the chains now, these locally mom and pop places, there's some barbecue in the Florida Panhandle that would rival just about anything anywhere on earth. Normally those places will offer, they'll have a full complement of fried food as well, but their specialty is the smoked ribs, the chicken dinners, and all that. And then along with that usually comes gumbo. And because of the close proximity to the water, they'll still have fried shrimp and things of that nature. So don't ever hesitate to hit one of the smokehouses if you're in the Panhandle area.
Will do. What do you guys say? It's time to do some numbers. What do you think? Should we do it?
Sounds good.
Let's do it. All right. Moving over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I think I'm going to have to give you guys the two-factor authentication speech here. Give me 1 second and see. Well, I guess while I'm waiting to see if I have to do this two-factor authentication or not, I guess the one thing that I will say is that we're definitely looking forward to coming back soon. Because we had such a fun time, so I don't expect that that's going to be a problem to where I can't have a better experience the next time around with food. So it was my fault. First timers experience, I guess. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60.
It may not be as fun for you and Melissa alone, but with your children, if you take them on a fishing boat, one of the head boats where you pay per person, you don't have to charter the whole boat. Just go out on one of the bigger boats. When you come back, they'll clean your fish for you, and then you can carry it into the restaurant, and they'll cook it for you right there. And that's a good memory maker for a family as well. To literally take your family fishing that day, and then have someone else clean the fish, and then sit down and have the meal. I would highly recommend exploring that possibility as well.
I would love to go do a charter boat and do that. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I know at least one or two of my kids would enjoy that as well. My wife would enjoy the fishing portion of it. I don't think she would eat the fish though. Yeah. Starting with off exchange, currently we're at 63.04% going through off exchange on AMC. That is with EDGX added to that, it's 7.42. It comes out to 70.46%. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through those exchange. Wait, 63? No, 62% going through those exchanges. That would be. That means that we're about 8.46% higher than I would expect normally. CHX volume is about 10,000 shares on AMC, not a whole lot. On Ape, we have 55.18% going through off exchange. EDGX is 5.52. That's 60.7%. That's about 1.3% less than it should be by this time of the day. 0 shares going through CHX. GME CHX volume is 365 shares. Nothing unusual happening with that. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 2.51 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now back down to 2.04 million shares. It's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 30.29%. Cost borrow mins at 351.49. Average is 365.45 and max is 380.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 194.15 million shares. That's 670,000 more shares on loan today than yesterday. Ortex estimated about 260,000 of that was in new short interest. On APE, earlier this morning there was 1.5 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 4.54 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 10.79%. Hold on a second. Make sure it's pulling on me here. Cost to borrow min is at 4.72. Average is 5.68 and max is 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today is at 78.85 million shares. That's 610,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. On the options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was approximately at $5.50 strike with 17.2 thousand contracts. It's now 19.3. And on the put side, at a $4 strike, the highest amount of volume an hour ago was 12.8 thousand contracts at that strike of 4. It's now went from 12.8 to 14.9. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between 14.9 and 19.3 by the end of the day today. The total price of AMC and APE combined is at $6.98. How do you stop buying pressure from coming in? You simply trade the stock sideways as people are less interested in buying when price is not moving up or down. But when it's trading sideways, it creates the least amount of volume, incoming volume. So that's what we're seeing is a bunch of consolidation going on right now. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC is on the list here. We have a 57.28% buy to 42.72% sell ratio, not 60-40, which is the bare minimum that I like to see. That helps me to know that we probably have more buy orders going through, or not buy orders, but bought shares than sold shares for the day. We're almost there. It's close. It's way better than it was yesterday, that's for sure. Taking a look at trigger price for SSR for AMC, it's at $4.61. APE at 1.593. Shares available to borrow is just the ones that are in the ETF available right now that are showing up on Stonko Tracker with fees last seen at 243.9%. Does look like they did return some more shares back into the ETFs as well. NASDAQ is down 1.32%. Dow Jones is down 0.93. S&P 500 is down 0.97. We have 4,410 decliners to 1,731 advancers. The market's slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago, but still hot lava floor. Don't touch it. It'll burn your feet. Holy crap. Taking a look at big bank movers, we've got FRC down 6.26. PacWest down 2.81. Western Alliance down 3.43. Douche is down 4.23. Bank of America down 3.07. Citigroup down 2.8%. Goldman Sachs down 2.95. And Northern Trust down 3.03%. Those are the big movers, plus or minus 2.75% or more. Ethereum Classic is showing up 0.8% for the day-to-day on an uptrend. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.54% on a downtrend. Oil is down 2.07% and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.34 to 0.29 and trending down. SPY is up, or down rather, 0.98 on an uptrend. VIX is up 13.06 at 1781. It hit as high as 1814 for the day today. VBR is down 1.5 and trending up. VB is down 1.53, trending up. Tesla is down 1.62, trending down. Amazon is down 1.76, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.47 and trending up slightly. Doge is up 1.49 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.39, trending up at 29.5K a coin. GME is down 2.57% for the day-to-day and consolidating. HYMC is down 0.05 and trending up. NCMI is up 10.79 and consolidating. HUD is down 2.91 consolidating. APE is up 1.98 consolidating, and AMC is up 0.6 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have about 18.33 million in outflow. It's just underneath a million. It's 900,000 shares so far. $900,000 more in outflow than inflow. 18.29 million shares traded so far. Somebody was mentioning something about such low volume today. This is actually about, I mean, right now we're like, not even halfway through the trading day yet, and we're already seeing the kind of volume we normally are seeing on AMC. So I feel like this is actually elevated volume, so I'm not sure what's being smoked out there, but this is definitely smoking hotter. So 18.29 million shares traded so far at 11:13 the day, puts us at about 163 minutes worth of trading. We are on pace for 43.76 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I predicted in the pre-market somewhere between 30 and 50 million, and so far we're holding that pace pretty well. I'm glad I kind of went on the low side on those numbers because it does seem... I do think we're going to have some later in the afternoon volume that's going to kick in. I think that they're just simply trying to keep investors away from buying currently, and we'll see the extra orders going through towards the end of the day. So that volume should pick up. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.18, which is slightly above average. 1-hour chart, we've got just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 49.77, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.57, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.13, which is slightly below average. On APE, there's approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow, 6.09 million shares traded so far. After 165 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 14.39 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I was expecting somewhere between 1 and 20 million. Looks like we're on pace. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 50.91, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.8, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.57, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.27, which is average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Taking you guys back to the main screen. Hold on a second here. That was weird. I was looking over at my messages and I couldn't see anything. It's working now. Roseanne says it's pronounced Deutsch, not douche. I know. But it's so much more fun to say douche. It's a lot cleaner. It's where they wash all their money. Oh, yes, got them. All right, I'm gonna put up the message for break. Take off my. That was. It's so delayed. Oh my gosh. You guys have amazing sunsets, by the way, in Florida. Those are beautiful. Love those. Casey, what do you think about Adam Aaron's communication prior to earnings? I think he played it well, under promise over deliver. I haven't had a problem with what he's been saying. I don't know why so many people are having problems with what he's saying. I think he's telling it the way that it is, and I think that people need to hear it and understand that there's still problems. And I've been expecting for a while now that we would have a positive EPS. I'm glad that it's positive, because that would have been embarrassing if it wasn't. But 0.01, a win is a win. That's exactly what it says in the title today. I don't care the fact that I would have expected 3-4 cents maybe, but the fact that it came in at 0.01, I'm happy. I'm happy it's green. I can move to a black hat, not have to wear the red hat anymore. I get to change my hat 6 months earlier than normal, which is great for my forehead. my forehead doesn't like those hats for that long, but yeah, a win is a win, man. Take it and run. Why delayed so much? I have no idea, Roseanne. For some reason or another, when I booted up the computer this time, it's delaying my. I'm literally watching. OBS is what it's called that I use for doing these live streams, and it's showing the audio input capture screen is showing me talking like a good, I don't know, 2 seconds after I start talking. So I'm getting delayed on my own computer, and I don't know why. But I'll try to reboot it tonight and see if that helps. But there's obviously some kind of disconnect. I just thought of something. Hold on a second here. I'm going to try one more thing real quick here. I'm going to try, instead of rebooting the computer, I'm going to try powering off the actual unit that converts the analog into digital. So give me 1 second while I do that, and we'll see what happens here. See if I can't screw some stuff up. Test. Oh my gosh. It's live now. That worked. What I did is I unplugged the digital, analog to digital converter box, plugged it back in, and it's working now. No delay. So now you guys should be hearing me, especially in the back of the big tramp. You should be hearing me live. We won't talk over each other now. Too bad I'm leaving. See you guys when I get back from break. We'll open back up the back of the big tramp a little bit later. I can't believe that worked. I'm really kind of surprised. It's good to know, though. Now I know in the future if it ever happens again, I know what to do to fix it. Alrighty, guys. See you in a little bit. All right, I'm back, and man, I was on break, going through. I was eating lunch, made myself a turkey and cheese sandwich, and started scrolling through Twitter, and ran across a post targeting bigums. And, man, talk about some BS. You know, they went through and they really kind of picked them apart. And I'm going to read what I wrote, because I think it's true. And for those of you guys who've been here, you know, this is a community of people from all different walks of life. And we're all just average investors. That's what we are. We're nothing special. We're not. If we were, we wouldn't be here, number one. But we found something. We found something unique, something different, and we exposed it, and we're attacking it for what it is. And some people out there seem to think that we're the problems, that we're the ones that are the problems for attacking that, for exposing it for what it is, and for talking about it. And so they attack us. And so this personal attack on bigums is crazy. But I wrote this. I said, wow, personal attacks on people who give out great information in the community. Haven't seen that before. I remember when they did me. They gave me credit for a degree I don't even have. So AMC Bigums is a normal guy like the rest of us. These investigators are lazy. They can't even comprehend that the entire movement was based upon normal retail investors who identified fraud and caught it red-handed. The real fraud isn't the average investor. It's those whom are trying to expose people for exactly what we are. Normal people that are equal. That's what APE stands for. All people equal. I come from a line of veterans and with a son in the Air Force. I would have served had it not been for scoliosis. I actually took my ASVAB. Went out there. I was fully planning on joining the military. They said I couldn't. This individual, and I'm not even going to say the name, even though I posted it in there, but this individual who's attacking bigums, he might be a veteran, but it doesn't mean he's not a piece of shit as well. Shit's come from all different backgrounds. You just happen to be a stain on yours. That guy is a real stain. I've seen it. Not every single veteran out there is a good person, you know, and I hate to say that because I really respect veterans a lot. Especially with my mom and my dad both being veterans. I come from that background that it's all I know. My entire life growing up was about veterans. I stood at the unknown Tomb of the Unknown Soldier with Ronald Reagan actually presenting as my dad was serving in the Pentagon under the Reagan administration. I know what it's like to live in a veteran family. And for somebody to claim that they're a veteran and that they won't stand up for people who attack veterans and act like a piece of shit like that, that's not how a real veteran acts. I've been around real veterans, people who really know how to serve their country, people who are willing to die for their country, people who respect other individuals, regardless of anything else. And that is not that person. He's a piece of shit. A stain. A shit stain is what he is. On veterans. Because that's not how a true ape would act. Somebody who views the rest of us as being all people equal. It's not how they would act. He doesn't understand why we're doing what it is we're doing. And he's just attacking people. It's disrespectful. It's crazy. I just don't get it. It saddens me a little. But I know there's good people in the community. And I know there's good veterans in this community. I know a lot of the veterans in this community. And I know they would never treat other people like that. And I think that's the big difference. And they know it. I know those people know that there's a difference between what a good veteran acts like. It's so weird to say it like that. veterans, they act however they want to act like. But somebody who's actually, respectful of others and is willing to be a team player, that's kind of what I view as a non-shit stained veteran, like that individual. So I apologize to you veterans out there who have to, unfortunately, have served with those as well. You guys have, they come from all backgrounds, right? Those pieces of crap. They all do. Everybody's got them. It's not your fault. Yucca says, open up the back. All right, fine. I'm going straight to the back, but I'm doing numbers, though. The back of the big tramp's open. Derek says, this is the same guy you already talked to, Casey. I don't know. It might be. I'm not positive. It probably is. I'm not sure who it is. But, my tweet's out there. If you want to go see, who it is, you can go look for yourself. Just totally disrespectful. Funky Pizza, you do that. You go right on ahead and send me some more music, man. I'll play it. Let's take a look at the numbers. Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. I don't know what to tell you, man. I know I've seen the name before. I can tell you that much. But I thought I blocked that account, so it's probably just another same person, just with a new account, similar name. And they think it's cool to go around and dox people who are in the community. They think that's somehow going to help the community in some kind of way, and which makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I understand why some people in the community don't want their information to be out there. I'm completely open and honest with you guys and tell you pretty much everything about my entire life. And I don't really care what people find out about me because I don't have anything to gain or lose from it. So I hope you guys would just know that that's not somebody who's on our side. I mean, because an attack like that on somebody like Bigham's, or anybody for that matter, who's trying to be a part of an AMC retail investor, you could just might as well view that as an attack on each and every single one of us, because they could do the same thing to every single one of the people who are here if they so chose to. They could go digging up information on any single one of us and be trying to quote unquote expose the entire community. Because anybody could fill my shoes. Anybody could fill Bigham's shoes. Anybody could fill Boss Blunt's shoes, Pantheon's shoes. And I sit here and I say this and you're like, nobody could fill any of those shoes. And I get what you're saying. Like, each one of us have our own traits or whatever that make us individuals, as like who we are. But there could be somebody that could fill those shoes and still meet those needs that you guys would have, and or be able to do the research that they're doing. And that's what makes our community special, is that we have a wide range of talent, and people are they're amazing. People are amazing.
We were in democracy.
What about it?
Are we in a democracy?
Apparently not. I don't know anymore. What is this?
I don't know.
I don't know, man. Do we even vote on our actual votes anymore? I don't even know. Whatever. We got some fixing to do to get it back there.
Yeah, I think Fu has all the answers. He decides to hold back.
Hmm.
We can do the numbers.
Yeah, it's time to do the numbers. Just for those of you who don't have a Twitter account, they basically just They went after Bigums and like kind of posted up like a bunch of pictures. I don't even know if it's him or not. I mean, it all could be completely fake, and they don't even have the right person. But they literally tried to go after Bigums and post up a lot of stuff and pictures and tried to make insinuations as to his background, his life, and guys, believe it or not, I worked for Subway and Little Caesars growing up. Those were my first two jobs, was Little Caesars and Subway. If they decide to come after me, what am I a bad person because at one point in my life I worked for Little Caesars or Subway? Isn't
Bigums like in financing or something? Even if he worked, even if he worked in the past, what does that have to do with today?
It doesn't.
It doesn't have to do. That's why he might know a lot.
But it doesn't matter even if it doesn't even matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's his current. He could be working at Taco Bell. I don't care.
You know what they are? They're emotional vampires. They get so emotional and they go around sucking blood from these people that are trying to help or give information. They're emotional little vampires. That's what they are.
Yeah. I just don't. I mean, I have just as much respect for somebody who works for Taco Bell and they're invested in AMC as I do for somebody who's a CEO of a company and invested in AMC. I don't see you as any different. You are the same. I don't care. I'm not going to give you any more attention or less attention on if you hold AMC and you're a shareholder with AMC. That's what I value. I don't value you for what you do for a living. You had the foresight to be able to see an amazing investment opportunity and something that's market changing, and you work for I think that's impressive. I never would have been working for Subway and Little Caesars and thought, hey, I should go invest money in the market. Holy crap. Who does that? That's somebody who's ahead of the game. That's somebody that's way farther ahead in their game than I ever was when I was at that level in my lifetime. That's for sure. That's somebody that I wish I would have known back in the day, who would have had the foresight to be able to make those kind of investments and tell me, hey, look, you could try to make some money in this world, get ahead in life, if you wanted to. Andrew says pizza. Yep. Oh, man. I tell you, man, I used to make the best Casey Masterpiece barbecue chicken pizza. We would go and buy, we didn't have, we did have Costco, but it was, I think, called Price Club or something different back in the day. But we went to the local supermarket and bought the chicken, like they have at Costco, right? And we bring it back into the store. We'd tear off all the bits and pieces of the chicken, put it onto a pizza with, and then we put cheese on it, and then we put the sauce. Instead of the sauce, before the cheese went on, the very first thing we would put on the bread was the Casey Masterpiece barbecue sauce. Then we throw on the chicken and the cheese, do a little bit of garlic crust for the garlic butter sauce on the crust. Oh man, it was some of the best pizza ever. Food Dog says chicken on a pizza is an abomination. You can't knock that one until you've tried it, though. Maccabee says Casey Kirkland Company. No, but nice try, though. Censored Content says, I replied to the same tweet, Casey, except I told them to be more creative because maybe Bigums used to be a pilot for J. Epstein. Oh my gosh. That's insane. It's just insane. Numbers. If I don't do them right now, I'm not going to be doing them again for a while, so I got to do them real quick here. Let's get through these real quick. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX. We have 61.98% going through off exchange, EDGX 7.75, the combined total 69.73%. Nice. That is 6.73% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 32,000 shares, nothing unusually large yet. On APE, we've got 56.7% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.39. The combined total 62.09%, or about 0.91% less than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 0 shares going through CHX, nothing unusual there. GME's CHX volume is 367 shares, nothing unusual there. On Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 2.04 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.93 million shares. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float just slightly to 30.28%. Cost per ounce mins at 351.49, average is 365.17, and max is 380.33. Shares on loan for the day today is 194.15 million. That is 670,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated about 260,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at APE, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 4.54 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.58. That's going to drop the short share interest of the free float to 10.71. Cost borrow mins at 4.72, average 5.68, and max is 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today, 78.85 million. 610,000 shares less on loan today than yesterday. Highest amount of volume for call options is at a $5.50 strike as of an hour ago, and there was 19.3 thousand contracts. There's now 24.2. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. There was 14.9 thousand contracts. There's now 24.5. Market suggesting a closing between $4 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. I suggested to you guys earlier that if we broke below $6.84 combined on AMC and APE, that we may see price starting to drop back down to the $6.67 range. We did break below $6.84, but we're just now maintaining just above it at $6.85 combined between the two. And we are consolidating for the most part since around 12:50-ish Eastern Standard Time, 1 o'clock-ish. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC APE. Hold on a second. This did refresh. Hold on a second. Yeah, it did refresh. AMC APE and GME. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Only AMC on the list here with a 59.78% buy to 40.22% sell ratio. That's really darn close to the 60-40 minimum I like to see. So we're doing pretty good there. $4.61 is where AMC would trigger for SSR for the day-to-day. APE at 1.593. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they did return at least 1,000 shares within the last hour. Fees are back up to 243.9. Actually, that's where it left off at before we had no shares available to borrow again. NASDAQ is down 1.15. Dow Jones is down 0.74. And the SP 500 is down 0.79. We have 4,169 decliners to 1,995 advancers. The market is just barely, it's doing better than it was an hour ago, but it's just barely into the territory of me calling out hot lava floor where you don't want to touch it because it'll burn your feet off. Looking pretty nasty out there. Banks starting to improve a little bit as well. FRC is down 3.14. Western Alliance down 3.35. The Douche Bank is down 3.92. That's about it. Those are the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is up 1.39 and trending up. DXY is up 0.53 and trending down. Oil's down 0.98 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere. They're both up. BlackRock's and Vanguard's are up 0.39% and trending up. SPY is down 0.83 and trending up. VIX is up 7.55 after hitting 18.14. It is now down to 16.99, so it's just at 17 right now. VBR is down 1.04 and trending up. VB is down 1.12, trending up. Tesla is down 0.93, trending up. Amazon down 1.84, and consolidating with maybe a slight trend upwards. Cinemark is up 0.66, trending up. Doge is actually. Let's go back to Cinemark real quick here. Yeah, we'll say trending up right now. Doge is up 2.31%, trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.82, trending up. GameStop is down 1.77, trending up. HYMC is up 1.04, trending up. NCMI is up 11.48 and consolidating. Hood is down 2.87, consolidating. Ape is up 0.28 and trending down. And AMC is down 0.97 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow, there's approximately $2.3 million more outflow than inflow. 23.1 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 245 minutes worth of trading. We're on pace for about 36.77 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's going to be pretty close. I said 30 to 50 million. I think we'll probably hit within that range, no problem. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 51.18, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 43.96, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 42.85, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 42.31, which is below average. On Ape, there is approximately $1.4 million more outflow than inflow. 7.15 million shares traded so far. After 245 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 11.38 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 120 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with the divergence in the vortex indicator happening within the last 8 hours. For the vortex indicator, RSI is at 47.33, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we currently have the selling pressure crossing the buying pressure signal on the vortex indicator with RSI at 48.28, which is average. On a third interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator occurring within the last hour. RSI is at 45.75, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.38, which is below average. We got a news article here from Dow Jones saying movie theater customers are buying more popcorn and soda, helping AMC Entertainment Holdings margins. The movie theater chain saw food and beverage revenue of $488.2 million in the second quarter versus $396.7 million a year earlier. As total revenue rises 16% to $1.35 billion, AMC says customers spent more per visit, with average revenue per customer for food and beverage rising to $7.36, within a cent of the company's all-time high. All right. Yucca, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man.
Yeah. Pirate? How you doing, sir?
I'm hanging in there, man. Better not to be allowed to.
Were you reading? What were you reading, Casey?
It was
Did they release?
What?
What was it? Just a post? Was it just a post?
Oh yeah, it was a tweet about Bigums.
Oh no. What about? Did they release earnings early or not yet?
Yeah, they did.
I don't know why I keep hearing.
I've got it in the chat up there.
Oh,
That's did? Yeah, it's up in the chat. If you look at the pinned message, it takes you to the report. But the highlights, I think the one highlight that everybody wanted to know was what was our EPS going to be, and we ended up being positive by 0.01.
Oh. Okay.
Which I think is a win. Jim's saying it was a dud. I don't think so. It was actually beat estimates, which is a positive thing. Not a dud. Completely positive. We beat it by 5 cents. I don't know, Jim Eagle. He always comes in and says negative things all the time. I have no idea why.
Mr. Sunshine.
Who's Jim?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Jim Cramer?
I don't know, but it's not true though. It's not. It wasn't a dud. We actually beat estimates by 5 cents, and a win is a win. That's a 5 cent beat on estimates, and we're positive, which is why I'm donating the black hat today.
Oh, that's interesting. Where's Fool when you need him? Anybody rubbing their lamp?
He's humping a leg somewhere.
Oh, how was the pajama party?
It was really good. Zern wore pink satin.
Oh, that's nice. So now what, Casey? Where do we go from here?
Well, we're still just waiting on the judge.
It's all in her hands then.
Yeah, well, I mean, not really. It's just that we need to get that out of the way so the AMC can get to the reverse split and conversion. Once the judge makes the ruling, it doesn't matter which way the judge rules. There's the conversion and reverse split's still going to happen. It's just a matter of whether or not there's going to be some kind of settlement for shareholders of AMC or not. And so we're really just kind of waiting for that to occur.
And Yucca, for me, she just has to use one hand. So
Oh, that's great. Simplicity.
Simplicity.
NC Proud Dad said, haha, you said okay so sadly. I guess when you asked me how I was doing, I must have said it kind of somberishly. And it's just because I'm disappointed in I mean, I don't know why I'm disappointed. It's not like I had any faith in the person who posted it in the first place. I already know that they're a bad actor, but it makes me upset, I guess, that to see people within the community, good people, being attacked like that. It's I think it's just uncool. Especially, I don't know.
Did you see the LinkedIn thing they did for Bigums?
Yeah, I don't know if this is the same one or not. I'm not positive, but yeah.
It was hilarious. It was AMC, Bigums. Like, Bigums is his first name or something. It was so funny. I was like, give me a break.
Yeah, it's all stupid. This is the coolest thing that has ever happened.
What are you gonna do? There's gonna be crazies out there, and hedgies.
I know. I guess I'm kind of one of those people that likes to believe that people are better than they actually are sometimes. I guess some people would probably call me a romantic in the sense that I like to believe in humanity and just being good, when inherently it's not. So I guess it just kind of makes me upset when I see stupid stuff like that. It's just like, come on. I don't know.
And I always defend Bigums, but he doesn't like me because I call him Big Gums. So, I got blocked. It was funny, but I guess he didn't like it.
Oh. See, I don't. My son and
That's all right. I listen to him still, and he gets likes from me, and he gets, I watch his podcast or whatever, this little show, and I think he has a lot of really good ideas, and there's not many more people that have gone that in depth as him. Maybe Charlie's vids. I don't know if you remember him.
I do. I was a big fan of Charlie for a long time.
Man, me too. He really had some great info. And a lot like Bigums, he went real deep in showing you what was really going on. But
I bet you like it deep.
You know?
Don't you, Foo?
Oh,
You like that deep itch scratch kind of guy, aren't you?
I said in the chat, I said I like a crusty crust or a crispy crust every once in a while. Nobody touched it. I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah, well, but then Charlie started going all tinfoil hattish on us. And actually, do you realize the whole tinfoil hat thing kind of spawned from Charlie? That's where I got my whole tinfoil hat from. Like the idea, because I mean, he started going off on the deep end on some of these conspiracy rabbit hole things, and it was just like, dude, you are way out there. And so, and I started thinking to myself, like, this guy needs to seriously wear a tinfoil hat. And then I was like, hey, whenever I do that, I should wear a tinfoil hat. That way people know.
Just to let everyone know where you're going.
Yeah, I'm not really crazy.
Yeah, I remember that. That's kind of when I stopped watching him. There was a lot of that. And I was like, oh my gosh, dude, what happened to you? You know, he still seems like a nice guy, though.
And then he got wishy-washy too, because like sometimes he was like pro AMC, and then other times he would like completely flip-flop and be like that's the worst investment ever. And like I couldn't understand like why he was so wishy-washy on that. Like one day he'd be pro AMC and the next day anti, and it never made any sense to me. I couldn't quite fully understand, you know, like why he was always kind of changing his perspective and everything. I don't know.
You know, I mean, people have good days and bad days. But you're right. He was making videos about his bad days, and I was like, geez, dude. But what are you going to do? He's gone now.
Dynamite says the decoy voice guy sells a tinfoil hat beanie on his channel. It would be funny to sell a tinfoil hat, and then like you just send him like a flat sheet of tinfoil. With instructions on how to make a hat out of it.
DIY. Smells like big margins to me, man.
Here you go. Here's your tinfoil hat. All you have to, that's right. You custom fit yours.
Yeah. Next on Shark Tank.
What are you selling? I'm selling a tinfoil hat. It works. Oh, man. This tinfoil hat that I made, it was so funny too, because I had no idea how to make a tinfoil hat. And wait, I got to take you guys over to the other screen here so you guys can see this. So I didn't know how to make a tinfoil hat. I was kind of like, I don't know how to do this. And
more like a helmet.
Yeah, it is. It's it reminds me of one of the characters from Fat Albert. And he had that hat that had like that Scoopy thing in the back. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Donald?
I don't remember the character. I don't remember the characters' names. Maybe
like a mushroom.
More of a nose cone on a rocket ship. I always thought it was more like a nose cone on an Atlas rocket.
But something happened to the hat along the way somewhere, where it started to split down the middle. It started to split right down the middle, and I had to kind of modify it a little bit so that it wouldn't split on me. But yeah, it's like.
What does it smell like?
What does it smell like?
What does it smell like in there?
Nothing. It smells like ozone.
Why the hell would you want to know what it smells like?
I've only worn it like I've probably got less than an hour in that thing, so.
It's made in the U.S. of A. Made in Texas.
And then who said that?
Go.
Highway Frog says
How do we pre-order?
Your creative abilities are second to none. Thank you.
Well, it doesn't have a chin strap, so there's definitely a deduct there. Military specifications require at least a chin strap.
Oh yeah, I missed out on that.
Do you have a link below so I can pre-order one for myself?
I'll tell you what. I just send me your address and I'll send you one for free. It's gonna cost me How much are, I don't even know how much stamps are these days. How much are stamps now?
It's gotta fit. It's gotta be made. No instructions on how to assemble it because got no time for that. Just put it in a box. Shipping's gonna be probably like $40.
$40.
Insure it.
There's no way. It's light. Do they charge? No, they charge. No, they charge on weight.
Not necessarily.
Oh, really?
Are
That's
you
news.
gonna FedEx or are you gonna UPS?
Oh, I would UPS it, but
Yucca didn't even notice.
Can you put that in a pallet?
Your new hat.
Yeah, I did notice. I just
You
haven't
did.
said anything. I did. I noticed that. Well, he did that because he went over to Miami. So Kenny G took that one out. He's like, "This is phase 4. Let me put this new hat on you. This is who you're gonna play now." And here we are.
Bedpost.
Maybe he gave it to Danny. Who knows? Did you leave your hat? Did you give it to Danny?
You think Danny's sniffing it right now?
Probably a little pervert.
So yeah, I'm surprised you guys haven't given me more crap about the fact that I bought the Bud Light.
Yeah, you bought it for him as a gift.
No.
Did you guys drink it together or what?
Yeah.
Santa?
That would have been fun if we had.
I did see straws. I saw 2 straws on that.
Did you? Yeah, those big ones, right? I saw them too.
Big old noodles.
Yep. No, so maybe I don't know if you guys heard me tell the story or not the other morning, but my wife and I used to drink Bud Light all the time, and then this whole Bud Light no drinking thing happened, right? I don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't really affect me or bother me. I'm not into the whole like I got to boycott something for whatever reason. I'm not into that. So anyways, we go to the store and she's like, "Are you going to be drinking beer on the trip or not?" And I said, "Yeah, heck yeah." And so she was going to buy, apparently, because I found this afterwards, she was going to buy Dos Equis because that's what she likes to drink. But since I said yes, I was going to be drinking with her, and she knows I don't like Dos Equis as much, she picked up the Bud Light. And because I told her, I said, like, if you want Bud Light, I don't care, buy it. It doesn't bother me any. So she picked up the tall boys, the tall.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think they're the 12-ounce cans, if I'm not mistaken. She picked up the 12-ounce cans. Never again will we make that mistake, by the way. But she picked up those 12-ounce cans, and I think it was like, I don't know, it was like 15 of them or something. And I think we finished maybe 6 beers in total. So I think we passed over quite a few beers over to Danny. I told him, I was like, "Man, we couldn't drink it all, so here you go."
Wow.
But if I'd have known that she was changing what she wanted to buy because of me, I would have just told her, "Buy the Dos Equis. I'll drink it. I don't care."
So she bought the Bud Light because of you?
Yeah, because that's what we used to drink together all the time, because that's what she likes. She likes to drink Bud Light, and so that's what her go-to drink from home is. But if she's out and about doing stuff out and around, she usually does like Dos Equis, or I'm trying to think what the other one is that she usually gets. Budweiser, Dos Equis, and what's the other one?
Modelo?
Michelob.
No.
Michelob. Yeah.
Truth be told, they probably paid Melissa $5 just to carry some of it out of the store.
It might be Shinerbach. Is Shinerbach what kind of beer is Shinerbach? Is that a dark beer?
It's dark.
It's
If
dark?
I remember correctly.
It's really dark? Are you sure?
Thought so. Maybe I'm wrong.
Hold on a second here.
Talking about that.
Oh, I don't
Whatever
think
whatever happened to Shimmer?
he's probably around. I just didn't want to talk to you.
No,
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure it's not a dark beer. It's Shinerbach, I think, is the other one.
But they have strawberry blonde just for you. Strawberry blonde ale.
Just the way I like it. My wife does strawberry blonde hair.
Let's see. I mean, that's, yeah,
It looks good on her.
I bet it does.
Mm-hmm.
No more strawberry blondes for me. Mm-mm.
No more?
No more.
Who's doing that? Who's thumping on the microphone?
Somebody in here.
Someone's working one.
Let me see. I'll tell you who it is right now.
It's Foo.
No,
Sounds
it's
like
not.
Foo. Sounds like he's beating one out.
Oh, did it stop?
Yep.
Yeah, I did.
So it was me. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I flicked the corner on my iPad thing.
Oh, really? Like
That's
nervous habit kind of thing, or what?
Yeah, it's kind of a nervous habit. And I've ruined it now, so it's kind of split. I'm very type A, if you didn't know.
I mean, that's okay, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
If you hear me thumping one, just let me know. Hey, stop thumping it, and I'll stop.
I'm putting in a poll right now for a question for everybody here. Where do you think price on AMC will go in the after hours? Up, down, left, and right.
Or $5,000.
Right, or does it matter?
Or 5,000 a ship.
It can only go one way, Casey.
Well, it can go up, it could go down, it could go right. We'll definitely be going right. I can promise you that. And then, but yeah, it could be two directions, up and to the right.
Andrew's got a real positive outlook today.
Down 0.05.
I just up. We rip hard because Zern's gonna say, "Okay, everything's fine."
I'll tell you what.
Thank you, dog.
Usually, not always, but usually, when everybody votes as a group, it tends to go towards the second place group. So whatever the first group picks is usually wrong. It's usually the group that's in second. Right now, it doesn't matter is in second. So I don't know if that. Yeah. But right is definitely a correct answer. I can promise you to the right will be those individuals will be absolutely correct. It will definitely move to the right, but it's just more of a funny answer than anything.
Joe Pounce says he feels nothing. Don't care, Joe. We want it to go up. I almost started thumping again. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Jim says, do the charts go the opposite way in Japan? No, but if you take your laptop to Australia and look at your charts from Australia, they go in the reverse direction. Or so I've heard. We got about 2 more minutes, and we'll take a look at the numbers again here. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I was a little surprised, 0.01 today. I thought for sure it would be around like 3 or 4 cents.
Well, but wasn't it like 13 cents down last time? So now we've moved up. I mean, there's a way of looking at it that's good, right? Because we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, it was 12 cents last time down and 1 cent this time up, so we're positive 13 cents. I don't know what we were in Q4 of last year. I'd have to go back and take a look at the numbers and see, but I'd like to see continuous growth of at least about the same amount or more in EPS. So I'm not sure if we improved by 13 cents or not last time. But
I thought it was a pretty good improvement.
Give me just a second here. I'm gonna actually follow the link to that I gave everybody and see if I can look it up and see. First quarter. Oh. So it was a 16-cent improvement last time. Let me go back to the other page here real quick. 16. Oh, yeah, okay. So the difference, okay, so here's the difference. We improved better than I thought. So that 12 cents was actually Q2 of 2022, not this first quarter. So it was year over year. Quarter over quarter, we were up by 13 cents, but we were actually Q4 was an EPS of negative 33. Q1 was negative 17, and so therefore the improvement from where we're at right now was a greater improvement than from quarter 4 to quarter 1. Because it was a 16 cent improvement from quarter 4 to quarter 1, and it was a 18% improvement from quarter 1 to quarter 2. So we're increasing our improvement gaps, which is good. What does that mean for the next one? Is it possible? To believe that we might see something somewhere between 16 cents and 18 cents on an increase on the next one? And if that is continuous and we can continue to see those bigger numbers, does that mean that we would end up being up 18 cents a share? Maybe. It's possible.
Anything is possible.
It is definitely possible. The continuous improvement has been pretty steady. So that's a good thing.
Well, you always got to look at your return on investment, and if it's going in the right way, then that's when you start picking up the stock. So maybe we'll get some FOMO. Or no FOMO, if that's how you roll, you know.
You want FOMO all the way?
Or maybe you go both ways.
Hey.
All right, numbers?
Only FOMO here.
Lots of FOMO.
Lots of FOMO. All right, let's see here. Somebody said numbers, and it does feel like it might be back to numbers time. I know I just got done with them, but let's get through these real quick here. That way I can get through them, and we can talk for a few minutes more before I got to go and break. So let's get through this.
A break again. Nah, you just got back from vacation.
You know what? Look. Let me tell you something. I'm not telling you anything. I ain't got nothing to say. Yeah, I'm going to break. Sorry. Let me refund you your money. Let's see what we got going on here in off exchange for AMC. And currently it looks like we've got 61.97% going through off exchange. EDGX at 7.64. The combined total on that 69.61%. Nice. That's about, let's see, what is it, 1 o'clock? That's about 5.61% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 143,000 shares. That's starting to pick up a little bit, but not excessively high. Taking a look at APE, so far we got 57.75% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.35. The combined total 63.1%. Excuse me, that's about 0.9% less than what it should be by this time of the day. 0 shares going through CHX. On GME, CHX volume is 367 shares. Nothing unusual happening there. Taking a look at AMC's Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.93 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It's now showing up as 1.76 million shares. It's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free flow slightly to 30.27%. Cost of borrow ends at 351.49, average is 365.14, and max is 380.33. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 194.15 million shares. That is 670,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimating that about 260,000 of that was in short interest that was closed, or new short interest, sorry, new, not closed, new. Taking a look at APE, and an hour ago there was 2.58 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.59. No real big changes. It's going to leave the estimated short share interest, the free float, and the cost of borrow numbers all the same. Shares on loans at 78.85 million shares today. That's 610,000 shares less than what it was yesterday. On options, highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at a $5.50 strike with 24.2 thousand contracts. Currently, we have 26.1. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike with 24.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 25.9. Market suggesting a closing price between $4 and $5.50 on AMC by the end of the day today. Currently, we're still struggling to kind of break past that 684. We're kind of hovering right below it. Currently at 683, so we're just kind of consolidating right now at this point where we've been struggling with in the past, as seeing a level of support and resistance. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC Ape and GME are the only three that I'd be looking for. AMC is on this list here. Our buy to sell ratio is now within the limits that I like to see at a bare minimum. We have a 60.06% buy to 39.94% sell ratio, which means we only had 1 day of a higher sell than buy ratio, and we're looking really decent now with those kind of ratios. It's looking good. SSR trips for AMC today at $4.61, Ape at 1.593. Shares available to borrow. It's only showing shares in ETFs available. Fees were last seen at 243.9%. Are the markets recovering? They are a little bit here. NASDAQ is down 1.12. Dow Jones down 0.74. S&P 500 is down 0.79. We have 4,088 decliners to 2,092 advancers. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, and it's outside of that hot lava zone, so it's not burning as bad as it was. Taking a look at a lot of the big bank movers for the day today, we've got FRC is down 3.14. I'm only reading anything 2.75% or more. The douche bank is down 3.83. Roseanne doesn't like it when I say that. That's the only one. It's the only one I'm reading off here. Everything else was within that tolerance. Ethereum Classic is up 1.49% and starting to kind of cool off a little bit and consolidating. DXY is, after a bit of a run, DXY is up 0.47 and trending downwards. Oil is down 0.61 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.35 to 0.36, and I would say starting to consolidate. SPY is down 0.79 and trending up. VIX is up 7.23% for the day today at 16.91. VBR is down 1.02 and trending up. VB is down 1.06 trending up. Tesla is down 0.91 trending up. Amazon is down 1.8 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.58 consolidating. Doge is up 2.12 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.04 trending up. GME is down 1.33 and trending up. HYMC is up 1.78 and trending up. NCMI is up 12.24 and consolidating. Hood is down 2.25 and trending up. Ape is down 1.13 and trending down. And AMC is down 0.61 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's approximately $1.8 or $1.9 million more outflow than inflow. 24.24 million shares traded so far for the day today after 228 minutes worth of trading. No, that's 200 and, I'm sorry. How many minutes is that? 279 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 33.88 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I do expect us to hit the 30 to 50 million shares traded that I gave for prediction earlier this morning. Glad I went low on those numbers. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.3, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.74, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.05, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.75, which is average. On APE, there is approximately $1.6 million more outflow than inflow, 8.3 million shares traded after 280 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace. Oh, I cannot math right now. 280. Putting us on a pace for 11.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I gave for prediction of pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.89, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.81, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.02, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.46, which is below average. Almost signaling oversold. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. We got AMC rising back up here, and Ape starting to kind of take a little bit of a tumble. Ever since Pee Wee Herman died and I played that Tequila song, I've been getting like a ton of Pee Wee Herman interviews that he did with like David Letterman and all the late night show host guys. And that guy was brilliant. He was just freaking absolutely brilliant in his comedy. And I feel like his whole career was just tarnished over one bad choice. Well, I'm sure it was many bad choices, but which extended into a choice that he made that he got caught in. But that guy was a brilliant comedian, one way or the other, though. He was still brilliant. It's good stuff.
You mean the spanking the monkey?
Yeah, that one. That choice. Funky Pizza. What's that? Doing that in a movie theater? I mean,
wasn't it like a movie theater that was for that?
I don't know, man. Is there such a thing?
There used to be.
I don't know. I don't know.
Back in those days, the 80s, the 60s, they used to have movie theaters for that.
I don't know. I know not what you're talking about.
Don't ask me. I don't know.
I will let you sink on that all on your own.
He was on The Dating Game. Can you believe that?
No, was he really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Did he get picked?
You know what? I haven't watched it yet. I just saw the clip. Because my YouTube started piling in with all the Paul Rubens clips. This thing listens to everything I say and do.
Yeah. But I want to go back. I want to go back and watch something of his again. But I don't know if I want it to be Pee Wee Herman specifically. Like, I guess I want to go back and find some of his old... I'll tell you what else started showing up. So now it's starting to show me a lot of old comedian acts that are starting to pop up now since I've been watching some of the Pee Wee Herman stuff. And I got
George Carlin?
No. I got Galifianakis, whatever his first name. I can't think of his first name. Yeah, I don't know how I can remember his last name, but what was it?
Yeah, Galifianakis. I can't believe he was a stand-up comedian. Wow.
Yeah, no. So he's a stand-up comedian, and he was actually on the David Letterman show. And in what year was that? It was 1990 something rather. And Janine Garofalo was guest hosting for David Letterman, and she brought Dave. I think it's David, right? Zach Galifianakis. She brought Zach Galifianakis on. He sits down at the piano. He's like, he said something about what he's doing in his career at the time or whatever it was that they were bringing him on the show for. And he's like, but I'm not going to talk about that, or I'm not going to do any stand up. I'm actually just going to talk about my life. And he sits down at a piano and he starts playing the piano and talking about just things in general in life. It was so funny. It was hilarious. I had no idea that I didn't even know that Janine Garofalo was in him and were she thought so highly of him. But anyways.
Pianist?
Pianist.
There you go.
What?
Yes, he
Where
was.
did we go?
He was a pianist.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't say it right.
It doesn't mix with Janine Garofalo. You don't say those two words in the same sentence. So.
Well, and see, here's the other thing too: is Zach Galifianakis is so controversial that I had a really hard time imagining that Janine Garofalo thought that he was funny, because I feel like he's the kind of person that would like test her limits.
Her funny bun.
Yeah. So I had a really difficult time imagining the two of them together, and just like interact.
She's pretty acerbic in her own right, so she might have actually gravitated towards that type of comedy.
I guess so. I mean, you're not wrong. You're absolutely right. She was. That would be an interesting room to sit in, I think, for sure. I think seeing the two of them together would be quite entertaining. I feel like I missed out on
tough.
I feel like I missed out on a portion of comedy life from back in the 90s that I just didn't even know about.
No, you keep getting asked if you're going to stream on the earnings.
No.
Okay.
Not streaming during the earnings. I only stream during market open hours and then the few hours before market open as well, but not usually after, unless it's something amazing happening. It's got to be like super amazing.
How long have you been streaming? Is it 2.5 years?
It was at the end of June that I started of 21. So I guess 2 years and a month and a half, maybe.
Okay. That's a long time.
I know. I started thinking about that the other day, and then I got a little depressed. I'm not going to lie. I started thinking about 2 years of doing anything, right? When I first got into triathlons, I weighed just a little over 200 pounds, wanted to change my life, and it took me about 2 years of hardcore exercising, doing triathlons, and getting to the point to where I was competing and finishing races in the top 10. And I was committing a lot of time. By the time I was in the peak of my career in triathlons, I was committing over 40 hours a week and working out. So it was like a part-time, it was a second job. And I think back to that and I go like, when you're committed to something and you spend that much time doing something, it really kind of tells you that, you're dedicated to what it is that you're doing. And then you start to think about like some of the different things that you've done in your lifetime that have cost you that much time. And when I say cost, I don't mean that in a bad way, because everybody always thinks that cost is a bad thing. But for me, I feel like this is an investment. This is a cost. This is a return on investment that I'm looking at. I'm looking for a good ROI here. So if I'm going to get a good ROI out of this and it's going to cost me time to do it, it's worth it. It's an investment. Right? And it's not just my money, it's my time as well. So, but there's been very few things in my life where I've spent, a solid 2 years in investing into something that I wanted to grow. So, it's dedication. It really is. It's not easy doing something for 2 years.
No, you deserve an award.
Yeah.
Nah. We all deserve an award, and we're gonna get
You want me
it.
to make you one?
No, we're gonna get
I
it.
can make you one, Casey.
It's gonna be in my account. My award's gonna be in my account. I know it will.
No,
I believe it.
forget it. We're gonna make you one.
Number one YouTuber.
No, I
I'm gonna
don't.
get you. I'm gonna go drink a Bud Light, and then I'm gonna convert that empty Bud Light into an award. I'm gonna mount it on a base.
I bet you are.
Damn it! I fell into my own.
You did. Yeah. 2 years though. It's a long time.
From 2 weeks to 2 years.
Hmm.
What's next? 2 decades?
What kind of base is it gonna be, Yucca? Can you tell me about good bases?
I'm thinking. I don't know.
What do you know about good bases, Yucca? Tell me, please. Inquiring.
All he
I don't
knows
know
is
anything.
freebase.
Is it wood?
No freebase.
Is it wood?
I don't know about any. It's
Is
hardwood.
hardwood? Is it hardwood?
Walnut.
Hard walnut. Wow.
Hardwood.
This is one hell of a trophy. What is it? Is it made out of metal? I mean, you could have gone with metal. It could be made out of hard metal.
Whatever you want.
Whatever I want. Dynamite says
Maybe
it needs
Brian
to be sturdy.
Carpenter can donate to the cause and kick in a horseshoe off of that damn donkey.
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with.
Has to have a connection.
I don't know why he's
Everyone
feeding
has to
you.
speak to a.
David says.
Anton said he rubbed the hardwood to a glossy finish.
A lot of rubbing.
Like a bedpost. Nice solid
That's
finish.
an oil.
Yeah, it's an oil. No, I thought that was like a. Actually, I don't know what they call that. What do they? Isn't that like a lacquer?
Yeah, lacquer.
Lacquer?
Is it? I don't know. Lacquered is like a glossy finish, but it's like a plastic finish over it.
Yeah.
No, it's not a veneer, right? It's not a veneer.
I don't know.
Oh, I
You
thought
should know
lacquer
these
was. I thought lacquer was the past tense of liquor.
Lacquer in the front, hard base in the back.
That'd be nice going into a furniture store asking for those specific specifications. Do you have anything with, lacquer in the, what is it, lacquer in the front?
Lacquer.
Yeah, because says, he gets uncomfortable. He's like, I don't know if I can go there. Lacquer. Lacquer. Yucca, how do you order chicken?
Did you see the story about the rabbi? I think they call him a mole, the guy who does the circumcisions. He was retiring after like 40 years of doing circumcisions, and he'd saved all that foreskin. Did you hear that story? He saved foreskin for 40 years of doing circumcisions, and he took him to a taxidermist to have something made to commemorate his retirement. And the guy brought him back a wallet. Oh. And yeah, man. And the rabbi had a fit. He's like, all those foreskins, and the best you could do was a wallet. And the taxidermist told me to rub it, and it turns into a set of suitcases.
It expands.
Just terrible. It's terrible. It's so terrible.
Are you sure it wasn't a priest?
I just want to acknowledge.
What's happening over there? Don't die.
I want to acknowledge David. David, hold on a second. David said we are so near than 2 years ago from this pop The more time they hold this, bigger the upside. They already lost, so they just don't want to admit it. And David, I agree with you. What is it you're saying there? By the way, I want to acknowledge that. I
Damn
saw
it! I've heard that before. It hurts every time I hear it. It plays with my emotions.
You
know what you call a bad circumcision? A rip
shortcut.
An uppercut?
A rip off.
Oh.
What you guys couldn't hear is that the kids booed as soon as Fu said, "Do you know what they call? Do you know what they call? How did you start the joke out again?"
You know what you call a bad circumcision?
I didn't hear it.
Oh man. You guys you're making me sound like I'm smoking pot over here. Getting the coffees.
Oh man. So did you have fun with Danny over there?
Nah, man. See, so Danny was supposed to be someplace, and I think he was waiting around for me to show up. I told him I was going to be there around noonish, and I think he was waiting there a little bit longer than he anticipated. But I didn't get there until about 12:20. And so
noon.
Well, it's noon. That is noonish, but I wasn't really specific on the exact time, and so we got there at 12:20, and I think he had been waiting there for a while, and I think his wife had already planned on being someplace, and so I think she might have been a little upset about the fact that they were late. No, not that at all, but she probably just it meant something to Danny. And I don't think she understood how much it meant to him to be able to, hang out with me or just meet up with me. So when I got there, they were waiting and they had to take off pretty quickly. So we didn't get to hang out for very long, but it was still good at a chance to meet Luke and Danny. And I think his wife's name is Leslie, but I can't 100% remember for sure. My wife said she'll never forget it. I'd have to ask her. Apparently she remembers the name, but I can't. I'm really bad with names.
Okay. So, but I haven't seen Danny in the chat, so I think something happened to him.
He was here earlier.
He was?
He's all hungover from the Bud Lights.
Probably. I don't know what you put in there, Casey. Tried to roofie him.
I mean, they were sealed shut. I wasn't trying to roofie anybody.
Yeah, right. Let me open it for you. Danny, drop a little pill in there.
Turn around real quick and come back. There you go.
It would have been nice if we would have been able to sit down with them and have a cup of coffee or something like that, but they had to take off to go to the other event that they were going to, and so they left, and then my wife and I sat down and had some coffee together because our flight was getting delayed at the time due to a storm that was rolling through. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, but then I saw another picture. You met with somebody else. Was it Glenn C?
No, it's Pro Jeweler.
Was that Pro Jeweler?
Mm-hmm.
Was that Pro Jeweler? That
good-looking guy? Hang on.
The goofy-looking guy?
That was Pro Jeweler. you know what was funny with that one?
That's what I thought.
I walked into the restaurant that we met at, and I walked in there, and I know I've seen a picture of him before, and I've seen video footage of him before, but when you're there in person, for me anyways, people look slightly different than in pictures, right? And so I'm looking around the restaurant and I don't see anybody that really kind of fits the image of what I thought he looked like. And because he was sitting at an angle, so I couldn't really see his entire face straight on. It was like a side of his head. And so finally, after standing there for about 2 or 3 minutes, I looked over at my wife and I said, "I think it might be him right over there." So we walked over.
And then your wife got up. That mother effer is not real.
Did you see the picture of them? Did you see that picture? They look like two guys who shared a cab to go see their parole officer.
Yep. But that's
You know,
good.
they're not really friends, but they're not really friends because they kind of know each other and they're headed in the same direction. They're like, hey, man, you want to split a cab for the piss test today? He's like, all right, if I have to.
I had sent him a message to let him know that I was there. I said, hey, I'm here. And then I was waiting for it to go through, and I was going to see who the first person was to pick up their phone in there so I could figure out who it was, where he was at. But I was starting to panic thinking we were at the wrong location because I just couldn't tell if he was sitting in there or not. So I was like, oh, shoot, I think we may have come to the wrong place. That would have been funny.
So did he pick up his phone?
He did, but I don't think he knew.
What happened?
I don't think he has. Projuler says I was distracted. Projuler, do you
have a phone?
I don't know if he has his Discord on his phone. I don't think he has Discord on his phone. So, and that's how I was doing a direct message to the phone.
I'm so disappointed in Pro Jeweler. There were so many opportunities there for some real serious next level gags. I mean, he could have just said, look for the guy with the red hat, and he could have passed out like 20 red ball hats to everybody in the restaurant before you came in. I mean, there's just so many different directions he could have played this. Instead, he just let the pitch come right across the plate.
He was probably checking out some good-looking server.
Or yeah, well, that's cool. You have fun, Casey?
I did. I had a lot of fun. And Projulia, you got to tell me if this is right, and don't tell your wife if you got to keep this between us here. But at first, when we got to meet him,
keep it between the 280 of us.
Yeah, keep it between the 260 of here. But when we first walked up to the table, his wife had the crossed arms. Right? You ever seen somebody with the crossed arms the way they do? You know, up at the table, like they're like kind of impatient or.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like upset or kind of frustrated or whatever. So she had the crossed arms look going on, and so we did introductions, you know, of everybody at the table, and then we started talking, and she didn't seem very what's the word I want to use here? She didn't seem like she was very tied to the conversation. Yeah, she wasn't really impressed. I guess maybe impressed isn't really the right word, but she just wasn't disattached from the conversation. Like, I don't even know who this guy is really. Like, I'm not sure if I really want to even, you know, be a part of this. She's probably sitting there. I'm imagining this from my side thinking she probably said, why the hell are you dragging me out to breakfast with some guy why did you just go to breakfast with him? I don't want to go. She probably didn't even want to go. That's how.
What are you trying to say, Casey? She wasn't exactly starstruck. She wasn't exactly starstruck with you.
No. But it just seemed like she just didn't want to be there, right? And then we started talking, and before you knew it, she was absolutely like everything. We were all communicating and talking and having a conversation, and it was great. It was amazing. She was like, "Oh, this isn't so bad." It was almost like she had like this. It seemed like she had this preconceived notion that she wasn't going to be able to have a conversation at all because we would probably be sitting there talking about AMC the whole time and it was going to piss her off or whatever. And we had this great conversation. It was perfect. And she was, she was participating and she was really into it. And I thought it was awesome. It was really awesome seeing her take a 180 from like, I don't want to be here to, I am totally cool. You guys are amazing. It's awesome to meet you kind of thing. And it was really cool. I just loved seeing how it went down. Can you guys hear me? Crap. Can you guys hear me? Somehow, hold on a second here. I don't know if the live stream's working or not. I don't know what's going on here. I'm trying to figure it out. It looks like the chat's down. It says that I'm getting internet connection. I think I'm seeing price getting updated. Maybe not. Am I still live? I don't know if I'm live or not, but I'm trying to get things reconnected here again. I don't know what's going on. It looks like I'm putting through a stream, and it looks like it's showing up on here, but the chat just disconnected. Which I have no idea how to get that restarted.
I can hear you.
Yeah, how to get that restarted. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're trying to.
Yeah, you're back.
So I'm streaming live.
Somebody's got some.
Did you order that anal bleach?
Somehow
And we're back.
somehow I'm managing to stream here, but I don't know how because it says that the chat's disabled, and I don't know how that happened. But I was able to somehow manage to save the stream, but unable to save the chat, and I'm trying to refresh it from my side because I can't see anything here.
I moved over here. Casey's.
So
yeah, when you walked up, it kind of scared me because you were like, I kept looking over, and then boom, you were there. So there was like a glow around you, and your beard was blowing in the wind.
It was like Santa Claus just appeared out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, with a twinkle in your eye. So yeah. And no, she, believe it or not, she gets cold, and she wears a hoodie, and it's embarrassing because we're running around Florida. She's got a hoodie on, and she takes a coat everywhere, and I'm like, it's 94 degrees outside. But yeah, she had no idea who you were. I didn't set anything up. I just told her that I knew you and y'all were traveling back and we were going to meet y'all, and that was it. So uh, she had a big business trip this week, so she was prepping for that. So, um, but yeah, and then she and Melissa hugged her, and she was all about that. Yeah, so that was great.
Well,
they had a good time.
Yeah, it was a very pleasant conversation. We had a great chat, and it was great. I mean, I felt like the whole thing it went really well, and it's not, you never know what you're going to get. I didn't have any. It's not like I went into there thinking it wasn't going to be a positive thing, but I'm just saying you never know what's going to happen when you meet somebody. Sometimes people just don't get along or whatever. You never know. Like, it's just always kind of weird, right? So it's
I'm calling the entire affair a mega failure. All he needed was one buddy with an FBI jacket and a DEA jacket and a pound of powdered sugar, and he could have had the all-time greatest clip of all time. He just let the moment pass away.
Joe wants
I can only imagine Melissa's face and Coach George's wife's face if he just dropped a pound of powdered sugar on the table and takes off running, and some guy comes walking up with a DEA windbreaker on and grabs KC and puts him in handcuffs. I mean, it would have been epic.
I would have laughed my ass off.
But wait.
And then, of course, we didn't talk about any AMC stuff because, I mean, what's the point? I mean, we talk about it whenever we want to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm going to find out anything new. But yeah, she had a good time, and I had a good time. So.
We all had a good time.
Yep, it was fun.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to give too much information away, Pro Jeweler, but I just want to say that it was fun. I feel like in a roundabout way, I feel like maybe we're on the coattails of your history and your life, on how you've moved from places to places, and so like I know I already said that I don't really want to move to Florida, but I could see doing it. So
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of parallels there but it's interesting. Yeah, when you meet people and your expectations and how everything turns out, and
so
what do you want to know, Yucca?
So New Mexico is out of the question then, Casey.
No New Mexico for me. Been through there.
Yeah.
Sorry, fool.
Well, no, a dream. So
if he told me he was going to move here, I'd be like, dude, you better rethink your life.
Yeah. Oh, so we're all moving to Miami, Florida.
Yeah.
I heard Ken Griffin's selling his house and eventually, so we'll be picking it up.
I mean, imagine if we all pitched in like $1,000 or $100.
Dude, we could for $1,000 a person, we could all buy his place, and then what we would do is we would turn it into a timeshare for like people.
Timeshare.
Yeah, ape only timeshare. Only the people who put the $1,000 in can go in there, and you're not allowed to go in and trash the place. Because you're just allowed to go there and know that you trashed the individual who owned the place.
and just to make sure, we would put cameras everywhere, including
nice
the toilet.
Wait, what just happened? No. No.
Just to make sure you're not trashing the place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, no.
Are you going to be the head security?
Just cameras in the bathroom. All right, we'll just do cameras in the bathroom then.
Okay.
Not everywhere.
Casey, that would be genius.
It would be epic.
I don't think he would sell
it would
to us.
Dude,
be like,
it would be so epic.
Right?
It would be so. It would be such a sweet, bittersweet for him. It'd be a sweet thing for us. Let me just do some quick math here. Let me see here.
Wait, what if? And then we would change the street, or we would request a street, and we call it Ape Way.
Ape Way.
Ape Way or Ape Drive or Ape.
So
one
at 3.8 million, at 3.8 million shareholders at $1,000 a person, we could afford a place up to 3.8 billion. So figure we only need if we don't we probably don't need 3.8 billion to buy the place, but that's just assuming that we wanted to do something like that, something crazy and wild like that. How many people would we need? Let's just say that we had about 300,000 people at $1,000 a piece, right? For $3 million bucks, I wonder if we could get the place for $3 million. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably somewhere under 20. Let's see.
I think it's like 29 million.
Is it really? Hold on.
Yeah.
So we need.
He's gonna be broke. We can offer him like, I don't know.
Yeah.
$1.5
$3 million will get you the landscaping.
All right. So we need 30,000 people at $1,000 a piece to do this, and then we got it covered.
Shoot, man.
30,000 people.
man.
I'll just go live on the beach and then maybe crash in a tent.
And it'll be exclusively apes. There should be enough bedrooms there for people to be able to visit on multiple occasions. Like, I don't know how big the place is. Let's look it up and see. Let's see.
I mean, you stayed there over the weekend. You should tell us. Come on, Casey.
Whatever. Don't start with me. Holy crap, that's a big house. I just pulled it up right here.
Man.
Yeah, but it's not that big. The math doesn't work.
This says Citadel's Ken Griffin's $450 million estate in Palm Beach is what it says. 400. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more. We're gonna need a lot more moolah.
Your math is way off too. There's not enough calendar days.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
I knew you were gonna say it.
I mean, we can still do it. We can pull this off.
Well, we haven't factored it.
I'm disappointed. I'm so disappointed in you guys. You're going about this the whole wrong way. Once again, I got to step in here and steer the ship in the right direction. We pull our money together, KC, and you buy the lot or the house across the street from him, and then we turn it into just the biggest shithole on earth. Just part of the place into the ground every single.
That is a better idea. No, that's a better idea. It's yeah, and we changed the rule of not trashing the place to full trashing the place. Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. That is the way to do it. You're absolutely right.
We decrease the value.
All our beer cans in his yard.
Absolutely, man. I mean, if during our capital raise we get too many placements, we'll just buy the house on both sides of him and across the street, so we'll have him like surrounded, and just burn it down, man. Every night of the week, man. It's like, you name it. Live music. I'm talking fun girls. The woo girls can show up. The whole 9 yards every night of the week.
Oh, that'd be great. We can invite Brian to bring his donkey and let it loose.
Yeah. I'm talking now. You're getting somewhere. Now we're working. Now we got a plan.
Every morning.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Listen. Preacher comes in. He brings a couple peacocks with him. We can stock this thing. We can stock this thing with wildlife.
I only have the one. Sorry.
A couple of cocks.
Well, then get to work on that. Listen, you've got time. We got till tomorrow at noon, so get to work on that.
This is not a bad idea. And then by the time he decides that he wants to move because it's been outrun by apes, the price is devalued of the home. Yeah,
we're going to short his house. We're going to short his fucking mansion into the ground.
He sells at a major loss, and then we come in and we clean up house on it, and then we come in there and we boost everything back up.
It's the reach around.
Yeah, it's a total short reach around on property.
He did it to fucking AMC. Now it's our turn. He got the pitch, and we caught. Now it's time to switch.
It's
a
brilliant.
Something to bite down on.
It's a brilliant idea. It is absolutely brilliant. That portion of Palm Beach will be so worthless by the time he's ready to move.
Oh, yeah. When we get, I mean, I'm talking, there's got to be, I know out of the 300 people in chat, there's got to be a couple guys who want to open up a tattoo parlor. We can give them space out on the front. We can do like big neon lines, free tats, tattoos 24 hours a day. I'm thinking like a little, a merch store. We can run a merch store there.
Can we let Elon post up his X sign on the property someplace, blinking?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's...
Listen, do you guys who like to grow things, do you realize what kind of irrigation system he has there? Do you know what kind of ganja you can grow in the backyard of that place with the sprinkler system they have?
Dang.
I don't know.
And this thing is just overflowing with opportunities.
I'll remove the mufflers off my vet and go up and down the street.
Oh man, I'm thinking dirt bike races in the backyard. We can have like 4-wheeler races in the backyard.
Four-wheel drive.
Definitely.
Absolutely, man.
Monster trucks.
Leonard Skinner come in.
Monster trucks that just drive all over.
Monster trucks, every Sunday, like the crash up derby on Sundays. Absolutely, man.
Anal bleaching in the back.
Oh my
And to
gosh.
avoid paying taxes or property taxes, we can set a little section behind the house for to bury people. Did you hear about that?
No.
If you bury somebody in your property, you can avoid paying taxes. Yeah, like a little cemetery in the back. And then you don't. If you decide not to pay the house, they can't take it because now it's considered something else.
I can't think of anybody we'd want to bury back there.
I would.
I don't know who Dawn Miles is, but Dawn Miles goes straight to the top of the chat. She said alligator wrestling. She needs to sit on the board of directors of this place. If that's where her head's at, then she definitely needs to be in charge of entertainment.
See, and if we do alligator
That's exactly
wrestling,
what I'm talking about.
and then we'll have a place where we can bury people if the alligator gets them.
There you go. See what I'm saying? And you don't have to pay anything.
Yeah, Don Miles for CEO. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, who's Don? Where did
I'm
Don?
going to go ahead and mark like Papa Mac down and be in charge of fireworks. We need like fireworks like Disney World has, but ours needs to be like at random times. Like even during the day, it doesn't even matter if it's dark. Just have like random fireworks that just go off at any time during the day.
Like at 3 a.m.
Yeah, exactly.
Jathan said we should.
I'm thinking a cannon. We need like a cannon. You know how they ring the bells at a chapel on the hour? We could have like a cannons that go off in the backyard, like big pirate cannons. And every hour on the hour, they could just go off.
Like Mary Poppins.
We can have. Oh, that'd be great.
Like Mary.
We can have that horn. That horn you have on your
Mary Poppins.
Can we do like movie theme things that where like we'll go through like different movies that have like really annoying things that happen in the movies, and then we can just take from the movies.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, like
see, listen, we are not Neanderthals. We're not Neanderthals here. There has to be rules. I mean, this is going to be like scheduled chaos.
Oh yeah, absolutely scheduled chaos.
We don't want just pure.
No.
What are we? What are we like monsters here? We're educated gentlemen. We want proper chaos, scheduled, timely, on a regular schedule. So even the things that are random should be scheduled. We're scheduled to be random.
Oh yeah, have contractors in there just sawing boards every day, not doing anything.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Just like
absolutely. Put a new roof on like every 60 days.
First day, you're just like, you got like this like a forest worth of lumber there, and you're like, I want you to cut every board in half. And when you get done with that, come back and let me know. They get done with all the boards, and you're like, I'd like you to cut every board in half. Again. Until they have nothing. I want you to make 2x4s. I want 2x4s out of these big, huge planks, please. Eventually. We'll get there.
And then make everything into sawdust.
Yeah, that's right. Eventually. Yay, we got a new beach. Oh my gosh.
Pay top dollar for all the land care and lawn maintenance. Only stipulation, language needs to be included in the contract that they have to remove all the mufflers from all their equipment. All equipment must have 0 mufflers on it, and they're not allowed to work unless it's before the hours of like 7 in the morning or after 11 o'clock at night. But then pay them like 4 times the going rate so that they come, on a regular.
I'm only okay with this if we do one thing. There's one specific thing that would be on my request list, and that's that we put up like shit tons of Christmas lights and never take them down.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, like, just everywhere. I want it to look like freaking Disneyland Christmas lights. And I want it to look nice and even. I want it to be.
We do Halloween. Can we do Halloween decorations at the same time?
Yes.
Leave it all out.
All of it.
Halloween shit.
All of it. Just leave it out.
Yeah, exactly.
All year round.
Just turn different lights on for the holiday. Exactly.
Yeah.
It needs to be seen from the space station.
Yes, I want it to be in. I want them to be able to use it as an alignment tool from space. I don't know if you know that they have
airlines
those.
Are using it as a waypoint.
Yeah, exactly.
Airlines are using it from the waypoint. They're like TWA 6751 heavy. We're coming in southbound just over that crazy fucking house down there.
Pay off all the politicians so they don't bother with us.
Oh yeah.
Your senators are pretty cheap.
Surely there's enough money in the budget to make the roof we can have the roof modified to support helicopter weight. Because you can have a helicopter landing pad to come in and out. I'm not taking a cab from the airport to the house every day. Fuck that.
Oh man, what's the most annoying? Somebody said it's pet monkeys running around. What's the most annoying animal you can possibly own?
Probably a donkey.
Donkeys, really?
If you want noise, it depends on what you want. And noise, donkeys are on the list.
Because I think we should have a farm of whatever it is.
Guinea fowl are pretty loud, and guinea fowl. Roosters, you got to have at least 5 or 6 roosters because they just light off all night long. People think that a rooster only crows when the sun rises, but a rooster will crow anytime it's startled. So you need a couple roosters in there. And shit that free ranges. You want animals that you can't really contain them. You want shit that encroaches on his property. So you definitely need like a bunch of ducks and shit. Just go to Tractor Supply when they're selling all those baby ducks and just bring them home and just cast them out in the yard like grass seed.
Do you know if mockingbirds are native to Florida at all?
Yeah, we have some.
Yeah, there's mockingbirds now. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, see, you need to release a bunch of male mockingbirds that just every so often release like a bunch of mockingbirds. Only males. Only males only.
Pretty annoying.
Like a bunch of chickens.
Male mockingbirds are the worst.
A talking parrot. We should pay bird trainers to train parrots to say "fuck you, Ken Griffin." Fuck you, Ken Griffin. Turn loose in the neighborhood. Outstanding. C-Mac gets credit for that one. That's on C-Mac in chat. Yep. Fuck you, Ken Griffin. You Ken Griffin. Beautiful.
Can we could hire because we're buying homes on either side of them, right? Could we hire like a bunch of pigeons that we can release at obscure times of the day that will just crap on the way from one house to the other, and they're just like those carrier pigeons.
Oh, that's a perfect idea.
Absolutely. They go between 2 points, and so when we let them out, they just all crap all over the place on his yard on the way across from one house to the other.
And then
maybe if there's money in the budget, we can do like a zip line from one house across Ken Griffin's house to the other house, so that like just at random times you could just zip line across his property because he doesn't have the rights to the air over his house. So we can just, like I said, if we have the houses on both sides, we'll just make a big zip line that goes across the middle.
What about always building something like we're always under construction. An attached garage that is getting demolished every time with hammer drills We just keep building, and we're like, oh, we're not happy. Okay, let's tear it down.
Well, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Griffin. We'd have to have concrete delivered. You'd have to have concrete delivered. You have to keep the guy going with the jackhammer. Because after a while, he would run out of shit to break up. And you're like, somebody would be in charge every day of getting like a fresh load of concrete rocks dropped off, so the jackhammer guy would have something to pound on.
Now, see, the thing is if you're doing this, you got to make sure that the property is going to be sold to you at an extreme loss. Like nobody else is going to want to buy this property, right? So the only way you accept the only way that you accept a buy offer, the only way that we would go in with a buy offer is we would start out ridiculously low, and we would start out right off the bat. We would say like, we're going to give you $1,000 for your home. And you know, we before we do anything, we would just say we would like to offer you some ridiculously low amount for the house. Of course, he'll gawk at it. Then we buy the homes around it, and we start implementing the plans, and we slowly let him watch his value just drop on his house as we short it down with the destruction of everything around him. Yep, and then finally at some point he ends up selling the house at a ridiculously low cost, where we pick it up and then we own everything around it.
There you go.
Yep.
It's genius.
This is the way you short a person's property.
Hey, I got a sequel. Do you want me to give you the sequel to this movie now? So we crush his dreams. We crush his dreams. His wife and kids leave him because he's broke and destitute. He finds a job working somewhere installing cable TV in Tennessee, buys himself a little fucking shithole to crawl under, and we immediately swoop in and buy the property right next to him again. No matter how modest it is, no matter how simple it is, we just immediately swarm right in again like fucking hyenas on a dying rabbit, man. And just one more time, just fucking ground and pound him financially back into hell.
Oh my gosh.
Where he belongs.
Yeah, we'll get the money back.
I don't care if he moves into Nashville and lives in an alley in a cardboard box. I want to be in the box on one side of him, and Foo and Yucca and all the rest got on the other. There will be no alley that he can hide into. I don't care if it's the scummiest, dirtiest fucking shithole on earth. He's living in a cardboard box. We will find him and we will buy the property on both sides.
You know what would be the amazing thing to do is after that was all over and we got the property to sell all the properties, fix them up, sell them all for a huge profit, and then take that money and give back to people who had pensions and stuff like that were lost to hedge funds. Just start donating money back to people who had lost money through their pensions.
You could take back the Robin Hood. You can take back the Robin Hood moniker and put it where it rightfully belongs.
Yeah. Yeah. Insane. Amazing ideas. That's awesome. Well, that was so much fun. I skipped my entire break for that, so that's awesome.
He'd have to repatriate all his money from the Bahamas at a big loss. I bet he wouldn't like that.
Well, see, that's the whole point behind that, right? Like he escaped to Florida so that he wouldn't be so people couldn't go after his money. So that's the beauty behind an idea like that is that you go after his Florida money by essentially forcing him out of Florida.
Yeah, you can't take his house from him, but you can make his house worth 90% less than it is right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Casey, there was a post up here that there was some sort of Supreme Court ruling, and that may have been what Judge Zern was waiting on. And they, the Delaware Supreme Court dismissed an emergency interlocutory appeal to take the suit to a higher court. So there's no taking it to a higher court. Sorry. Alex Matthew.
I missed it, so thank you for catching that. I appreciate that.
It's something to think about because she might be able to just turn around and say, here it is, after hours.
Wouldn't that
I'm
be
not.
something if she came through with that while we're getting the shareholder meeting? That'd be something else, huh?
That'd be awesome. Yeah, Andrew retweeted it. Jathan was the one that, I think it was Jason Barham, maybe.
Jason was saying he sent me some messages, but I haven't seen them yet. Yeah, the Delaware Supreme Court dismissed an emergency interlocutory appeal to take this suit to a higher court if Zurn was waiting to hear what the higher court would do. That has now been answered. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got 61.58% going through off exchange, EDGX 7.45. Combined total 69.03%. Nice. That's 3.03% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume has suddenly started spiking up again. It's 401,000 shares. It's definitely over the 300,000 that I think is a lot. So we're seeing more shares being delivered. Off exchange for Ape, we have 57.06% for Ape, and then 6.06 on EDGX for a grand total 63.12%. That's approximately 2.88% less than I expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 0. CHX volume for GME is 367 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. Man, you guys are so freaking smart. I love it. We have so much potential. So much potential. It's amazing. 1.76 million shares is how much was borrowed for AMC for the day-to-day an hour ago. It's now 1.63 million shares. That will drop the estimated short share interest of the free float slightly to 30.26%. Cost to borrow ends at 351.49%, average is 365.04, and max is at 380.33. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 194.15 million shares. That is approximately 670,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 260,000 of that was in new short interest. On Ape, I don't think I refreshed Ape. On Ape an hour ago, there was approximately 2.59 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.6. It's not really going to change anything. Estimated short share interest at the free float at 10.71. Cost per ends at 4.72. Average 5.68. Max 7.34. Shares on loans at 78.85 million shares. That's 610,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And on the options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been at a $5.50 strike. It was 26.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 28.2. On puts, highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. There was 25.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. There is now 33.7. Between the calls and the puts, market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Currently, our combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.90. We did push back up above $6.84 and are finding a little bit of resistance on this ascending level of resistance that we've seen as a level of support from the past. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, or GME. AMC broke the 60-40 ratio an hour ago, but is back underneath the 60-40 ratio at 59.63 to 40.37%. Ape and GME have not made the list today, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for AMC is at $4.61. Ape at $1.59.3. Shares available to borrow has gone up a little bit in the ETF since the last hour, but fees under the available still zero. Fees were last seen at 243.9%. Let's see here. NASDAQ is down 0.93, Dow Jones is down 0.52, and the SP 500 is down 0.54. We have 3,845 decliners to 2,353 advancers. The market's more declining than advancing. It's more advancing now than it was an hour ago, though. Big bank movers for the day today. We've got FRC is down 2.98. The douche bank is down 3.33. Coinbase up 2.97. Other big movers. It looks like that's about it. Those are the biggest movers for the day today. We've got Ethereum Classic is up 1.75 on an uptrend. The dollar is up 0.46 and starting to go on. It was consolidating a little bit earlier, but on a downtrend, it's definitely still on that same downtrend currently. Oil is down 0.24, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.39 to 0.42 and either consolidating to maybe slightly trending up. SPY is down 0.53 and trending up. VIX is up 4.63 for the day today. It's it's sitting at 16.31 right now on a downtrend. VBR is up or down rather 0.77 on a upward incline. What am I trying to say? Upward trend. VB is down 0.86 on an upward trend. Tesla is down 0.78 and consolidating. Amazon is down 1.92 and trending down. Cinemark is up 0.69 trending up. Doge is up 1.99 and it's hard to say. It looks like it's kind of consolidating currently. It's on a current uptrend, but it looks like it's starting to turn the other direction, which might be a little bit of consolidation. Bitcoin is up 2.56 and at 29.9. It's about ready to hit 30K again here. It's been on a long tear up from 29.3 up to 29.9 today. GME is down 1.02 and consolidating. HYMC is up 1.9 consolidating. NCMI is up 13.61 consolidating. Hood is down 1.59 and trending up. Ape is down 0.57 consolidating, and AMC is up 0.1 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately $2.1 million more outflow than inflow. 26.28 million shares traded so far. After 342 minutes worth of trading. Is that right? I think that's right. 342 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 29.96 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 30 and 50 million. I thought we'd be on the upper side of that. We're ending up at the bottom side of that 30 million shares. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.71, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.65. Which is average. There's actually a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 30 minutes. RSI is at 30 minutes. RSI is at 48.65, which is average. 30 minutes is time interval. We've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.8, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.49, which is average. On Ape, there is currently 7. Let's see. Hold on a second. On a 5-minute interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.94, which is below average. Sorry about that. And that's all I got. What you guys got? You guys ready for this earnings report?
Yes.
See.
Do you think that they live in an area where there's a homeowners association, or do they even have that for rich people?
No, those states don't have HOA.
Oh man, yeah.
What they do have is pull at the courthouse when they pick up the phone. The sheriff jumps. The sheriff in those counties is like a butler.
So they're gonna hit us up with like county restrictions and whatnot then.
Right, you're going to get code violations you're going to get hauled into court for any manner of things, but the least of which will be violating all sorts of statutes. But hey, it costs money. If you want to short a stock down, it costs money to short a stock down. So we may have to bail Yucca out of jail a few times for, defecating in public or something. I don't know. They have to spend money to short. They have to spend money to short our stock down. So we may have to invest a little money to short the values of his property.
Cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Exactly, man. The cost. Maybe we can set up an LLC though and use it as a tax write. Get the accountants to work on that. Manjeet can get some books put together for that, I guess.
Man, it sounds like such a plan. The question is can we get enough people together to do something like that? I hope we sure can, because that would be fun. I think it would just be a real hoot.
Every man abilities. Everybody has their buttons that can be pushed. It's just a matter of finding them.
Yep, and it would be but we would have to create like a corporation. We need officers, and because it's an investment, it's a business.
Well, I'm looking at the where do you think price on AMC will go in the after hours? And 55, 50. What are you thinking?
72.
$72 a share, yeah.
All time high. What is it? No, not even all time high. I think it'll go up.
I had the numbers that I had recorded, because I've been recording these numbers for a long time. The high number that I ended up seeing was $77.26. Now, of course, that when you look at the charts now, they don't represent that because of the
fuckery.
Yeah, well, no, it was the change in the valuation of price, since Ape took some of the valuation of AMC. So they changed the numbers to kind of reflect that a little bit, but 77.26 was the highest that I got.
I had a quick question, Casey.
Yeah, what's up?
I haven't really heard anything about that new position that AA hired for. I believe it was for not the food and beverage, but the the arcade centers that were inside AMC's. Do you remember there being that topic talked about? I felt like it was 3 or 4 months ago.
I don't.
They came in. I can't remember what exactly was said, but there was a position hired for renting out that space for people that wanted to bring in their vending machines, their claw machines, their arcade games.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't heard anything about it since. I was kind of curious as to if there's a hold on that because of AMC's cash position, or if he was doing that as preemptive. I haven't heard anything back about it since.
You're actually telling me something that I didn't know. I didn't realize there was a job. I mean, I don't go through AMC's job postings and look and see what they are. If somebody happens to post something on Twitter that I happen to notice on a feed, then I notice it. But I didn't see anything on that, so I have no idea. Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't see anything on it.
All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, sorry. That's not something I've been paying attention to.
Wow, was that like a?
No, you're good, man.
Nothing. Thanks for nothing, Casey.
Not even, man. Thanks. I didn't know if you heard about it. I wasn't
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. The answer is no. I had not heard about it.
Have you heard of Melvin Capital?
Who are they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like a breeze in the wind.
Mm-hmm. Like a fart.
Yeah. Oh, talking about farts. What's the deal with farts thinking even worse when you're showering? What is that about?
Hmm.
You don't fart in the shower.
Yeah, in the shower, and it just stings.
So, have you ever?
Are you taking a hot shower?
Your sinuses are open up from the hot water.
So, you know how you ever smoked out of a bong? Yucca?
No comments, guys. Okay.
Yucca? Oh, he's probably got a customer right now. Oh, this is perfect. This is Yucca. You know how you've been smoking out of bongs a lot lately, and drinking a lot of Bud Light, because and this. You just got to say things that are gonna make him laugh because he's listening, and he's got a customer in there, and he's gonna hear us talking about him smoking out of bongs and drinking Bud Light, and he can't say anything back, and it's gonna just bother him intensely. What else can we say, Foo Dog? Press those buttons, buddy. Come on, let's do it. Now's the time.
He's gonna
You know the guy that sells trophies across town is having a half off sale today. No matter what is charging, it's 50% less if you just drive 5 blocks down the road.
Yucca told me that
Huge
he wants
sale.
to headline a concert with the Island Boys and him on the scratching, doing his DJ work on the stage.
Well, I heard one of the brothers hired Yucca to make a trophy for best brother of all time, because he'll take anything I have to give him award. And Yucca was going to draw that up for him, and Yucca was like, "I know exactly what you need." So I've heard that Yucca's got that in production, so we'll see what he makes. I don't know.
I'm kind of excited to see him spinning the vinyl with his glasses and that big smile on his face.
It's everywhere.
Joe Pounce finally understood what it was that I was just saying. He said, real news, the Island Boy brothers are dating each other, true story. That's what I meant when I said what I said about the trophy.
We got to get Bud Light to sponsor the concert.
Somewhere those guys got a dad walking around. That's the real tragedy of this. He's probably like a forklift driver at Home Depot or something, and you think a Batman tries to keep Bruce Wayne's identity secret? That dude is trying to fly under some serious radar. The last thing he wants is all the guys on the loading dock to know that those 2 boys are his.
Do you think there's a possibility that maybe these 2 boys, they heard the whole mantra of bros before hoes? Do you think they may have taken that a little too far?
A little too far.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's all the patchouli.
They never impressed me as the kind who think a whole lot about anything.
No, you're right.
From the
manner
of their dress to the choices of their tattoos to their hairstyles. Just pick anything from the long list there. Nothing about them screams out big thinkers.
No, I tend to agree with you. I'm
surprised they haven't kicked off an options channel yet. I mean, the bar isn't that high. I mean, I don't know if somebody hasn't whispered in their ear that the hot thing right now is to do AMC and GameStop commentary or any of the rest of them.
No, they did that.
Jumping right in there.
They did that. They already did. That's how they started. Yeah, that's how they started out. They were doing Shiba Inu.
Corrected.
Yeah, no, they were doing Shibu Inu.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I hadn't. Oh, hell, goddamn, man. That's no wonder I'm still poor. I
Yeah, that's where
missed
the.
out on all this stuff. I'm gonna start paying attention. I mean, I didn't know they were dropping all that knowledge.
Oh no, they were like the back behind. No pun intended. Behind Shibu Inu. They were the backing behind Shibu Inu. Joe says way behind.
They're getting that laughter.
I'm sorry. He said butt. Good old Shibu Inu. Later, we all found out that Shibu Inu actually is translated into brotherly love. I don't even know what it stands for. What is Shibu Inu all about? What is that? I'm looking it up.
That's a dog breed, right? Shiba Inu.
It's just a dog breed.
Is that what it is?
Akita. If you've seen the movie, I think it's the dog from Akita.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
I didn't even realize.
That's what the dog.
Yeah.
The Shiba Inu.
But no, Shiba Inu's. I know it has the face of a dog, and that makes it look like Doge a lot. But it has an actual project. It's actually trying to do stuff. So yeah, it's a lot more real than Doge ever was.
Shiba means small, and Inu means dog, so it's small dog is what it translates
I thought
into.
I thought something else. I thought Shiba means small, and Inu was the translation of anus. Small anus. That's what I thought it meant.
Welcome back. Did you have a customer?
Excuse me?
Did you have a customer?
I did.
Did you laugh your ass off?
I missed it.
Oh, you missed it.
Damn it.
Oh, man.
It's probably the best.
God.
It's for the better that you missed out.
Damn it, man. I was asking about the fart and the gases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
last time I heard was that your nostrils, they open up.
Have you ever smoked a bong before?
I choked on the bong.
You choked on a bong?
Yeah.
When you cough, you're off.
Yeah, recently. I tried to do a salvia and I couldn't take off.
I'm trying so hard to not go down this choking part here, choking on a bong. But let's try to stick back to the farting part. Do you know how when you percolate, basically like it's taking out the impurities, a lot of the impurities as the smoke is traveling through the water, right? So my thought process is that part of the reason why farts might stink a little, and I would agree with the sinuses being opened up as well, but I think also you're percolating your fart a little bit in a way to where you're taking out some of the impurities, and so you're getting more straight methane gas, which might smell a little bit more. Yeah.
Wow.
I can throw a bit of my ideas why as well.
Thanks, Bob White.
Let's hear it. What's your idea?
The thing is, from what I know, gas likes to occupy all the space possible. So basically, if you fart in free air in a room or outside, it will spread out a lot more. If you're in a shower, it's a more confined space. So there's a lot of, let's say, fart per square inch or whatever you want to call it. So that's why it might be just more condensed.
Well, I'm talking about the smell. The smell becomes like even.
I mean,
even more horrible. Like nasty.
Yaka, take like a tip of a teaspoon full of shit and taste it, and then take a full spoon and taste it, and tell me if it's more intense or not.
What if this is the thing? Let me ask you this, Yucca. What if this is the reason? You know how like normally when you're farting, it's in underwear. What if your underwear is just filtering the fart, and so you don't get the full effects?
Well, no, because I can fart naked, and
Depends
it's
on
a
if you have
different
HEPA,
smell.
if you have HEPA underwear on or not.
And then when it's just something with the water, it transforms the gas into
It's a transforming experience.
like rotten. It's like this, man. I can't even stand it. I'm trying to understand that. I know it's a silly question.
Well, but you know that the warm steam rises and it takes the fart with it, and then basically you're just sniffing wet fart the whole time. So yeah.
Oh, weird.
Well, it's like it's turning
You
it into
also gotta
vapor.
account for the heat rising.
Yeah, it's.
I think
Well, the methane's already gonna rise anyways, but the water particulates are carrying it, and it might be a little bit of a. It's like vaping. Like it's a good carrier of the gases, so maybe you're getting a more concentrated portion of it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Maybe the steam makes it an aerosol.
Right.
Well, there's no.
Exactly.
I don't take a shower with hot water. I do cold water, so there's no steam.
You're getting.
What do you think this is?
Wait, you take cold showers?
Yeah.
Oh well, then that could, I don't know.
You
Thank
take
you
hot
for that,
showers?
Yucca. I'm sure you saved the rest of us a lot of commentary by taking cold showers.
I mean, I was in the pool.
All right,
You know.
let's try something real quick here. Hey Siri, why do farts smell worse in the shower?
Really, you just turned on everybody's
Here's what
phone.
I found from mentalfloss.com. Scientists don't know why exactly this is, but one possibility is that the water vapor helps the molecules that make up the smell interact with receptors in your nose, Green explains. Another theory is that the gas particles bind to the water vapor, as if the air were a sponge for your fart molecules.
I like
They were just Casey. They were just listening to you. That's why they took your idea. They're just listening to your phone and they want to make you feel smart.
I think we should take this question to CSI. He might be able to ask ChatGPT and get an honest response.
Bobblehead Ross.
Let me pose this question to you deep thinkers here. If a fart is essentially shit particles, then what comes out from a queef?
Do we have to go there? Do we have to go there?
I
mean, can we not just? Can we not? Can we just?
Over the line?
Can we
Is that-
worship?
is that over the line?
Can we worship them without? Can we
over the
worship
line.
them without degrading them?
If then that. I was just doing the if then that. If this then that.
Let's just
My bad. Back to your regularly scheduled program.
let's worship them and not degrade them at all.
Tendy said a queefsicle.
Queefs.
You don't understand. Like this is gonna be the next time. No,
I
see,
look it
yeah.
up on the internet and I got stalactite, stalagmite, and then it goes straight to queefsicle.
I think we need a podcast for this type of conversation. I mean, like,
see.
Somebody said we should ask Bobblehead Ross what he thinks. Bobblehead Ross, why do farts smell worse in the shower?
And that may be the true joy of painting, is when you share it with other people. I really believe that's the true joy.
He's saying make sure you do it in the shower with somebody else. Never just enjoy it for yourself. If you're going to do farts in the shower, you must have somebody else there. Very good advice, once again, by Bob Ross.
That way they take up half the fart smell and it doesn't smell so bad.
Could be.
That's like, he's a genius.
He is. He is such
and then
a
the
genius.
other question is, why does your urine smell when you eat a lot of asparagus?
That's not everybody, by the way.
It's not everybody?
No, not everybody.
Some powers should answer that one for you, Yucca.
Is it because it's cleansing?
No. I'm sure there's some kind of like enzyme interaction.
I've smelled coffee before.
Coffee.
I'm willing to share intimacy there. I've smelled coffee before in the mornings after a big cup of coffee, and I thought it's rather strange.
Sounds like golden coffee.
Yeah, really. I mean, who eats asparagus for one thing? Good
I do.
God.
I do.
I love asparagus. It's so good. What are you
Hell
talking
yeah,
about?
Asparagus and grapefruit.
Yeah, wait.
Grapefruit's fine, but
Food. Do you
asparagus,
seriously
gross.
not eat asparagus at all?
I do not. No way would I ever eat asparagus.
Oh man, there ain't nothing better than asparagus on the grill or asparagus with a
Or
sauce on it.
with your
Oh, yeah.
steak.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not eat asparagus and
Yeah,
steak?
that's what I'm saying. On the grill, on a steak. Man,
I sauteed mushrooms with steak.
Oh.
And I put,
he probably puts ketchup on it.
Yeah. Oh, gross.
He puts
No.
ketchup on his steak.
I put mozzarella cheese on it and melt it in the nuke it, and then once I nuke it, and it's nice and hot.
Do you you can?
I'm not gonna nuke it. I think I just like putting long slimy things in your mouth. Gross.
Better than just the head.
Kidney infection, is that why it smells? Is it trying to save my kidney? It says kidney infection.
No, you're probably dehydrated, so whatever comes out.
Dehydrated? I drink a lot of water and coffee.
Yeah, but if your pee starts getting really yellow and orange, it means you're dehydrated, and that's usually when it's sweet.
You can.
Real quickly, I'm going to change the link in the. I'm gonna change the link at the top of the page here for everybody who wants to see it, because we've only got about 30-something minutes left here. If you guys want to listen to the quarterly report, I'm going to go ahead and link that to you guys now here, and I'm going to pin it to the top. So for anybody who wants to listen to that on your own, you're more than welcome to. The original pin that I had up at top gave you... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to change it. The original pin at the top will take you to it as well. You can just click on that, and it'll show you both the earnings release PDF and also the link to the webcast as well. Wait, what is Roseanne saying? Listen to y'all's nurses? What is she saying that about? I don't get it.
About us pretending like we know shit about biology.
Oh, okay. NC Proud Dad, I'm going to skip trivia this week. We'll do it next week. Movie trivia.
You get a point, though.
Oh, okay. 4 Million Gorillas says you need to fry it and get crispy asparagus. Maybe I'll like it.
Casey, I know you gave Danny R a Bud Light, but I saw a raccoon drinking a Bud Light as well. Did you give the raccoon a Bud Light as well?
A raccoon?
Yeah, it's in the general tab.
A raccoon.
You know, polecat. A polecat.
Yeah.
A raccoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Hold on, I'm looking. It's under general?
The general, I don't know.
A raccoon.
Oh, that the last time I saw it was in the general tab. There it is.
Yeah,
Yep.
there he is. I see him.
Are you contributing to the delinquency of raccoons?
No.
Is that Danny's empty bottle, or is that a new one that you
No,
gave to
that's the standard size can. We had the ones that were bigger. I don't know if you noticed that in the video.
No, I don't know. I thought it was just the picture that made everything look bigger.
I mean the picture. Sorry.
There's a video? So there's a video. Oh, what?
No, I meant picture. I said video. I meant picture.
I thought it was just. I thought it was. It was.
You
just
thought
that,
you thought Danny had small hands.
Danny was like. I think that's what it was. It looks like Danny's like 4 feet 2 inches.
Well, I'm noticing in the picture here, it's almost deceiving that it almost looks like I'm just as tall as he is in the picture. Do notice that I'm in flip-flops in that picture. But
did you paint your nails white?
No.
What color are those?
White.
They're pink. You get a pedicure?
I have normal white nails. I mean, pink, white. I mean,
French manicure.
You get a French tip?
No, I do not. What? No. I would never.
Acrylic coating, then maybe.
Only on my hands, not on my feet.
Oh dear.
You just clear coded or what?
Were you commando?
No. You know what?
Was Pro Jeweler commando?
You know what's terrible is the shorts that I was wearing in that picture. They're kind of brand newish shorts to me, and I brought a belt for the trip to wear a belt. But then I forgot that the day that I was wearing those was the day that we were going to be flying, and so I didn't want to wear the belt because you know, I don't want to have to take it off every time we go through or when we go through the security. I didn't want to have to take it off. So I didn't wear the belt, and so everywhere I was walking through the entire airport, I was hiking up my pants the entire time because they kept trying to fall off. So I was
You were hiking them up?
yeah, I was hiking my pants up the whole time. It was so annoying. I hate that.
Well, those are shorts. It's probably Luke's. Luke let you borrow one of his shorts. That's what happened.
Yeah, it was annoying.
So no belt.
Yeah,
no
no
underwear,
belt.
no boxers.
No, definitely
You're
underwear.
commando.
No, I don't do commando. Life is too precious. Life is too precious for them to just be hanging that low.
Who does your laundry then? Because man, when I run out of underwear, it's full time.
You fold them
What?
backwards. You
Just
wear them
just buy like enough to last you for like 2 weeks.
I have a whole closet, walk-in closet.
I do.
Of underwear.
I got tons of pairs. I got tons and tons of pairs. I got if you shop at Costco, you can buy a package of, I don't know, 6 or 7 of them all in one package, and you can buy like 2 of those, and you're good for 2 weeks.
Are they tidy whities or what?
No. Boxer briefs, for sure.
Okay.
I used to be a tidy whitey kind of guy, but graduated probably when I start. Yeah, my late 30s.
You saw the light.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
late.
I mean, I didn't. Yeah. So here's the problem. I don't like boxers for this reason. If you ever put on jeans and the boxers get all bunched up, I don't like that. I can't stand that at all. I think that's just the most annoying thing ever.
What?
That is so annoying.
You don't get them fitted?
What? Boxers
You don't go to
fitted?
the tailor so they can fit perfectly. You go to the tailor.
Who the hell does that?
I do that.
Tailored boxers?
Yeah, they fit perfectly. He goes in there, measures it.
No, Platinum Dragon.
Just
I'm not
for your-
saying I'm not saying live for the call. No, sir.
He measures your inseam.
No,
yeah,
man.
the crotch area.
Gives it a little tickle to make sure.
That's
it's
so
up in the
dumb.
air.
That's so dumb.
Yeah. What do you mean? You really don't? That's a thing out here, Casey.
Bullshit. I don't believe you. I don't believe
A lot
you.
of things.
I don't
Just
believe
like a
you.
hug for your ass, man.
It's like part of like you didn't know about the anal bleaching that was going
Look,
on out here.
Look, I don't got time for that. I don't got time for that kind of crap. That's just dumb. That's too.
What do you know? All you have to do is he does one boxer, and then he measures it. Then you leave the rest. He has like a whole template already for KC.
This is so stupid.
The trolling is strong with
It is
this
so
one.
it is so strong. I can't take this. Like you're literally blowing my mind here. Like trying to imagine this, and it's just like it's too much. Anyways, I was a briefs kind of person for a long time, but then I did like the boxer briefs just because they help with like, I don't know, they help with a lot of stuff. So that normal underwear briefs just don't. So
What's the company that makes the coats? God, I can't remember.
What coats?
Carhartt.
Carhartt.
Carhartt. I guess they make underwear now that has like a nice pocket in it. So you're not all squished
my
up.
wife got me those. She got me a pair of those once.
Huh?
Yeah, I got.
The pocket.
And I got. They're terrible. Don't buy them. Do not buy them. I promise you, it is the worst thing ever.
That's because you got to get them tailored.
No. They're boxer briefs, but they have a pocket for your junk.
Is the pocket in the backside? It unclips?
No, your junk goes inside the pocket, and it's supposed to be like more supportive for you. It is.
It's that Target tuck friendly.
Yeah. No, that's not what it is.
Are they uncomfortable?
It is, dude. They are so uncomfortable, and I can't even begin to tell you how uncomfortable they are. It's bad. Don't do it.
Oh, Duluth Trading, not Carhartt. I thought Carhartt. Oh, they're like we have underwear, and I thought it was Carhartt, and I was like, can you imagine putting that canvas around your? Yeah.
No, yeah. So it rubs, right? It rubs as you're moving, and that's the part it's so painful. I'm not even kidding. It's so painful. Don't do it.
Okay. What if you got waxed first, and that wouldn't pull on things?
No. It's not pulling on anything. It's just rubbing.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, there's no pulling going on at all. It's an extra pieces of cloth that's rubbing on your. I don't want to say the word. I'm gonna type it in.
Yeah, no, it's
more contact and more friction.
It's rubbing on that. It's rubbing on that, and just like.
Why didn't you just say D's?
It's just rubbing the whole time. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. It's just rubbing the whole time. And it's just like, no, stop. So, yeah. Yuck is over there. Yuck is over there Googling. Yuck is over there Googling that word right now. He's checking to see what it is. He doesn't know what that is.
I mean, it's having me go to this
gooch in years.
This window guy down the street. He said he's gonna taint my windows.
Yeah, I bet he is.
Well, as long as you watch, he'll do it for free.
Well, is he going? What shade is he going? Is he doing limo?
Purple in there.
Somebody attendee said Adam Sandler songs. I wanted KC to play the piece of shit car song. I thought that song was the funniest damn thing I'd ever heard written. Adam Sandler may not be anybody's favorite cup of tea as a comedian, but that song "Piece of Shit Car" is hilarious.
Casey, what does that mean? Max Payne I think for the 18th is $10. So are they expecting it to run up?
No, if you said for this month.
For the 18th, I think.
Hold on, let me look and see here real quick. My it's probably options expiration date where we probably have like a bunch of crap ton. Let me just check and see here. One second. So let's see here. It is $10. So it was. I told you guys that they've been buying a lot of those $10 strike calls and puts to try and keep a gamma from occurring by pricing people out of options. That's essentially what's happened. Let me show it. I'll put it up on the page here. So there's been just a massive. I'm going to blind you guys here. Actually, I guess I don't have to blind you. I can kind of keep it minimized and probably not blind you guys. But you can see there's a lot of calls and puts over here, both being purchased at a $10 strike. And what that basically does is it causes anybody who wants to buy options at a strike price lower than $10, it keeps them kind of priced out and not able to buy options that are necessarily as desirable as, or I guess the profit margin might not be as desirable. It keeps people out of the options. So there's that. And so I would imagine that if you go to the options chain, which give me just a second, I'll pull that up as well.
Well, that's not nice of them.
Yeah. On the options chain over here, let's see here for the 18th. It only goes up to 12. It might not be an OPEX week. Yeah, I don't know. Other than the fact that there's just a bunch of calls and puts that were purchased at a $10 strike. That shouldn't be where Max Payne should be, though.
Isn't that like a waste of money for them?
So.
No, they just.
No, because if you let's say somebody's willing to take the other side of a position, then you take the other side of a position that helps them out. It's like scratching each other's back. Like I'm going to take this position, you take that position, and we'll lock people out of it, and it'll cost us money, but in the end we'll break even. So it's like pricing.
So it's like a straddle.
It's a straddle between many different parties, I guess, perhaps, and at a higher strike price that keeps people from being able to purchase. Yeah. in a sense.
Yeah, I see what you mean now.
I'm looking at the numbers right here. This is not an OpEx week here, so I'm not sure why there's Max Payne shouldn't be $10 because there's
it's
really
kind of weird. Like I was like, why?
Yeah, there's not that much
Something
open
special.
interest there. There's far more open interest on the put side at strike prices around $4 to $2 than there is just at the $10 strike. So I'm not sure why it's $10. It's kind of odd. It seems like a miscalculation, perhaps on their part. Let me check one more thing real quick here.
We're still gonna kick their ass though. So.
Yeah, see, this doesn't even make sense either. I'm gonna put up the. Oh, come on. This is the maturity in cash flow, and you can see here in cash flow that wouldn't even make sense at all, right? Cash flow would probably be somewhere. That's the reason why it's cash flow. It's the lowest one. If you look at the reason for it is it's because due to cash flow. It's the lowest amount of cash flow in either direction. See, if any of these strikes were to be in the money, the cash flow would be super high. The lowest amount of cash flow, or where you have the people who make the least amount of money, is at a $10 strike. That's why. If you scroll up to just simply looking to see how many contracts there are, it's way more heavily balanced towards like the $4 put side, right, and lower. In fact, Max Payne should probably be somewhere around 5 to 5.5, somewhere in this range in here. But if you look at the actual cash flow, that tells you that at a $10 strike, the least amount of money would be made by anybody on either side, right? Like more people stand to lose money higher than $10 and lower than $10. So it's a little deceiving. This is why I always tell you guys that whenever they're buying those $10 strikes, it's causing implied volatility to really kind of be it's pricing out people out of options at these lower strikes in here, so they can't go in and buy more calls at maybe like a $6, $7, $8, $9 range, and so that's why you don't see a whole lot of volume in here. That's causing cash flow to make these unbalanced. I'm doing a piss poor job of explaining this. Maybe somebody can help me out. Does anybody understand what I'm saying or trying to say?
Oh yeah. You're saying crime.
If the cash flow was higher at a $10 strike, then if this cash flow right here was in the range of something higher than what the $9.50 strike is, that would become the new Max Payne. By them opening up a ton of positions at the $10 strike right here, and they've got 253,000 contracts and calls and 228,000 contracts and puts. By opening those up, the cash flow, people who've entered into calls and puts from a $6 strike all the way up to 10 has been basically killed. Like there's no action going on from 6 to 10. And the reason for it is because there's not enough money to be made from those positions on making them because of all those calls and puts that were purchased at a $10 strike. Does that help a little bit better? Maybe I explained it better that way.
Yeah. All right. I mean, who asked you anyways?
You dumbass.
It was me. Yeah, it makes sense, Casey. Thank you. Yep. So they're screwing everybody.
Yeah, no, Thorblade is saying, oh, baby, you're saying 10.
That's something new.
What's that? Preacher, what'd you say?
Said us getting screwed. It's not like it's something new.
Oh.
We're screwing everyone over.
Yeah. I feel like that's illegal. But I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know what it's called or what law it would be preventing it from happening. Because in a way, that's manipulating a market in a way that, that means that somebody has to be colluding with somebody else in order to do that, right? That's the only way that could occur. Because nobody's literally going out and buying a bunch of call and put positions and not expecting to lose their butts on one end of it or the other. So when they scratch each other's backs to open up a bunch of positions there, they're basically killing a market that's below that. And that's not really how it's supposed to work. Like, you're not supposed to be able to go corner a market someplace and stop or prevent people from having an open, fair market. That's not what it's supposed to be about. I just don't know what laws are I mean, you would have to basically go to the SEC and say, look, they're doing this, but I don't have any proof that they're working together to do it. And so, of course, the SEC is not going to. I can't imagine how they're going to want some kind of proof that you can prove that there's two different institutions working together to price out a market. And I don't have that. I don't have those resources to be able to find that out.
Well, even if you had everything laid out in a perfect way, they still wouldn't do it.
They might, but you'd have to have the evidence to prove it, I think.
I mean, they didn't go after Madoff.
There's some truth to that, so yeah, I can't argue with you there, and I'm not going to. Because it's really close to that time of the day. Don't forget, guys, that the investors meeting starts an hour after market close. The link that I've given you guys in the chat, in the pinned to the top up there, will give you a link to both the current earnings release PDF form and also the earnings release webcast link, so that you can listen to that for yourself if you're not joining somebody else on another YouTube channel or on Twitter or something like that. But you will not see it streamed here.
Up one. The rest of you pessimistic people.
Tomorrow is Glenn's birthday. We'll be celebrating Glenn's birthday tomorrow.
I probably won't be on then.
Aw.
I'm just kidding.
That's hard. That's hurtful. All right. Well, it's about that time of the day, guys. I'm going to head out of the back of the big tramp here, and I have to go, unfortunately, make dinner, so I probably won't be coming back in afterwards. I've got to start some lasagna tonight, so. Yeah. Right. Good times.
See everybody later.
See y'all later.
I'll see you guys.
Catch you guys later.
Thanks.
Pirate, I heard it. I heard you say thank you at the very end there. Thank you, Pirate. Let's see here. As usual, guys, eventually, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another day. Enjoy the Aftermarket Hour quarterly earnings report. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. There's a lot of good ones out right now. And that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
They're coming for us now. Somehow they found us out. No sudden moves, don't make a sound. They're out for blood this time around. We gotta burn it all down. Today's the day, revolution's on its way. Our time is now, hold the line. This is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground, give and take. Only works when both sides really give and take. The revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. They tried to hold us down. They can't control us now. Today's the day, revolution's on its way. Our time is now, hold the line. This is how we'll be defined. Just stand your ground, give and take. Only works when both sides really give and take. The revolution's on its way. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Get ready for the war. place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Oh, 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 get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Oh, 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 get ready for the war. They're coming now, and they're right outside the door. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and